expectations. We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
Defeat.
GG, bro!
Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
Wow! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert! Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power, supercharge with Clear.
It's the biggest upstep of season 16.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
GG, bro! Don't worry. The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Download now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
It's the biggest upstep of season 16.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategist?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
GG, bro! Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert! Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over! Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
In the biggest upstep of season 16.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategist?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
papunta dito! GG, bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
In the biggest upstep of season 16.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win. 17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Theory, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Catch the MPLPH Season 17 playoffs live at the San Juan Arena. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website, Palag Na To.
Ako ang pinakamalakas.
There was a boy.
MPL super fans, are you ready? Sabayan niyo ako! Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas!
Hold up. This season is all about Palag Na To. Let me hear y'all say, Palag Na To! Palag Na To! Palag Na To! Palag Na To!
When we say lakas ng Pinas, you say Palag Na To! Lakas ng Pinas!
Palag Na To!
Lakas ng Pinas!
Palag Na To!
Lakas ng Pinas!
Palag Na To!
Lakas ng Pinas!
Palag!
O tara, palag ka ba? Handa sa laban, sandata sa kikanor. Watch with my click, burning fire in the eyes. Yeah, I walk with my head held high. I'm the player back of boom, tare ang aking gabay. Di alam if I'm young, I hold down my pain. Ako ang kabuang, when we bring our name to the game. Eyes on the prize with us, it's the time. Palag na to, me again, you already know. Automatic ka lang ang Pilipino. Break the swallow, seal the show. Automatic ka lang ang Pilipino. Lakas na Pinas. Kami na ang batas. Lakas na Pinas. Automatic ka lang ang Pilipino. Taka, wait. Remind you kung anong na-obtain. Palaging first place like I used to PH. I'm here 'cause I got my team and super fans. Eyes on the prize with us. It's the time. Palag na to, me again, you already know. Automatic ka lang ang Pilipino. Break the swallow, seal the show. Automatic ka lang ang Pilipino. Lakas na Pinas. Kami na ang batas. Lakas na Pinas. Automatic ka lang ang Pilipino. San Juan Arena! Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas! Lakas ng Pinas!
Superfans, mag-ingay! Maligayang pagdating sa Champions Arena! Ito ang MPL Philippines Season 17 Playoffs! Palag na to!
Magandang hapon sa lahat ng sumusubaybay sa MPL Philippines Season 17. Narito na po tayo sa pinakaunang araw ng ating playoffs at kami ang inyong makakasama, Umi pa rin with Burrito and Midnight. At para sa ating English desk, kamusta naman tayo dyan, Naisu?
We're doing good. It's going to be us, the Wee Bear Bros over here. Me, Naisu, and then Leo and Renmar will be joining you guys on the English stream in a bit.
At dalawang kampyon ang ating mapapanood sa pinakaunang round pa lamang ng ating play-ins. Pero bagong lahat, syempre, this tournament is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board. 2 champions, isa lang ang magpapatuloy. And this is a very crucial match for both teams involved.
Yeah, masakit ang ating mapagdadaanan ngayon kasi isa sa mga world champions natin ay bababa muna sa kanilang trono.
Yeah, and ganun naman talaga ang resulta, men. Kapag yung tournament mo ay punong-puno ng world champion, isa lang talaga ang lulusot. And ang problema lang ngayon, ang dami kasing contender.
Yeah, what a season we've had. I think, leading up to this point, 8 weeks flew by through Season 17, and it all highlighted here throughout the season.
Who'd have thought that we would end up in a place like this, a beautiful, historic place like San Juan Arena, with the world champions from M7 at number 6, facing off against the M6 champions in ONIC, and then, get this, maagang nakapasok ang Omega at number 4, tailed by Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they weren't the only plot twist. Of course, we had the entrance of Tracy for Twisted Minds to revitalize their run late in the season. But of course, you see the Titans up on top. TLPH and Falcons are waiting in the second round. ONIC, Omega, Twisted, and Aurora. 2 of those teams go forward. 2 of those teams get eliminated.
At sa hinaba-haba ng history ng ating liga na patuloy pa rin sinusubaybayan ng mga Pilipino, narito ang ating mga manlalaro na ilang beses nang nakuha ang kampyonato. Look at Carl TZ and JP. Humihiling pa rin na makakuha ng pang-anim.
Hindi pa talaga tapos to para kay Carlito, no? Kaya nga sinasabi natin na ipagpapatuloy niya na ipagpapatuloy. Siguro kahit mga 50 anyos na mag-ML pa to eh.
Oo. Alam mo, ang daan yung cabinet niyan, feeling ko punong-puno na ng trophy. Kanina nakita natin na showcase sa video, nakakalat na yung trophy sa paligid ni Carl TZ.
I love what he said too at the end there, for the international viewers too. I know they also had the same reaction. In the strongest region, he claims he is the strongest.
And of course, for the first day of the playoffs of the strongest, toughest, most difficult, brutal region in the global MLBB ecosystem, as we mentioned it's 2 world champions facing off against each other in the opening match of the playoffs. You can literally only say that in the Philippines.
And I hope you guys are ready because given it's a holiday today, nobody went to the office, you have to strap in for a long day.
Yes.
Tonight, possibly the best of 5 you'll see ever, wherein the last one goes up against the plot twist. I think that's the one that'll go the distance.
When we look at both of these series na mapapanood natin ngayong araw na to, parang nakakalungkot na tanggapin na may dalawang team na kailangan ng umuwi pagkatapos ng araw na ito. This is just the play-ins para sa lahat. And for ONIC and Aurora na mapapanood po natin sa pinakauna nating serye, ay dalawa na nakatikim na ng World Championship. Parehas gustong makarating ng Paris, pero mahaba ang actually kalsada na tatahakin nila patungo sa gusto nilang makuhang goal.
Yeah, totoo yan. Lalo na ngayon na ang dami kasing doubters din ng Aurora Gaming. At ang ONIC Philippines naman, napunta siya dun sa footing na parang sakto lang eh.
Yeah.
Diba? Hindi sila yung pinakamalakas, hindi rin sila yung pinakamahina.
Yeah.
Nandun pa lang sila sa gitna eh.
Tama kayo, nandun yung doubt, nandun din yung pressure. Kasi nga, being world champions at their own rights, mind you, M6 and M7. Tama si Renmar, dito mo lang pwede sabihin yan sa MPL Philippines. Maglalaglag ka ng isang kampiyon. And for Aurora, ang laki ng task na galing ang World Championship, kailangan mong pumalag, kailangan mong kunin yung unang local title mo for your franchise. But that's also very true for ONIC Philippines. Savero is a living pressure.
He is. He claimed it himself, week 1 or 2, when he said, I'm the pressure, when everyone was asking him how he felt about being in the gold lane and being the only import here in the MPL Philippines. And he's had a phenomenal run throughout the regular season. I'd love to see him continue on alongside the Super Fam if they can get through today.
A dozen heroes,
a dozen.
A play style that you can only see here in the Philippines. Hindi siya ganito sa Indo eh. I saw him when he was new. I saw him in his debut, what was that, early 2025 Snapdragon Pro Series. Iba siya, going up against Kelra, the gold standard. He's learned a lot in his time in MPLPH.
Yeah, there are Filipino gold laners admitting just how surprised they are with how good Savero is in the laning phase. He is going out for blood every time you go up against him. In the gold lane, he will hunt for that kill.
And looking at the hardships of a champion, parehas kang nakakuha na ng kampyonato, parehas na kupunan na ito. And when we look at the stats, ay talagang nakikita natin na nagsa-struggle talaga ang mga teams matapos sila makuha yung mga malalaking championships na nakamit ng dalawang ito.
Yeah, and I would like to quote all the past champions, all the coaches na nag-spearhead na ng international campaign ng mga teams natin. It's easy winning the championship, but it's so damn hard to be a champion.
Yeah, because we heard it in a lot of the videos we got to share with the teams, especially Aurora, you know, and what the other players thought about Aurora, how after winning a world championship, like what was the drastic change that they went through during Season 17 where they struggled so much? And I feel like even at the end of the last week of the regular season, you saw the sigh of relief, not just from the players, but also the huge fan base that they have to get to this point. So what does that break, a week and a half, bring now for Aurora?
Yeah, it's not even a meta shift. It's a mindset shift. Aurora has admitted it feels like all of the teams watched our M7 campaign and said, all right, good luck coming back home. Thank you for winning another world championship for the Philippines, but you're not going to be able to win one here because we're going to make it tough for you. And I love how we're featuring these two. We talked about Severo. Dom and Kite, I'm excited to see how he's going to deliver against the pressure.
I am guilty for being one of those naysayers. Madalas ko nababanggit sa videos ko kasi nga nababanggit naman sa community. Hot takes, they say, Dom and Kite can't carry. But today, maybe he can, maybe he should. Because after this, makalampas ng play-ins, 2 lives in the playoffs.
At sobrang importante nun for Aurora and both ONIC. Honestly, dahil ito rin ang pinakaunang season ni Severo dito sa MPL Philippines. The first active import na makikita natin bilang gold laner na malaki din ang role na pinalitan. Again, this was the replacement for Kelra, the gold standard. And now, between these two gold laners, ay makikita natin mamaya kung sino nga ba yung mas makakabuhat dahil isang chance lang ang meron sila. Bisitahin natin itong hot take ni Midnight. Prepare ka na ng depensa mo.
Picture ko na naman!
Kamusta pare? Sabi mo dito sa dalawang Filipino World Champions na ito, ang best performance ay galing sa isang Indonesian.
Yes. Actually, galing to sa isang mabuting kaibigan natin. Inatawag siya sa Bossing M.
Ayan.
Okay?
Bossing M.
I would like to agree kasi in a world na kung saan yung buong Pilipinas sinasabi na ang laki ng pressure na mag-perform dito sa MPL Philippines, especially replacing the gold standard that is Kelra, sabi ni Severo, paliktarin natin yung script. Ako magpa-perform, kayo humabol sa akin. And we've seen that throughout the regular season. Mind you, ONIC Philippines, there were a couple of times we've seen them struggle, even King Kong, even Super Prince. Severo, all throughout regular season, stable for performance. Dare I say, even outperforming the local gold laners.
Halfway through the season, baka hot take pa to. Pero ngayon sa playoffs, feeling ko, ang tanong na lang is, totoo bang experiment yung pagiging import ni Severo? Parang planado.
Well, bago pa uminit ang diskusyon natin dito mas lalo, ay palamigin muna natin ating mga sarili. Pumunta tayo sa ating on-ground panel.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. This is Hans Galeria together with Wolf at kami ang inyong magiging on-ground panel para sa araw na ito. In fact, our casters already talked about a bunch of different things sa kung paano ba mananalo and what were some of the hot takes that even Midnight has mentioned kanina lamang.
Nakaramdam nga tayo ng init ngayon because of those statements. But what we do know is this is going to be a very tight match. Kaya naman, ang dalawang teams natin kailangan talagang mag-focus. They also have to start with the draft. Isa sa mga na-notice ko, Hans, na dalawang teams na ito, kapag nagkamali sila sa mga priority heroes sa kanilang draft pattern, biglang nahihirapan na silang makahanap pa ng mga additional na panalo dun sa mismong game. Parang dun sila nalulugi, hindi dun sa draft mismo, dun sa order of picks na meron sila. And also, when you're looking at ONIC, Philippines naman, nung gawin up against Team Aurora, ang kailangan nila gawin ay manage yung mapa. At ipuwersa nila maging greedy yung side laners ng Aurora. Kasi naman, pag ang Aurora ay masyadong greedy, parang nawawalan sila ng control sa mapa. And with ONIC Philippines, lalo na pag may mga Harley sila kay King Kong, nagagawa nilang i-punish yung mga greedy lineups ng kanilang kalaban at mas nananalo sila doon sa mapa. And lastly, dito para sa Aurora, kailangan nilang kontrahin yung King Kong's Gambit. It's not the King's Gambit anymore, it's not the Orange Gambit anymore, it's King Kong's Gambit. Yung early game ang kailangan bantayan ng Aurora. Their jungle has to be secure. If not, nako po, ONIC Philippines can take over.
I mean, dude, these are some very important games that we have to talk about. Maraming salamat para sa iyong real cooling tactics brought to us by Infinix Wolf. Maya-maya lamang, kasi in just a bit, we're actually going to be looking at one of our super fans na nandito kasama natin. VIP access together with everybody else. Hello guys, good afternoon. And of course, one of our super fans actually volunteered to be here with us today. So pakilala ka naman para sa ating MPL super fans.
My name is Patrick Rebato.
Right, Patrick, you've talked and kita naman sa uniform mo na supporter ka talaga ng ONIC Philippines and they're walking right behind you sa panahong ito. Malaki ang tiwala mo para sa kupunang ito. Ano bang pinagkaiba ng ONIC PH this season compared to the last?
Ang pinagkaiba ng last season is mas maganda yung chemistry nila ngayon kaysa dati. Siguro, nung regular season lang is nahihirapan sila dahil sa import nila kay Sabero. Pero habang tumatagal, nakakasabay na sa laro na.
And, hey, you know, I completely understand what you said, Patrick. Kasi nung una, medyo maraming doubters si Sabero, di ba? But later on, he's starting to make doubters into believers and I hope you continue to enjoy. Makakaupo ka na, Patrick. And of course, to our VIP super fans na nandito mismo sa San Juan Arena. Tickets, I think, are still available. So if you guys would want to go for that, you can take it at the official website of MPL Philippines. Pero na-mention mo kanina, Wolf, something that is quite similar para manalo itong dalawang teams na to ay yung draft pattern. What are some of the things na pwede nating pagtuunan ng pansin before the start of the draft?
Late-to-late matchup, yung gold laner na hindi pwedeng malugi. Pero parang nung dumaan yung mga coaches dito kanina, parang may na-feel ako kay. Parang gusto ko itapon yung mga sinabi ko mga kiss nila kanina. Kasi parang iba eh. But what we do know is magkakaroon ng magandang draft battle dito when it starts. And I'm excited to see kung ano yung baon ng dalawang teams na to.
Wolf, you've talked about baon. And in fact, it's 2 weeks na halos hindi natin nakita itong dalawang teams na ito. In fact, all 6 of them. First things first, Aurora versus ONIC. How essential are those 2 weeks? Magiging malaki ba talaga yung changes na makikita natin in your perspective as a coach?
These two teams ay mga klase ng teams na hindi tatamad-tamad. Alam mo yan, Hans, parang willing sila na maglaro ng only games all throughout those 2 weeks. And I'm sure na yung mga coaches din nila ay sobrang naghanda for this one. Tingin ko nga, baka makakita tayo ng mga kakaibang mga picks na mga pocket strategies in this particular matchup, lalo na best of 5 na yun.
Yup, and nabanggit din ng ating mga casters kani-kanina lamang that this is the M6 World Champions facing off against the M7 World Champions. Kaya siguro sa ngayon, isa na lang ang natitirang tanong na nasa aking isipan. San Juan Arena, handa na ba para sa unang laban ng araw na to? I think we're gonna have to split it out. Nasaan ang Super Fam Sonics? I love the spirit. Nasa naman ang mga liwanag ng Aurora? It's Aurora Gaming Philippines against Sonic Philippines. It's been Wolf and Hans. Teams, time to shine.
ONIC time, ONIC time, ONIC time, ONIC time, ONIC, 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 ONIC,
A sweep in the first leg, a clinic in the next. They own this international rivalry. All doubts put to rest.
Bila ONIC pengagendali jangan semua harap dapat gas.
Dari coba you will let me. Sekali listen to God on mercy. Baby jangan lupa nyantel.
Leading the super fam is the Aura Farmer, the Sigma Jungler, looking to prove that no celebrity can shine brighter. This is King Kong, and this is ONIC Philippines.
ONIC time, ONIC time, ONIC time.
Aurora, shining for the place we came from. Carry every heartbeat like a war drum. Forward, never bow, never run. Homeland in our veins till the lights go numb.
They crawled through the dark, and they found the lights within. The regular season is in the past. Another conquest begins.
Flame we march lifelong.
Anchoring the Northern Lights, the 2-time and world champion, 3-time MPL PH champion, making his 12th playoff appearance, RORA's. Make some noise for Edward and Aurora Gaming Philippines!
We move as one, unbroken in the fight. Raise the flag at the sky, remember.
To ensure the integrity of the game, please welcome our marshals, Miko, Chico, Joshua G, and Luis. Our head referee is the Job Master, Sen. Our head coaches on the stage, Coach Hayes and Coach Master the Basics. Only one will earn the right to face the Falcons. This is the ultimate international rivalry. San Juan Arena,
Palag Na To!
History was made here in San Juan Arena years ago. Both these teams have made history themselves, but only one can move forward. Let's start with ONIC Philippines.
To answer the question, if whether or not bringing Sabero in was an experiment, I'd say no. They had so much time and they really prepared for the pressure for Clayton to come in and to take care of business. I can't believe how much easier his season was compared to Dominicite and Aurora.
Yeah, on one side you're going up against a player who called himself the Pressure. On the other side, they have the weight of the world, the crown on their shoulders. The reigning world champs of MLBB could be eliminated today in the very first day of the MPLPH Season 17 playoffs, which is why I'm looking forward to seeing how did Coach MTV, how did Coach Dexstar, and the entire team get their ish together to get back to that top-class World Championship form.
You know what? I don't even think it's about the stats.
Yeah.
Many a time in the interviews, Coach Dexstar, Coach Master the Basics, they mentioned that we prepare, we play the same way, but might be actually a mindset thing. They gotta be hungrier, they gotta make it like barracudas.
Yeah, that's why I was saying, man, you know, bring out the teeth if you need to. It's just like that. Let's listen in on a Smart 5G ping test on how they're preparing. Are they bringing out the teeth or not?
Why you get my red? Uy, ulots! Ulots! Guys, magaling ako, promise. Okay na. GG na. Ikaw na, Jet.
Why is bro barking laser? Ano daw ang naging preparation natin ngayon dito sa paparating na playoffs? Masasabi kong nasa full condition kami. Kailangan na lang galingan, kailangan na lang lupitan. Mas intense, tapos more crowd, more excitement, more hype, tapos mas malamig. Anong palag namin? Galingan nyo kasi gagalingan namin. Ano ba palag natin, boy? Kirk, wala daw, malakas daw si Prince. Prince, ano daw palag mo kayo eh? Alam mo na yan? Alam ko na yan. So secret na lang guys. Sensya na ha. Yung nagpa-raid kanina, yung mga karoras natin dyan, thank you sa full support guys. Mula week 1 hanggang ngayon. Thank you so much guys sa effort. Sa venue, ano masabi ko sa venue? Sobrang laki. Ang daming pwedeng makanood. So, enjoy dito guys sa Phil Oil San Juan. Dami tao pre. Puno. Home of the champions. Champions, sorry.
And there we go. That's our Smart 5G ping test. Once again, the international rivalry here. Some shared words between the two. That's a new player, by the way, the opening scene. New player, Janine.
Who's she playing for?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Playing for all of us, really. I'm a huge fan.
She actually did. She played for all of us.
That was terrific opening, but of course, Janine, I would like to call her
Janine Bardon.
But it is Janine Bardon, of course. I like to call you anthem. I have to side here with Wolf Japan, thinking that this is really going to be a draft battle. Mainly because for Aurora, the thing that we've been talking about for the longest time is that you know what's coming.
Yeah.
They, as you mentioned earlier, they love to play the same way. They also love to draft the same way. There needs to be evolution. It can't just be play their game. It needs to be play their game, but with what new way to deal with it and what new way to execute. Because teams have had them read all season long.
Yep, they have. Let's take a read here on ONIC Philippines' playoff appearance. 100%. This is their 14th. We've never gone to playoffs without the organization ONIC competing within it, and these are, Savero's obviously first time in the MPL Philippines. What a route he's had to this point. I think he's been a big cornerstone of why they ended up here too, because things seemed a little shaky in the early weeks of the season, but then, again, having a big question mark on how is Savero going to perform, the shoes that he wants to fill or make his own, if you will, and he's done it. They can continue on here against Aurora Gaming Philippines.
Both teams actually have a very impressive playoffs appearance record. And that's just as franchises, but on an individual level, you see some of them miss out. Light in his time with RSG and TNC, and for Dominicite, his time with Minana Evos.
Yeah.
Demonkite and Edward, of course. Well, Demonkite perfect on the attendance. You as well, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Edward, of course.
That one time with Blacklist.
Yeah, there's been 17 seasons of MPLPH. He's played for 13. He's shown up in 12. So we're going to head into the draft. Broken walls for the very first one. And this is a great tempo setter. This means ONIC are looking to play their gambits. They're looking to play their plays of taking away green camps from Demonkite.
And for those who don't remember what we mean by King Kong's Gambit, it's basically them attacking the orange. It's an early vertical jungling pattern. It's replaced the Sigma pattern.
Replace the Sigma pattern. Remind me too, because we've spent the whole regular season going in best of threes. For our viewers out there too, now that we're in a best of 5 territory, as we are about to jump in the draft here in just a couple seconds, we have to think about also the different maps that can come through here. By the way, broken walls for the first one. Boom! We've got some new effects. That looks pretty cool. Broken walls. Can't wait to see all of them. But yeah, so how does it work in a best of 5 again? We got the side
choice,
random.
What's left, and then I think it resets at the 5th.
Yeah.
Okay.
The 5th is an open random pool. Yeah.
All right.
So choice, and then exactly what Leo said.
Okay. All right. Well, jumping into this one, Ben's coming through already. We got ONIC on this blue. They're going to take out the Phobius, the Hilda. Over on the RORA side, they'll take out Fanny. Freya.
Yeah.
Priorities. Are they actually going to ban out the Kalea?
Wow.
We're still thinking what Harley for blue side priority. Dushin Harley.
I think more so ONIC would want to consider taking away the Juicing, because if ONIC want to funnel Aurora into a little bit more of a predictable graph, then that means they're thinking about Juicing, and they're hoping that Kimmy falls on the hands of Aurora. They're also okay with Yue getting the Valentina, not the most stellar record for him on that hero this season. But with the ban of the Phobius, ONIC might actually do something surprising. If it's not going to be a Harley rush, it could also be a Valentina rush out of nowhere. Considering that Aurora love to pick up heroes in the EXP and Rome that have a lot of big ticket ultimates. So if it's not going to be the typical Harley, it could be a surprise Valentina first. Or they could just go for the Juice and Cryo on the Super Friends. He is 4-1 on that this season. They go for the Marcel, which is open, which is interesting. Not a lot of teams would want to pick up the Marcel with the Valentina open, but times have been somewhat shifting, and we've been seeing it as well in global MLBB. RORA might go ahead and pick up the Valentina here, but this almost 100% secures a Harith pickup for ONIC, and they're expecting that it's going to be Claude plus a jungler or Claude plus Valentina here at red 1 and 2.
The Marcel coming through is interesting, but it's going to be Guinevere Val. This is not what we were expecting. Was the time away, the week and a half or almost 2 weeks, changing thing this much for how you can read the draft Aurora. This is what we talked about. A lot of teams have been watching them. Well, maybe this is the shakeup they needed in game 1.
This was not in whatever draft prediction algorithm anyone has ever programmed. Given that Guinevere is more of a dangerous grass kind of map, or flying clouds kind of map hero, this showing up here, this shows that Aurora are proactive. This is definitely something that they conjured up in the past week and a half.
Early on in the season, I think ONIC picked up a Harley up against his Guinevere and then just out-rotated it. It's going to be dependent on what they also pick up in the EXP lane. They do pick up the Harley, and of course, the pick that came out late in the season, very good for Super Friends. They get the Gourd. Folks, 100%, it's undeniable. Gourd is meta. 5-1 for ONIC in the season so far.
Okay, I like it. I'm glad. Yeah, you know, I've been pretty vocal that I'm just glad that he's been really like meta now. But it's also just paired up really well with the Harley, right? So you've got the Harley, got the Gourd. That's probably the most winningest combo they have.
Do you bum rush the Sora? Because that's what ruined the Gourd lineup.
Yeah, you might want to take it now before it gets banned out.
It's good. It can be proactive. Oh, but they go ahead and pick up the Khalid. They want a wider pool for the EXP. They can still set up an Arlot for the Guinevere later.
Okay.
They have choices.
So they got a Khalid. First phase is done. We've got to pick some brains over there of Hans and Wolf. What do you guys think about this?
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. As of the moment, we're looking at something quite different, Wolf. Kasi yung Suyu, or maybe even the Harley is there, pero hindi siya picked up as much. May nagbago ba over these 2 weeks?
I don't think so. Parang naka-feel ko lang dito para sa Aurora. Mas na-feel nila yung strike nila with semi-fighter na junglers. Parang hindi na full assassins para kay DK. Going in for the Guinevere. Whereas ito namang ONIC, sticking to their style. Yung Gourd, pati yung Harley na sobrang comfort hero sila yung kinuha nila dito.
Now we're looking at Aurora being the next to pick first in the second phase. They're still missing an Edward and a Dominkite hero. What are some of the possibilities that that you're looking forward to here?
Tingin ko yung mga mapupunta dito kay Doming, yung mga malakas mag-control ng river like yung Claude, the Moskov, at yun yung first pick nila, last pick nilang hero. Coming out from Edward, maybe even a Benedetta, eventually makita natin, or a Lapu-Lapu. Sa ONIC naman, nararamdaman ko dito yung classic setup heroes ni Brusco, yung mga Cho. I think we will see that, and then the Clint naman para kay Savero.
It's classic for ONIC, a little bit different for Aurora. That's it for us here at On Ground. What's up with the casters there?
All right, thank you, Hans and Wolf. Some insights there. They mentioned the Cho of Brusco?
I was thinking that maybe Wolf was speaking about Kirk surprising with a EXP Cho.
Like a swerve.
Like a swerve, yeah. That applies a lot of pressure. Again, that's why Aurora were thinking about picking up the Khalid. Because if ONIC end up with a pick that rotate out of the EXP lane fast, Khalid and even a Hilda is one of the few heroes that can actually deal with it. As expected or not, ONIC will take away one of the best options that Aurora could pair with right now in the R-Lot. We still have Clues on the board. Uranus is a fantastic ban as well. Low on the draft predict. But then again, you get a hero that can mess up a lot of the macros and the presence if Uranus was given to ONIC, so you take it out. Number one in the draft predict ONIC ban is actually a Sora, and I think we are on that boat. You gotta take out the Sora of your ONIC.
Because again, Aurora didn't rush it in red 3. They're giving you the option to ban it out. That or how is the Zhong not showing up? Because that also would ruin ONIC's lineup. That combo wombo.
Yeah, combo wombo, petrify.
Maybe that's something on the mind of ONIC. That's why they're taking their sweet time with this ban. Oh, they are expecting a surprise Paquito pickup here.
Newly buffed.
For Aurora, is that a smile of, hey, you just took away our surprise, or a smile of you guys are overthinking?
I can tell it's been a long week for Aurora. You see Edward with a little bit of stubble.
Yeah.
They've been in the trenches, man, practicing for the playoffs here.
I would too. If I was in their place, if I had that rough of a 2 months, I would too.
This is probably one of the best things they can do too. Get that gold lane locked in for Dominkite. They give him the Claude.
Naria Harris, it's a Claude.
Yeah. I think Aurora know that ONIC would be too greedy if they go ahead and pick up something like a Harith right now. That's too much magic. They'd want to go physical if they're in the gold lane. Either go back to the YSS of Savero
or the Moskov.
Yeah. You can even go surprise with the Clint. Despite all of that dive, you have space creators for you. You can pair that Gord and the Clint together. You don't really need to match mobility per mobility, but you definitely can. In terms of the EXP for Kirk, again, something that can get out of lane quick. You can't pick up the Sora right now. I think you already see the Valentina. There's a chance to swerve. Lapu, Alice are going to be really good.
Ooh.
Oh, they go for the Bruno. Okay. They get the glue, so Bruno counters Claude in lane.
Ole.
While glue is just the tempo breaker that ONIC PH needed a little bit more of in their team fight.
Glue's enough to like be a distraction too in that front line. Go ahead and soak up if they need to. But also the Bruno tends to be what we've talked about a lot, being that counter pick into the Claude. We saw that work wonders in the regular season for the teams that decided to go for it. So they have a ton of damage for ONIC, and oh, there's the answer, Edward. He's gonna pull out the Benedetta.
Prior, it was vintage Vinuya. But now we're going old school Mr. Consistent.
Yes, sir, we are. Superfans scan the QR code and predict the match winner correctly for a chance to win 1,000 MLBB Diamonds. This one is a heated way to start this best of 5.
If you want to go a little bit more PH theme with that, you have vintage Vinuya. This is dating Dapadap. Old Dapadap, bro.
Dating Dapadap.
Yes, sir.
Hey, that works. Let's take a look here one more time at the lineups. Again, we got our draft index here, but this is, what a way to start this.
You know what, just to throw out to our global community, I spent the past weekend casting MSL Thailand.
Yep.
Aurora's draft looks very much like a KOG draft.
A KOG draft.
MSL newly crowned champions.
Yes, sir. Hey, we've seen similar things even in MCT East Asia, man. So I've liked that we get to see all this on the global level, but now let's focus in on this as we jump into the Land of Dawn in our battle, the international rivalry, the last one we'll see of Season 17.
Day one already feels like a grand finals. Of course, Super Friends would want to pull yourself together as the Gord needs faster access to that flicker. Aggressive trades in the mid as expected. The Khalid and Valentina together. Mid prio gonna determine a lot of the early wins. River control, very important for these two. Now with Glue going to ONIC, they have a slightly slower lineup. That's why RORA's invading.
Oh, forcing a flicker out of Brusco. And ONIC Philippines are on the receiving end of an orange gambit themselves.
That projectile saved a life right there. That little stun kept them alive, but good thing. But they're showing aggression here in the early game already.
Who is this team? What a jump by Light and Demon Kite. They draw first blood.
He just paid for it.
A lot of growth by Aurora here. They know their Benedetta is faster than this glue. Again, that's why they invaded Orange, and they continue to invade.
Brusco running through 3, stopping the invasion, but Demon Kite wants it. He's hungry. Do you want it? Do you want it? And he gets it. And they jump him. King Kong punishes the celebrity, and Light eats up one. Oh, fair enough. King Kong actually secured without a retribution.
Yeah, he secured his own purple buff. He went in there with the space escape. Demon Kite falls. So ONIC get to defend the aggression of RORA early. They lost their orange, but in the long run, ONIC actually won that long sequence.
Yeah, it's Aurora doing things differently.
It's not how you start, it's how you end.
Yes.
And that early sequence, as Remar said, goes to the super fam. First turtle, though. Who's going to take it?
First turtle being up here. Both teams have some crucial level 4s. That was Yu had taken the Mystic Gush, so he's got that for this fight. They're going to go ahead and start this turtle up, but Brusco will hold it here.
ONIC can't rush it right now. Brusco doesn't have Golden Hour. Light not yet level 4 just yet. Kirk does have his mount if he wants it.
Get half health on the turtle. They're going to go for this.
Holding it. They take Light down. Getting the mount and everything thrown at him. King Kong looking for that angle, but DK will secure. Turtle 1 goes to the Northern Lights.
Worthy sacrifice by Light. I'm sure he just wanted to get vision, but with him going down and ONIC committing a lot of their abilities. Wait!
Dominic Kite up top! He's feeling himself, forcing Savero back.
Multiple times in the season, Savero has had Dominic Kite's number in the gold lane with their little duels, but with the very first big trade, it's Dominic Kite who goes out on top.
But for longtime fans of Dominic Del Mundo, aka Dominic Kite, they know that the strength of this jungler is, this gold laner is in the laning phase.
Yeah.
So if there's any time Dominic Kite will win against Savero, it's in the first 5 minutes.
It's going to be a great series just already with these first 3 minutes of game 1. They have some time to go ahead and settle in, and now with a heck of a start for Aurora being on the more aggressive side, that could be enough to go ahead and start to set things in their favor. But one thing they do have to go ahead and take note of is, again, King Kong, despite all the pressure, it's pretty much fine. And that's going to be the case with a Harley like this. So and I'm wondering, where do they find these little openings? Where do they find these little windows of opportunity for them? Also, because you have Brusco on the Marcel, so when you think you want to start with tempo, Marcel can be enough to kind of stop that from happening.
Yeah, so Aurora have information that Savero is close to a minute away from getting his flicker back. He's at 50 and counting, less than. And so that's why Aurora would commit a rotation from Light to go Gold Crab so that Dominic Kite would be able to take it. Because they know that Savero cannot play risky and try to take it away. There's a cut by Demon Kite behind Savero.
Does Savero know the pressure? Ill intent from the Northern Lights. 4 now. Dominic Kite with a blazing duet. And here comes the save. Golden Hour. Stolen. Gosh, where does it go? And it seems like they flubbed it. The jump, the flicker, the dive. Savero lives.
Oh my God, Light. He's going to be the one to get punished. What a counter play from ONIC.
They went too deep. They went too deep.
Brusco with the save. Aurora trying to take a page from ONIC's book with all this aggression, but it takes just a nice little platinum snap to snap Aurora out of their comfort.
Oh man, that's exactly what I was saying. You want to set the tempo. Well, there's a Marcel across from you, and you saw how much value a perfectly timed golden hour can give to your team. And look at this, though. There is going to be a bit of a trade. Edward will grab some extra gold off that bottom side.
They want to do it again. Dominic Kite, BMI through. Brusco again to the rescue, forcing a defensive Rampaging Sandstorm. My lord, the long con by ONIC. When everyone thought they were experimenting with an import, here they were using him as bait. Oh! Gosh, on the Light, he might fall once more. Bulls in his face. Savero can't finish the job.
Aurora will be able to get away, but ONIC, this is why they like the glue. It loses in the big overall rotations compared to the Benedetta, but when it comes to the fighting, it's kind of awkward for the Gwyn, kind of awkward for the Claude, even for the Benedetta, because of all that tempo breaking. And that's just the Marcel we've seen most of it. We haven't seen Kirk for a lot of these big sequences. When it gets to that, Aurora might have some difficulty.
Yeah, they're already having a little bit of difficulty in trying to deal with focusing on Severo because Brusco's just been so well protecting him and staying on that side of the map if he has to, and that's one of the benefits of being able to travel fast as well.
Again, that's just the Marcel.
Oh, another one! Demon Kite barely gets away by the skin of his teeth.
Okay, he stays alive. Surprised at how many beams we're seeing not convert into kills, but they are knocking down turrets. That's what they're going for.
Hey, technical knockouts are still knockouts.
Yeah, that's
it
true.
leads to Demon Kite not being present. And the only real place that RORA can breathe is where Edward is.
Yeah. He has to open up the map here. That allows a few more avenues for Aurora. But until Aurora gets the tower in mid, all the side lane pushes might not be that beneficial to them. ONIC handle the long lanes and far lanes very well. They have had fantastic macro this season, and they're willing to give it up if they know they get a big objective. If they know they get Turtle 3, if they know they get Lord 1.
Yeah, this Turtle's going to be up. Last one of the game here, pulled through. Edward's going to join this one. It looks like after he clears mid. He's got a Blade of Hepsies too, so depending on where he puts his Petrify, like the final blow, he's going to be pumping out damage.
And there they come. Golden Hour stopping the action. And a stolen one by Yue. The fight has broken out all the way back. And Bruce Defoe, Requiem by Demon Kite finding Kirk. And this has split up the Super Fam. And just like that, RORA gather back. And King Kong running away. Yue, Golden Down goes King Kong. They go for the turtle. RORA scores the final one.
Terrific counter by Aurora. ONIC tried to salvage that by sending Severo and Super Prince in the mid, but since Edward was there, they couldn't cover. I was a little bit wary of that fight for ONIC heading into that, because Kirk was in the mid trying to clear lane. It seems like they weren't talking with each other. If Brusco and Kirk were a little bit more connected and you had the glue messing up the backline of RORA, it wouldn't have gone that way. Since the glue was slightly out of position and out of time, ONIC just got run over by RORA. Great golden hour as well by Yue.
Benefit of the doubt. I myself am an advocate of Kirk. Maybe he was playing man-to-man defense with Edward. Maybe that was the wrong call. Maybe you shouldn't have done that.
Yeah, because Edward's going to be hard to man-to-man defense against, you know, just because of how much he can maneuver around the fight.
Best case scenario, what do you get? You mount the Benedetta?
Yeah.
And then what?
The Benedetta takes you for a ride away from your team.
Yeah, RORA gets to do whatever they want anyways.
Yeah.
I know ONIC were thinking about the chance of RORA getting a big team fight win and then getting their tower pushed in mid. But at that point, with Super Prince and Severo able to get away from that, they were all right.
Oh, look at the damage being burnt down onto Severo. ONIC, just like that, suddenly struggled to play proactively against Aurora. They're up 2,000 gold. Dominic getting this push up top, and the map suddenly turns red.
Oh, he got an easy push on that tier 2 top turret. Dominkite bringing that down, and you know, you're thinking here for ONIC.
Oh, Requiem, beautiful catch. This is defensive use of the Golden Hour. The answer as well, stopping them from pushing forward. Light, barely alive, gets taken down by a rolled projection coming from Prince.
The Worldie came out in time as well. Super Prince, his first initial Mystic Gush was actually diminished by Yue, but the Golden Hour by Brusco to follow up after Yue's Golden Hour is what put RORA in a better spot for ONIC to at least get a kill onto Light. River control and mid control still for ONIC heading into Lord 1. Edward will push the side lanes while ONIC will have to manage that one up top. In terms of the gold, big lead for Dominkite compared to Severo. But Severo isn't that poor in terms of the resources. He's getting his items on the way to a Malefic Gun.
Yeah, he's got that. Not only that, but he's also got a situation where, you know, he's got his 2 items. They're going to have to fight for this Lord here. It's at half health on this point. It looks like they're blitzing it.
Yeah, because Brusco has no Golden Hour. Super Fam, respond. Aurora jumping in. Dominkite with the blazing duet. And the Golden Hour stopping it all. And they do find the Lord. Dominkite was working hard on it. Mr. Consistent finds one. Down goes the pressure. And they get Kirk. Kirk very low. Kirk surviving, but just barely. As Aurora take everything.
Requiem knockup just in time by RORA. And ONIC, since they picked up the Marcel and gave away the Valentina, the snapshots, the golden hours have been better for RORA.
Yep, they've been really great. Yue as well, deciding on what ultimates to take here. He's been so good and efficient on the ultimate choice, but even just utilizing the Terrify that comes with this with the Valentina, man. I mean, there's so many ways for RORA to go ahead and play around these team fights, and that's what's happening here. So this Lord is up. They're going to go ahead and try to push into the base, get some of these shields down, and then potentially the health of the turrets. Tier 2 in the mid will fall up to this point. Lord being worked on very quickly by Severo. He clears that out, but the mid shield will fall.
Bottom lane, Edward has Severo taking so much damage. Blasting him. Yue from range. Super Prince defensive use of the gush, pushing back the Northern Lights. Aurora are just all over them. Bottom lane taken down. All work from Edward.
Well, this is why we were posing the possibility of a surprise Valentina pick first for ONIC, but they were willing to give the golden hour to Aurora, and they've made the most out of it. Even better because they have the utility jungler.
And now Brusco forcing out a Requiem from Demon Kite. Will not stop the rest of the waves though. Golden hour will at least keep that inhibitor alive. ONIC are just keeping their heads barely above water.
Yep, flicker used as well by Dominkite, but so far Aurora in the driver's seat throughout this one for the past few minutes. You got to start to see what ONIC can do here. Can they actually utilize this Bruno pick? You saw how fast he got blasted though, and that's a problem because when you don't have that range and it's that hard to get into a fight, again, you don't have that many escapes to get away. That's why he does get the Malefic gun. He's got a little bit more range to work with. But man, the positioning on Severo, if we talked about his mechanics, his micro skills throughout the season, this game one is a true test for them.
Yeah, Dominkite, of course, in that last few big team fights ago. Beautiful entry with a blazing duet. Has had a better time farming compared to Severo. So far, the gold per minute for Severo is just floating around 580. Dominkite is at 710 plus. It's been a much better time for this Claude in terms of getting the resources. And it wasn't just because Aurora were also getting big wins as a team. Gotta acknowledge, Dominkite beat Severo in lane for this game number 1.
Yeah, even looking at this, Flight providing so much information throughout this game. That's again why the Khalid is such a big top priority pick in the roam right now. Not only that, but you know, even if you take a couple shots, you can just heal back up. And so they kind of just take some time, wait for this Lord coming up in a couple seconds here, taking a last look at the items. ONIC, if they want to, they can try to contest into this, but will they just get decimated through a team fight?
Likely yes. It hurts that they don't have an actual peel. Their lineup doesn't revel in, you know, free hits from Prince, free hits from Severo. They have to get crafty with it. And Aurora, look at Edward. He's built 3 swords plus the wings.
And this is why the Benedetta pick was really good. If this was a different EXP laner,
be different.
Kirk would be much happier here. But the Benedetta changes the big picture of team fights for ONIC. Again, they have a utility jungler, they have a Khalid, they have their own golden hour.
Oh, they see that King Kong's down on the bottom side. They're going to blitz this Lord. ONIC might have just decided, you know what, let's just give it up for that Lord secured here for Aurora. They're better off defending in their base, it looks like. And that could just be the case here for ONIC. If they really want to get this game under control, get it back in their favor, they've got to have a miracle defense. And that can happen, honestly, with a Marcel on your side too. That can actually happen. Marcel, Gord can clear these waves pretty well. So this might not be a game-winning Lord push just yet for Aurora, despite being up this much.
Playing the map, the pressure. I think Aurora, they can get the base balled here for ONIC. Take away all the base turrets, throw bodies. Dominkite has to survive though. Edward as well. Maybe Edward could be one of your sacrifices, but Dominkite needs to survive this push.
Yep, Lord's gonna push in and take down that mid turret while they focus here on this bottom side. Oh, Edward. Oh, light.
Looking for it. The deep cut by Mr. Consistent. Golden hour. Stopping the exit, but really not much there. Another one helping delay the gush. Going through a lot of members of Aurora, but Kirk is fallen. Light picks him off. King Kong goes for the trade. And I think Aurora are happy with a 2-lane push, but it looks like top lane and bottom lane will get taken care of too, just mid falls.
Yeah, as I was saying, part of the key to this defense is that Gord and the Marcel. We'll see if they still hold on to the turrets. It looks like Aurora
pulls the trigger, but I think they know that this is a little too fishy.
Yeah. That was actually a smart play by Dominkite. I think his condition there was the moment he saw that Deadly Magic was used on the Valentina. That's why he decided to BMI in, because he knows he can afford to be a little bit aggressive and survive, because nothing's going to delete him instantly. He has his own way to lifesteal and spell vamp as well through the Claudes, the basic attacks, the blazing duets. So that was just a smart little decision and gave Aurora the space to actually get away from that.
Yep, and looking at the itemization here too, I think Kirk, big factor. Wait, conceal is used. Light's just pushing Brusco out, but I want to control this side of the map. Again, defensively, just needs a little bit more to be beefier. But even then, if Kirk has the items and he's like beefy enough to withstand a lot of that front-loaded damage, the problem is still keeping tabs on Edward, keeping tabs on what UA decides to do, and even Domenkite. So ONIC has so many boxes that they need to check to win ultimately a team fight that turns it around in their favor.
You know that the Northern Lights are feeling it because they're starting to hunt.
Yeah.
They're looking for these brushes and flushing out rogue members of the Super Fam, which makes sense because look, they're protecting Savero like it's the first 2 minutes again.
Yeah, they have to, man. He is the key here for them to eventually... Again, it's pretty easy for ONIC to pick off 1 or 2 members, but to entirely win a team fight, that's where the work is going to come through, and where you really need Savero to stay alive for those.
Yeah, and it's going to be easier said than done, difficult because of the Benedetta that is packing hella damage items. I believe the first time we saw Benedetta this season was against Aurora versus ONIC in week 2.
Yeah, week 2?
Yeah, Edward did use a Benedetta then. It did not win, but it's a completely different picture. Oh, it's a blitz by Aurora.
Oh, ONIC are trying to respond. Brusco here, golden hour.
Early.
Delaying the Lord take, stuck at about 1/10 of its health. In comes Demonkite, looking for more. Domenkite forced to use the freeze on that Winter Crab, plus the Blazing Duet defensively. Lord will still be secured. They take out King Kong, and now the jump, the Requiem, the Clash, and Kirk falls, and they're not done. They're looking for more. Savero kicking bows, trying to stop him. Another knockup, down goes Brusco. And Savero holding on. Maybe I can, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. It's just him and Savero left for defense.
Early on the golden hour from Brusco. I think a little bit of a panic button. And then Aurora just decided to go for the jump. They saw King Kong first, found his hat. Brusco got taken down, or Kirk got taken down next, and then Brusco. Aurora looked to take game number 1.
Yep, they're going to be pushing in with this Lord. A little projectile thrown up, but it's only 2 guys of ONIC left.
And in comes the Electo final blow.
That's it.
They escort the Lord out of the base. Aurora draw first blood in San Juan Arena.
Early on, that's one doubt answered. They still have a long series to go, but Aurora looks so much better than they looked in the regular season. That was just game 1.
A very different Aurora that we're seeing here. That week and a half, that 2 weeks, whatever it was, ended up paying off, at least here in the first draft, first game. And it leaves to wonder again, you know, in this case, down from the drafting, down from the execution, as we look at the highlights throughout this game, they started fast and they ended fast. I mean, it was a pressure game themselves that they put on against the Super Fam.
I think in the long run, the glue ended up becoming a pick that hurt them more than it actually helped them. And of course, very easy as well to get AOT stacks for the Claude through the glue. Add to that, even if you get a mount, with how mobile the lineup of Aurora is, what are you trying to break? What tempo are you trying to break? There is no tempo to break. And you can't break Domenkite, who is the MVP of game number 1. He won that because of how he handled Savero in lane. He delayed the Bruno. And of course, his entry with a Blazing Duet during Lord 1 was beautiful.
I kind of get now why people doubt his clutch gene. It's because he doesn't have to carry single-handedly.
Yeah.
He played very well from early, mid to late. And again, when it matters, Domenkite is there. He was proactive. He was just everywhere.
Yeah, he played this to a T. And you gotta mind you too that just down in the lane, they put a lot of pressure on Savero to also allow Domenkite, I feel like, to have a little bit better time to farm up. Not that he usually doesn't, it's just one of those things where if Savero's being pressured and they have a composition that should be getting off pickoffs because you have a Harley, you have a Gord to work in conjunction with a Marcel, they kind of had to shift their focus to keeping Savero alive. We saw that down to the very end where they were really trying to protect Savero. Well, Domenkite, and the reason why this Claude is such a priority, especially for teams like RORA, is you already can be confident enough that Domenkite's going to do his thing, right? This is his hero that he's able to go ahead and just kind of take autopilot and be very useful and efficient on a hero like Claude.
I think ONIC need to put a lot more weight on this Valentina pick. Again, very rare that we see teams willingly get the Marcel and still have a Valentina on the other side. I think in the long run, Aurora built around having their own golden hour much better than ONIC built around their own golden hour. There were some times where Brusco's golden hour actually hurt the Mystic Gush of Super Friends, and a lot of times denied by US own golden hour. Now, for the trades, I think ONIC put a little bit too much value on the ban on the Kalea because they can pick up Kalea themselves. They are one of the teams that have picked up Kalea as one of their first picks, and they've shined with it in this season. That's one of their highest win rate heroes.
Yeah.
So the fact that they picked the Marcel when they could have maybe found out Valentina at the blue 3, then pick up the Kalea for themselves, so there's no Tsunami Slam for RORA, you're okay with picking up Kalea over the Marcel because we've seen she's one of the best responses to a lineup with the Marcel.
Yeah, there was, that's why I was saying, you know, the Marcel was, there was a lot of good moments from Brusco, honestly. Like that incredible save that he made up top, you know, they really utilized this Marcel the best they could, but I think there was just a great way for RORA to execute things. And my low-key MVP for this would have been Yue, because on the Valentina, like there were so many good moments where he was actually able to go ahead and, you know, utilize his own golden hour, utilize his own Mystic Gush, utilize his own tools. But then again, like I said, the damage that comes with Valentina plus the Terrify mechanic within her kit is just so good. And that's what we saw from Yue. That pressure alone is what left a lot of the time Severo thinking like, I can't push forward too much on this Bruno. I'm checked in my zone because of this Valentina.
Which compromised the ONIC's whole game plan. It's clear, even if they don't say it, they play for Severo.
They do. We're going to give our players a little bit of rest here. We're going to be going on a quick break. We'll be back after this.
GG bro! Don't worry, be unleashed with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff?
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp?
Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategist?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko?
Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
It's time to win.
energy here at the San Juan Arena. And you know, Aurora took that first game and kita naman, intense ang ating matchups.
At kanina, no, sinimulan natin ang first day ng playoffs with an intense performance by none other than this beautiful person. Nakatabi natin, Janine Berdin! Meron ba dito mga fans si Janine? Can we hear that? I think she's overwhelmed right now. Janine, am I right? How are you feeling?
Opo, sobrang excited ko. Thank you, super fans kanina, and have fun po!
And we would like to thank you for that great performance, by the way. Anong feeling that you did the opening for the first day of the playoffs and at the same time, sobra yung pagiging energized ng fans natin.
Well, alam ko sobrang excited kasi talaga ng super fans natin for the matches today. Everyone's excited. So ramdam ko yung hype kanina. Tapos adun pa sila, actually first time ko makita si Carl TZ at Sanford noon. So parang sabi ko, kasi sabi nila choreo daw, iganon ko daw sila. Ala, ginanon ko lang sila. But anyway, it was so cool. Thank you so much, MPL. Thank you po.
And you know, Janine, this is like one of the times na nagsama ang esports at OPM. Gaano kahalaga yun para sa'yo?
Ako, sobrang grateful ako na part ako sa unang parang collab talaga ng MPL for esports and music. Kasi feeling ko important talaga, pampahype kasi talaga yung music. And all my favorite games, dun din galing yung mga favorite songs ko. So, grabe, dream come true. Dream come true.
It's always a great time seeing, you know, different fields, music, and esports colliding. And she's also a fan, diba? We've talked about this. Fan of Carl TZ and also a player of ML. And also, may pinapakita dito si Janine, a collaboration. If you guys can see, she has an exclusive photo card for MPL Season 17. You guys can see that? Okay, Janine, why don't you invite your fans, you know, they can get these photo cards later on.
Yes po, sa lahat ng hindi pa nagsistream ng Palag Na To, meron din tayong photo cards. Stream nyo na! Woohoo! MPL!
Palag Na To, streaming right now, if I'm not mistaken, that's 400 million.
Yeah, and it's a perfect song to stream while you're playing kasi talagang andun ka sa mood na makipag-clash sa ML while listening to that song.
But you know, Thea, also good music or song to stream right now. Janine's music. What if I missed you for the rest of my life?
Wow, yes po.
Let's talk about that because it's trending on TikTok. Ano bang kwento nito? Napaka-interesting ng kwento nito. Sobrang musical genius.
Yes. Ay, interesting. Hindi ko alam. Kasi nasulat ko siya habang nasa CR ako. So, alam niyo yung naiwan ko yung cellphone ko. So, wala akong choice. Nag-isip na lang ako ng mga sad stuff. Na nakasulat ako ng kanta. Yay!
And right now, it's all over TikTok, not just in the Philippines, but also internationally.
Oh, thank you.
Janine, well, since we've mentioned your new song, okay lang ba? We hear a bit of it.
Okay lang ba mag-sample po ako, super fans? Sisigaw lang ako sorry, emo. Sige, 1, 2, 3. I have built a house where I wait for your return. I only want you to be mine and not a lesson learned. And I will wait and wait and wait until this city burns. I will wait and wait and wait and live on what we were.
Grabe! Denise, parang wala lang kay Janine.
You know, while I was listening, aside from being in awe, I was like, paano mo maiisip yun habang nasa CR ka lang?
Kasi naiwan ko nga yung cellphone ko.
Grabe!
Parang lagi kailangan iwanan mo na yung cellphone mo palagi. So you can bring more songs to life like those.
Supporting OPM. Thank you po.
Support OPM. I can't stress this enough, a musical genius. At dahil we love your presence here.
As you know, Janine, meron tayong Wall of Fame dito sa MPL where we want to honor Filipinos who are excelling in their fields, and we want to invite you to sign this as an you.
All right, MPL fans, Janine Berdin officially signs at our Wall of Fame. Palakpakan naman natin si Janine Berdin. And right now, Janine, we would like to invite you, some of our fans and some of your fans here would love to have some of your photo cards. Is that okay? Mamigay tayo right now.
Yes, okay lang po mamigay.
We have, ilan ba to? 50 ata to?
50, paano
marami-rami.
mamimigay?
Mamimigay lang tayo. Some of the special fans here.
So we'll be
na
going
mapipili ni
around.
Janine. All right, raise your hands if you want a photo card.
Hello po! Hello po! Paano po ba? Paano po ba? Hello po! Sorry! Hello po!
Ayan.
Ay! Nahulog ko! Hello po! Pupunta po ako. Sorry po! Sorry! Hello po! Hello po! Hello po! Salamat po! Hello po! Sorry! Hello po! Thank you po! Ay, meron pa po isa! Thank you po! Ay! Ito! Madami daw eh! Ito po! I'm sorry! Gusto niyo po ba? Sabi niya, ayaw ko. Char! Ay, sorry, Maite! Thank you po! Hello! Sorry po! Kulang! Sige. Sorry, isa lang mo ba? Ano ba yan? Hindi kita. Nanay. Pangit ang sulat ko. Sorry. Bye-bye po. Thank you po.
Alright, palakpakan naman natin, Janine Berdin! Oh my gosh, Janine, ramdam mo ba yun? The MPL super fans love you right here.
Super fan din po ako, kaya thank you. Maraming salamat po.
We love you so much. At ibabalik na natin sa bakbakan. In 3, 2, 1, we would like you to say our line for the season. Palag na to.
Yeah.
Alright, are you ready? In
Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Palag na to!
Thank you so much, Thea, Denise, and Janine Berdin, the singer, the creator of our current song right now, Palag Na To. How you feeling, Redmar?
Why did I not receive it?
Yeah, he's... Redmar, you all right?
Yeah. I'm good.
I'm still salty. I didn't get a card.
Hey, maybe we can get one of those special edition cards. Well, okay. If you guys missed game one, RORA won in about 18 minutes, if I recall correctly, in game one. And I don't know if people were expecting game one to go that way because Aurora looked different than they did all season long. Let's take a look at Prime Edward here. Finals MVP of MPL Philippines Season 7 and MPL Philippines Season 10. And these are the breakdowns of his stats. Renmar, can you take us through this Prime Edward time?
Yeah, of course, this was highlighting his time with Blacklist International. I wouldn't like to, so far, yeah, it's probably his prime now, but of course, if he keeps on going on, then his prime gets even longer and longer. And he played a prime role in the previous game, of course, the call by Aurora for the surprise Benedetta pick to ruin a lot of what the ONIC composition wanted to do. But now we look at Season 17, Edward. At this point, he's a two-time world champion. He won his first one with the Blacklist International M3, of course, with Aurora in M7. And it's changed somewhat because the heroes, the meta have shifted, that a lot of his best heroes really just boil down, especially for the season, to the Lapu-Lapu. He's one of the few that still consistently would like to pick it up over anything else, which puts a bit of a mindset check on the staff of Aurora. They want Edward to be the guy who would sacrifice himself for a play, sacrifice himself for info, even more so than the team's roamer. Initiate a trade through that. That's always been playstyles of teams that have wanted to make Edward excel. But you can only get to so much with that point. You have to evolve. Funnily enough, his evolution is by showing an old trick from the past. Still a really great Benedetta.
Yeah, so I wonder what that means for going in the game too, you know, because since you mentioned, you know, Edward's such a cornerstone to making this work for Aurora, will he be more on one of those most used heroes that we've seen him previously throughout the season, or will it be another kind of curveball for him in the XP lane? We are going over to, was it Expanding Rivers? Yeah, Expanding Rivers. Do we got rivers flowing through here, man?
Yep.
Those were, okay, those
Everything was river.
Yeah, everything was river.
It was wet.
River. Everything, yes. That's true.
Covered in H2O.
H2O. Let's go to the draft. Got RORA on the blue, ONIC here on the red. They will take out the Fanny, the Kalea right now. They go for Freya here. Jushin's probably going to be banned out too.
Yeah. If there's any lessons to learn and take away from game one is the whole Marcel Valentina trade.
Yep. Yeah.
Just pin that down, and then we can turn a chapter in this best of 5.
Yeah. Don't overlook your gold lane in the first phase. There's a reason why Harith and Claude is such a big trade consistently, globally. And it's not to say that Harith will almost always win over Claude. It's quite even. And I think ONIC can get away with picking up the Claude early on. The only thing here is, again, don't overlook the Valentina. So Aurora ban out the Kalea, but if Aurora go for the same route of picking up the Marcel while there's a Valentina for Super Friends, that's not going to be good.
But statistically, and if you'll remember, Light's games on the Marcel, they did not work out.
Yeah, that's
so
true.
did he learn to pick up the Marcel in the past week and a half? It plays a very different way from what we know Light to do.
Yeah. That's why I think, you know, deciding whether it's going to be, okay, good ban there at the Jushin. Deciding whether it's going to be that kind of setter that Light needs, or just like even with a Khalid, like he's able to go ahead and be activated so much in the previous game because he was able to provide vision, do his thing while, you know, taking care of himself with the heals.
Amuse me with this prediction.
Okay.
What if they just let ONIC try to go for Valentina Marcel? If they don't do that red 1 and 2, then they break the combo either way.
That was in my head too, but then there's, with the presence of Phoveus, Harith, there's a lot to trade for.
And Claude.
Yeah, and Claude. If RORA willingly give that,
yeah,
I'm not a fan of it.
Not a fan. Oh, Guinevere being banned out though. This will tell us, like, do they lock in the Marcel or do they go Harley for Demon Kite?
I'm more on the cray side. Maybe I've been casting a bit too much outside of MPL PH. Just pick up a Valentina now. There's just so much weight on that hero.
Yep, you block out the Sora too?
Yeah.
Yeah, well.
Oh, okay, fine.
Sorry, this is...
It's MPL PH for
yeah, it's MPL PH for a reason. You know, they'll grab the Harley. They can surely still... Unless it is going to be the response, like picked up right now by ONIC, it's something they could still play around with or into, or maybe again, RORA wants to take their own stab at the combo of the Gord Harley. There's plenty of options that they can go for instead, but over for ONIC anyway.
I think ONIC would be okay with picking up a surprise roamer pickup, like a Khalid Claude early on, that type of deal.
Or Valentina Khalid.
Or Valentina Khalid also, just get your roam mid duo already.
Just win the early.
Yeah, pick up your gold at red 3, then jungler second phase. So they go Phoveus Claude instead. They're trying to turn off a Valentina pick potential from RORA.
I think they're on the same mindset. It's like, there's no way Light plays Marcel.
Yeah.
I don't think it's... I don't know. It's someone who is a fan of Light. I just don't want to see him on a... I'd rather see him on a Badang before Marcel, honestly.
On a Cho.
On a Cho or something else, yeah.
If ever RORA might get greedy and then suddenly surprise pick up like a even Harith together, just so that they can get their combo in, but you show all magic damage.
That's your course.
Yeah, your course, and then they'll adjust for EXP and roam, which would make the drafting quite obvious. So they get the Clint. This is one of the bans early in the first phase by ONIC. Take away the Hilda. And I think this is where we're going to see Light teeter around. Just trades between Hilda and Khalid. You really can't go wrong with just prioritizing those two heroes over and over again in this current metagame. So now the pressure's on ONIC. Do they pick up their jungler here? They do. And the Leomord.
They'll take their Leomord. If this wasn't like Edward, for example, I'd say, you know, this Hilda could still be flexed. Technically, I just don't think we're going to be in a world where Edward plays the Hilda. But who knows? Aurora has changed over the week and a half or so. So maybe they have something up their sleeve. But what about the Clint? Is this the right time to go and just pick this up now?
Okay, so the problem is they have Harley in the jungle, they have Hilda in Rome. You put all the pressure on Edward now. Unless Edward goes into the EXP with a Hilda, then you get something like a Hylos or a Gatot for Light. Maybe even a surprise Badang pick later on to break the tempo of the Leomord. I think ONIC should not forget about the Sora here. If they give the Sora somehow to Edward, King Kong's gonna have a bad time during the turtle fights. Even Claude on the Claude, even Severo on the Claude, excuse me.
Joseph, to tickle your brain on the whole Clint situation, why it came up so early. Remember in the early days of Season 17, RORA brought out the Leslie?
Yeah.
Clint does a better impression of that kind of damage profile against the Claude. It's on-demand burst that the Claude can't deal with.
That's true.
And it's safer than a Leslie. So
there's more range. I guess it also kind of helps, like, for example, we saw how tough it was if you don't have the range, like on a Bruno. Well, Clint, at least he can still do damage from afar.
Yep.
You know.
So I've only ever casted elsewhere last weekend, and that time I saw Thailand. So that's where I saw it.
Yeah.
It's a Clint versus a Claude.
Did it usually end up winning them in that matchup? Or was it more so just kind of a 50-50 tie depending on who's playing it?
I need to revisit my stats.
Okay.
I think the tough thing here now for the second phase is Lilia is going to be... Okay, never mind. ONIC read the Lilia perfectly. Thinking if RORA are crazy enough to pack something like a Valier onto Yue with all of the dive, a well-timed Searing Torrent ruins the teamfight of ONIC, and the pokes as well, which might alleviate pressure from the EXP and the roam to hold down long enough. RORA also needs some really sure stun. I know they have the power of wildness, but I think High Loss or the Badang is just really good for their lineup right now. All that tempo breaking.
Yeah.
With the Marcel open, tough because you still have a Marcel Valentina trade also still active. It's looking like... Oh, wait. No, they forgot the Sora. They're willing to give the Sora?
Oh, okay. I guess they are going to give the potential for a sword to come through.
And they're pressuring ONIC like, go ahead, pick up the Marcel. I think ONIC would want to consider something like a Leomore now. They take out the Khalid. You're gonna be slower in terms of the map, but as long as you can get fast clear, they took away the concussive blast roamers, unless they settle for either Gatot or High Loss. Oh, RORA are in ONIC's heads right now, man.
Yeah, this is sort of one of the things that you look to see in the draft throughout the playoffs and how it differs from the regular season, and some of these patterns definitely are different.
Yeah, I think crazy enough to pick up a Cho if you're ONIC later on. They take the Valentina, good, but they lack a reach. They are all gonna be dive here, and RORA can change that with a great pickup in the mid.
I got it. The Clint did win against the Claude. It was Bacon Time versus ACT. And Guns on Bacon Time just ran roughshod on that Claude. So yeah, it does work. It's a better impression on what RORA did early in the season, which they lost, by the way.
Yeah.
This is long-term storytelling.
Long-term. And it's nice that it comes through, because I think in this case you'll get to have that picture painted too, how well that Clint does, because he's slowly popped up towards the end of the regular season more and more.
Lacking. Oh, so high chances Hilda might actually go into HP, but there still could be a swerve. Got the catch as expected, and they get the gourd.
That's what I thought, man.
Yeah, good closeout, good range, good balance. It's just so balanced right now for RORA, while ONIC are just full in your face that if they don't win Turtle 2 or Turtle 3 with significant kills for the Leomord, maybe even the Phobius, RORA can win this in the long run.
The only way ONIC can actually get to the gourd is through the Claude, weirdly enough.
Yeah.
For now.
Yeah.
And that's a little too dangerous.
It's expected.
It's what was left on the board.
Yeah, that's why they needed to pick up the Cho. They picked up the Valentina for safety, but you knew the Cho was coming out because of the Clint there, and even with how a Harley and Hilda would like to enter. Wave the Dragon's really good, but this puts a lot of pressure on the Roman trio of ONIC and their early to mid game. That if they don't get a considerable lead early on, RORA win in the long run.
Yeah, this is quite the interesting draft to go through for Game 2. Some similar concepts, but just kind of flipping over onto the other side. You guys can let us know what you think, and don't forget to make sure you guys scan that QR code earlier on to get a chance to win 1,000 MLVP Diamonds. We'll have that every match throughout the playoffs here. One last glimpse at our lineups. If I had to go and say this is going to be one team or the other here, I like what ONIC brought to the table. I'm wondering if Aurora will start as quick as they did in Game 1, though.
Because of the full dive playstyle of ONIC, RORA are banking on the fact that a well-timed flicker is better real estate than a well-timed purify.
Yeah.
Because once those dives are committed by ONIC and they use those abilities and RORA gets the flicker out, gap closing for the rest of ONIC is gonna be a struggle.
Okay, looking at this too, emblems pretty standard across the board. A lot of early aggression. This is what we expected from ONIC, at least, especially with that Valentina. They're actually going to go ahead and send back already. Light to reset.
Look at this. Classic ONIC, the orange gambit.
Yeah.
And they know they sent Light back, so King Kong will get his num-nums. That's Grand Theft Green right there.
Yep.
It's not going to be a double green take. He won't even take his own Lizard. Skips out and helping in the clear in mid. Will go straight to his own Golem, if I'm not mistaken. Nope, it's... he's doing the Golem orange pull that Leomords can do.
Yeah, going
Oh, no.
No, he's just getting orange, it looks like.
Oh,
mid lane.
Brusco running through two. That's just what you can do with a Cho. I like that RORA's just applying as much pressure as you can, despite them going up against the Valentina.
So the rotation for Demon Kite was he got the gold crab up top, also got his own lizard, and he should hit 4 after taking his orange buff.
Yeah, this main thing too for RORA to be cautious about is especially when that Brusco hits that level 4, you know, once he's on the Cho and has the kick, that's one thing. But also Super Prince, depending on what ultimate he wants to take, which will most likely be the Mystic Gush throughout the majority of this game, unless somehow you see him take something else, maybe the Avatar of the Guardian. But so far, it's one of those things where these kind of compositions, you really can't do too much till you hit some crucial level 4s across the board here.
Oh, look at this. Signature Doming winning that lane in the face of Severo's Claude. He took that gold crab like it was nothing.
Much easier for Clint to pull that off. RORA, no, they can't full commit this too hard.
Oh, this is Gush by Yue, maximum range. In comes King Kong and the jump by Light. King Kong still secures, and they punish Edward. Nowhere to go for a Hilda deep inside the pit like that. ONIC win the first turtle trade. Now Light comes in. Kirk almost gets taken down. Oh, Light so close to going down. It's all ONIC from here.
Good coverage there by Super Prince and Brusco to really help Kirk. It would not have helped the cause of ONIC if Kirk fell there. Of course, Domikite still locked in with getting gold. As Severo left lane a little bit, Doming was able to get a few hits on the tower. He still gets the hit on the second. At this point, it would be the third crab, excuse me. But Severo does have an EXP lead. He's gonna go for the double lane 3 minutes in.
Okay, so pretty safe start anyway. You know, 1 kill did go over, but nonetheless objective as well. Aurora, not too much ground that they have to cover. Because they have a Harley, they can make this happen really quickly if they're able to go ahead and focus down on a potential gank in one of these off lanes here. It's more so of who do they actually go for. Part of it is playing around the tempo of, again, Brusco, what he's been doing. He's so proactive on this Cho here, giving information over, and it just kind of leading into this. Super Prince has the Avatar of the Guardian himself. I don't know if he's going to get rid of that or not, or if he's actually going to try to just utilize it here, but we might look to see if ONIC can actually be the ones to go ahead and start something up before the next turtle comes up.
Severo finally gets a hit on last hit on the crab between the 2 gold laners.
Oh, Brusco!
Brusco looking for that kick, finds it off angle. He does catch a deadly magic, plus the combo, the gourd! Throws out that Gosh, and the AOG closes off the exit. Now Super Prince does not save Brusco, and in comes Edward, wailing away, looking for targets. King Kong can't fight. Now there's the AOG stolen away by Prince. Get out of there.
Light. They're gonna dive Dom Kite, and then first tower breaks up top. ONIC are looking to see if they can expedite that process.
Yeah, the biggest gap here, too, between the lanes anyway, is Kirk leading Edward slightly. Well, no, hold on. Yes, quick math. It's about the same between him and mid. Gold lane is nearly dead even, so this is more so who has the upper hand in terms of timing with the ultimates or the kits that they have here, and that's what we've seen ONIC a lot of times. Aside from that kick that was off by Brusco, that's going to happen sometimes, especially when you're trying to get that angle just right.
Yeah.
And that's where that tough work comes in for Brusco on this Cho to utilize it. Blade of Hepsises, first item for Edward locked in. Genius Wand 2, pick up now for RORA, so that's going to help UA's damage burst profile a little bit more.
Yeah, so a lot of the problems that ONIC might have in team fights when it comes to reaching the gourd, reaching the Clint, is also answered now by the fact that Super Prince keeps getting the Avatar of Guardian of the Gatot Kacha. And I think that's going to be okay. Keep that pick up. You don't need to rush for the, or get the Mystic Gush. You'll have enough damage in your dive. Just go all in the idea of getting in the face of RORA to make the gourd and the Clint uncomfortable.
Yeah, you put enough pressure there where you can't even get the right lineup there with the ultimate of the gourd for Yue.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this pressure on Severo.
Severo answers with a blazing duet. Down in the jungle, though, they find DK, the celebrity. Gets caught down by a 3-man paparazzi squad.
Oh, Yue and Edward. Okay, good projectile there by Yue. It gives space for Domikite and Light to push that tower up top. Severo not falling is good. But Super Prince has an angle to hold. 10 seconds for the next turtle.
Uh-oh.
I think it's going to be all ONIC for that one, unless Aurora catch ONIC off guard.
Dear God, off cam, the beast actually took DK's lunch money.
Yeah.
That is a purpleless Harley going into the final turtle.
We were wondering where they were going to put the pressure. They put it on the jungler of RORA. Demon Kite goes down, now is buffless. Turtle's up here, last one of the game, and ONIC has control of this. RORA might want to just let this one go.
And there's nowhere for Edward to go. The gush, the full combo! The answer, blazing the wet, the forward push. Brucio gets punished. And there's an AOG by Light now and home. And they force back Edward. King Kong looking to run him through, run him over, and they'll find you. King Kong takes him down. Don't Kite the damage in there just yet. And there will be a momentum swing. Super Prince takes down Light, and no one else follows. The Super Fam get on out of there.
Severo also gets to open up the map in the mid with a push there. And he did a great little job. Instead of actually committing a full Blazing Duet chase onto Yue and RORA, he decided to back off, which pulled the attention from Light away from RORA. He was able to survive. He got space because he knows he doesn't need to be the sweeper all the time. You're playing through a Leomord. All of the conditions that we laid down for ONIC to hit are being met perfectly by ONIC.
Yeah, you can see that with the way these items are falling into place for them too. Severo's going to go ahead and knock down this tier 1. He should be able to get it just in time. Yep, RORA won't be able to defend that one. So opening up the map even further up to this point. ONIC has control of it, and I think even to an extent they'll continue to at least give information and put pressure on the purple buff of Demon Kite as Brusco and Kirk are both around here. But since King Kong doesn't really have to worry about this, actually he's going to rotate for this too. I guess they just want to fight it out, knowing that these tier 1s are down in the mid, but it will be secured by Demon Kite. Demon Kite now picks up the Malefic Gun. So the hope here is that he's had enough time to farm up to where he needs to make this Clint now shine, as he's got the range to duel with. I think your main point though is the problem you pointed out earlier, Renmar. It's, you know, for the most part, Super Friends taking the Avatar of the Guardian. It's so efficient on making RORA kind of scrambled in a way on what to do. And because I mentioned this earlier in the draft too, Edward being on a Hilda, it's a little, it's so honest the way that he approaches the fight. So it's not like Edward can swing around to the backside or try to cut some off or replicate that pressure against ONIC.
And that's the thing. When he does try to swing for the backside, that's all he does.
Yeah.
Because just the same, RORA can flicker out of the way from ONIC's dive. ONIC can do the same to Edward, pick him off, and then go again.
I think Edward needs to stay with the back line so that he can power off Wildness the entry of the Claude. ONIC are going for the blitz on the Lord.
Lord now at a 10th of its health, a 12th, a 16th, and the Super Fam secure with very little resistance.
Let's go!
Light catches a lot. Look at the back line. He gets a kick on a Demon Kite, and Severo finishes the job. How did the Bruiser do that? And they find the next target, Edward. No bush nearby, forcing you to get that gush through and a flicker. ONIC are just calling all the shots.
Brusco made up for the one-off that he missed the angle. Now he finds the mark in Demon Kite. They're going to take down this tier 2 in the mid as well.
Brusco is on a hot streak. He's got educated feet, man. Like, sure, he missed one, but whatever else followed just keeps Aurora honest.
Yeah, that was a conceal from mid 2. Lord marching down bottom. ONIC looks like they could get more towers. Everything has gone well for the Super Fam, but they still cannot get greedy. You're up against a Gordon, a Clint. Wave clear is actually terrific.
Yeah, the wave clear biggest thing right now for Aurora to potentially turn the game around. They still have to solve the issue of either avoiding Brusco's setup every time that flicker is going to be available, and even if he does have it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Deadly Magic thrown out. Lord will charge in.
That's what you call the business of wall banging. Yeah. Brusco's just backing in, backing out, forcing a response. That's why he caught the Deadly Magics. Allowed for the rest of ONIC to pop that shield.
Yeah, that was a perfect space creation by Brusco. And I liked the idea of the Cho even before he came out, because I was reminded of that absolute crazy win. Wait!
Oh! They break out a fight. Kirk here catches, what, 2-3 seconds in the combo. Now they punish Edward! Edward Balboa falls! King Kong once more. They push him back. Another Deadly Magic's caught here by the Super Fams. Cavalier. King Kong backs off.
Okay. They can get the tower and a few pokes on the tower in mid. They have the numbers advantage, and there's no Hilda.
Yeah, they can focus on the turret.
Brusco again, as a one-man army pushing back.
Oh,
Aurora, Light comes through. They just want this. They call it
wow.
The momentum, the charge, the pushback. Light take it down.
Wow. That was just great execution by King Kong to get that knockback onto Light, and the follow-up by ONIC. That was gorgeous.
Yep, though they work for this turret.
Still can't get it though.
1 HP. Okay, they're not going to get it down, but hey, I think ONIC is happy with that. They're still in the driver's seat throughout this game. They've controlled everything up to this point.
As the great Mr. Chow said, but did the turret die? So it's worth it.
It's worth it.
For now.
For now. It's 1 HP away. I think, then again, it's something that this lineup can do is just buy enough time to go ahead and clear these waves out. I think part of it, though, is Aurora struggling to figure out how to approach these team fights.
Yep.
Because if they do if Light jumps too forward, then who's going to peel for Domikite? If it's Edward, again, Edward can only really run in one direction, right? That's the biggest problem with this Hilda XP lane.
I feel like overthinks in the draft are very active. Though I understand the Atlas ban. Maybe I'm just a little bit biased towards the Atlas. The Valentina ended up with ONIC, so the fact that Edward's on something like a Hilda, I think should have been a different pick.
Well, right now, fighting for this Lord, Aurora shows even down at 8,000 gold that they're willing to get in range for it, but maybe this is just a feint. Deadly Magic's thrown out. They should get out of here.
Lord here gets secured easy by the Super Fam. They're looking to punish Light, but Light skedaddles. AOG stolen Super Prince. He flickers back. All of that just to steal the orange away.
Let's see how many towers RORA are gonna lose here. Is their wave clear good enough? The gourd is only up to a glowing wand.
Hold up. Even on the fadeaway, Demon Kite still got his orange.
Yeah.
And he grabbed it.
Has his core items, but right now ONIC can take a lot of that. I mean, as long as Severo isn't the guy taking it. Oh, but he has a Winter Crown also. Oh, this could be it.
Even Kirk could take like 3 seconds of the full combo.
Yeah.
We saw that just a little bit ago.
And still re-engage.
Yeah. Radiant Armor, Athena Shield is pretty much all Kirk really needed to withstand that.
Plus the tough boots.
But yeah, plus tough dudes. Yeah, that's part of it too. Turret finally falls in the bottom lane. Lord is there. ONIC, do they try to punch this one in with a win? They don't have a wave pushing in. That's the unfortunate thing off this Lord. They don't really have further waves other than the mid. Can they get this though? It's going to be cleared out pretty quickly. Brusco!
Brusco coming through! Kicking Edward in, but Brusco will fall. They trade out for that.
King Kong!
And King Kong finds DK. Down goes that little magical baby boy. And there's just 4 defenders left. Aurora have lost one of their cores. ONIC gonna take this slow as they take 10,000 gold up on Aurora.
That's worth it, man. In our own RGs, that's when we'd be saying, nice trade, nice trade.
Yeah, nice trade. I think they wanted to potentially take the top one too. Severo held on to the Blazing Duet. Didn't have to use it. ONIC showing discipline. They just get a base turret. Yes, they had to sacrifice Brusco for that, but worth, worth the trade. They'll take what they want from RORA and further in their lead at 10,000 up.
So Domikite still got a good time getting farm. He's only 1 full item behind Severo, if I'm not mistaken. Severo's about to complete his last one, which I believe will be the Malefic Gun. Well, Domikite just got the first component for his last item after getting the Sea Halberd. This could be a BOD, let's see. While the difference between the mid laners, again, as we've said a lot this season, this is how you can tell if it's comebackable or not. Once Yue gets his 4th item, unfortunately not his 3rd, then it's ONIC not ending the game quick enough, and RORA can definitely make a comeback. But so far, he's only up to a Blood Wings, and still on the way to the 3rd item. So it's going to be a long time until RORA can make a comeback. ONIC just, well, they shouldn't throw, to put it bluntly.
Yeah. If they end up losing this game, that's kind of what it's chalked up to. Divine Glaive's picked up, though, finally, here for the B-Gord.
In juxtaposition, they should throw themselves at Aurora.
Yeah.
Now that they have a 10,000 gold lead, just ride that to victory. Blitz this Lord coming up in 10.
Yeah.
And then end there.
Yeah. If Aurora still survives this Lord, that's alarm blares ringing already.
Yes.
Yeah, it's not impossible to come back from these types of deficits if you're Aurora,
For sure.
9, 10,000 gold. We've seen it before. That can happen. This Lord is up. ONIC's going to go ahead and start it. Aurora has the information here, though.
They're still going to try to contest. They try to blitz down Light, forcing out a Revitalize from that Gatot Gacha. Lord at 1/3 of its health. There's a projectile thrown out by Yue. And it gets soft reset. Wow, ONIC are respecting RORA.
Yeah, Demon Kite is way too close within retry range. Brusco still has his kick, though.
No, Light's probably got to go back to reset this. He already used his regen and the Revitalize, so with Light gone, they're going to delay it further.
Brusco catches the Deadly Magics, tries to... Oh! There's the BMI, there's the Gush. Down goes Light, Super Prince takes him down. That is a man advantage for the Super Fam. And now the Lord still standing. Frozen. DK with the steal. But they punish Yue. They run through the rest of Aurora.
Bang!
As Dominkite falls. 3 for the Lord.
ONIC needed to clean up house. Demoncat and Edward are the only ones left. Lord spawns in 10 seconds while minion waves are crashing for ONIC.
Far from unfavorable. ONIC still go for it. The Lord will spawn in 10, but they will end right here, right now. The Super Fam are on the board, 1 for 1.
Lord Gambit, Aurora matched it, but ONIC met it perfectly. 1 for 1 after cleaning house.
And that one was a dominant one for ONIC throughout the game 2. There was a little bit of a chance if they could have just held on a little longer, but that dance, that's a new evolved dance, the Lord Pit that we see, where they whittled down light, the front liner there for Aurora. Even with Demonkite getting in range to get the Lord, they just didn't have the firepower, the economy, the itemization to win the team fight.
ONIC, I feel like they triggered that team fight knowing that Aurora would respond just like that. Because with the position of where Savero came from, with the Winter Crown Blazing Duet, that looked like a team that wasn't surprised. That looked like a team that was ready. It's like, guys, you just have to win it here. Even if they get the Lord, we can run them down. And they did run them down.
Just let them.
Yeah.
It is the equivalent of throwing bodies.
Yeah.
They just wanted to throw bodies when they were sure. And when they saw that Demonkite overextended for the Lord, then all the more they were sure. What's crazier is Demonkite actually lived.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, that he was the one to live. King Kong will get the MVP here. Great performance on the Leomore. There's a reason why they went ahead and picked it, locked it in. This is the classic answer, though. When we see the Harley prioritize the blue side, you see Leomore picked up right away.
And 100% kill participation shows just how locked in right now. Super Friends, King Kong, and Brusco was, especially in their last game. They get the Cho and Valentine. Kind of criminal, they got away with it. But I think Aurora, again, looking at the Atlas and Khalid, if they banned out the Valentina, the Atlas could have been picked by ONIC by Red 4 if ever it was the Atlas they let through. And yes, the Atlas also would have served problems for Aurora. It's just that Aurora weren't able to find those early trades to keep the gap close. They couldn't be competitive for Lord 1 and Lord 2. And that's how, you know, ONIC can just run away with it. And it was up to them not to completely botch this game.
Yeah, if they would have lost this one, it would have been a tough loss, and then they would have been facing what? Match point?
Yeah.
This is great that they were able to equalize the series though here, because now, you know, when you come into this and you go into game 3, it's like, all right, maybe it's more so of this drafting chess game that we see so often between these teams in the MPL Philippines. And, you know, even when you have a solid combo of heroes, specifically the Harley and the Gord, for example, it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have free reign. ONIC answered that so well by putting pressure back on Aurora just the way that Aurora did to them in game 1.
Dominkite didn't even get to play. I'll tell you now that this Clint did not reach even half of its potential. He wanted so much more to do. It's just when it came time, there was no one to peel for him.
Yeah. The Hilda pick, I feel like, was a bit of an overthink also. Just because they saw the Claude, I was like, oh, let's go ahead and pick Hilda. I know that they were playing on the idea of flex.
Yeah.
But even if you put that on the roam, it would have been the same problem with the EXP side. You're up against a Phoveus. You still wouldn't have enough peel. It's a little bit too offensive-minded. I think in the end, after everything I've said about ONIC and dogging on them in the draft in game number 1, the recovery in this draft for game number 2 was excellent.
Again, they actually pinned down on what we talked about. The Valentina Marcel trade, and they played the offensive side of that coin. Heads or tails, whichever you take it. The fact that, hey, Light's not gonna Marcel.
Yeah.
Let's just secure that Valentina.
Just secure it. And again, I think, you know, maybe I'm wondering where the idea came through, if it was in the second phase for Aurora, because I really thought that it would be a roam Hilda. Like, I really thought that was the case, and, you know, I know in even global MLBB, we think, oh, okay, that could still be flexed. It happened to go over to Edward, and I was just like, that's not the hero that I'm thinking Edward would play after the Benedetta, or like that he would be the most efficient on, and it just so happened that that's what they went with in game 2.
Yeah. I think what got stuck was the fact that since ONIC showed Valentina Red 4 already, they knew that they couldn't go Sora. The Lapu-Lapu or something like an Alice also would have been underwhelming. The Ruglu would have been risky again because of the
multiple ways that ONIC can approach a team fight. I think it was just they were read out. RORA banked a bit too much on the late game ideas that a simple Cho Valentina to close out the draft was just really good.
Yeah. Brusco's also just, aside from the one kick that he couldn't get the angle, which wasn't his fault. Like, he went deep. He went deep for that one. So that's really difficult to make it happen.
Yeah, and that led to actually a win for ONIC because that forced resources out. That forced resources out of Aurora, which gave a little bit more space for ONIC to operate.
He even took the deadly magic, you know. So Brusco really making this Cho work. One of the few players that does play the Cho like this. But to break it down a little bit further, we're going to be throwing over to Hans and Wolf over there on the on-ground panel.
Maraming salamat sa ating casters. It is now 1-1 after ONIC Philippines have equalized the situation matapos ng magandang laro na ginawa din kanina ng Aurora. But let's focus on this game number 2. We saw King Kong play exceptionally well. Kaya nga siya ang MVP ng laban na to. But I think you have something else that you would want to cover for this game.
Yeah, I think the reason baka naging MVP si King Kong is dun sa pag-retry niya. Pero hindi niya magagawa kung hindi dahil dun sa Cho coming up from Brusco. At tingin ko rin yung hero pick na yung mismong pagkakadraft ng hero, the last pick Cho, was really interesting. You wouldn't think na pipilit pa rin yan kasi may gatot catcher na dun sa kabila and meron ng Hilda. Pero yung nagawa niya in the first 2 minutes was instrumental dun sa kanilang pagkapanalo. It's mainly because kung paano niya na-zone out yung kanyang mga nakakalaban.
Yeah, especially when we saw the early portions of the game. Mas nakikita natin na nagagamit lalo ng ONIC Philippines yung mapa. We see Brusco kind of ganking them towards the back. Talagang hinahanap niya yung tamang targets, which is the reason why may mga oras na talagang napipick off si Demon Kite completely and there's no other damage na panggagalingan itong Aurora in spite of having Clint in their roster.
And in relation to that, makikita natin sa ilan sa mga papakita nating video dito, yung mga nagagawa na achieve ng isang Cho. Even when it's just a level 3 hero, makikita natin dito, yung gagawin niyang pang zone out. At nung papansin nyo, hindi ko na kailangan masyadong explain kasi makikita nyo naman kung gaano siya naging problema para doon sa damage dealers. Even ginugulo si Yue nung sa nakikita nyo dito sa clash na to. And most importantly, makikita natin yung pag-retribution nga na pagpapanalo doon ni King Kong. So, there's really not much to explain about that, but the fact lang na nag-achieve pa rin ito na isang hero mula dito sa side ng ONIC Philippines sa last pick na Cho. Kasi nga naman, hindi niya na inisip yung mga nasa harap. This is not a stun plus retry na diskarte mula sa ONIC Philippines. Ito yung zone out mo, retry ko na galawan mula sa ONIC Philippines.
Alam mo, kaya nga sinasabi nung Filipino casters kanina na parang yung ibang ultimates na hindi nila nagagamit, excess, example, yung AOG na nanggagaling kay Super Prince, hindi niya nagagamit completely. So just waste it, hanap na lang siya ng panibagong ulti na magagaya and then work their way from there. That's just how smart they were playing in Game 2.
To add to that, makikita natin tong heat map coming out from Brusco. Nakikita niyo po yung first 2 minutes na galawan mula kay Brusco. Directed dun sa may gitna, control naman doon sa may bandang Rock Ursa ng side ng Aurora. And then eventually, pupunta siya dun sa may bandang purple buff. Makikita natin dito na ang daming nabibigay na vision coming out from Brusco at naging instrumento para ma-delay yung Harley nitong sa Aurora. Kaya naman dun sa first turtle fight, parang madami pang kailangan nagpasa na doon si Demon Kite. At bago siya makarating sa mismong turtle, bukod sa na-damage na ng ONIC Philippines yung turtle mismo, low na rin yung health at hindi na nakapwesto ng maganda doon si DK.
And having a Harley on your squad, kinakailangan mo talaga ng napakagandang scaling. And for ONIC Philippines, napigilan nila yung scaling ni Demon Kite na yun. And with that being said, it is Game 2 going to the side of ONIC Philippines. But from what I'm seeing in this series, early game is very important. Aurora has managed to get theirs nung game number 1. ONIC naman pagdating sa game number 2. But game number 3 is right here with us. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Wolf, for the breakdown there. Nice little heat map we've got going on here and getting a closer glimpse on things, especially for Brusco, because it's so important for the roamers and how they move around the map. We talked about especially the Cho pick that he has and how efficient he was. Before we move on to Game 3, MPL fans, there's some new beasts on the Land of Dawn with the Infinix GT Watch 5 Pro on your wrist. GT Buds 5 in your ears, I wish I had those right now, and the GT 50 Pro in your hands. You can now unleash the liquid cooling beast powered by Hydrofold, liquid cooling, and 144 FPS. MLBB certified performance, no lag, no heat, pure cool, pure speed every game.
And as a gift for our MPL MPL superfans, Infinix is launching an exclusive payday sale from May 27 and 31, that's right, playoffs weekend, with up to 30% off. Scan the QR code now and grab these sulit deals.
And for those MPL fans here at the venue, enjoy the exclusive GT50 Pro pre-order with 11,999 pesos worth of freebies and discounts, including an Infinix MPL jacket. Plus, the first 10 pre-orders daily at the Infinix booth will get free Grand Finals tickets. That's why don't be falling behind. Get your Infinix today.
That's real-time translations right there. Hopefully, you guys get a chance to go ahead and grab one of those because it's amazing. Also, to dominate the land of Dawn, you got to grab this. You need a connection that never lets you down, from scouting rotations to tracking the pros. Stay online and in the zone.
Power up with Smart Power All 99. Get 10 gigs of data for MLBB and
share every GG moment with Smart.
Yes, simply reliable partner of the MPL.
Hey, you know what? Just keep it. You're welcome. So sometimes we got to have each other's back here. Again, with our sponsors out, shout out to them. This wouldn't be possible without them. We've got this new venue, the MPL Arena, going on. I'm looking above us, man. I think the seats even all the way up there, are starting to fill up. Those seats, like in our view, I don't think those are for sale, right?
Yeah.
But those will probably be full towards the end of the playoffs too, just because they'll put people there.
Like right behind us, that's just full. Like you probably didn't say, oh my God, no one's watching MPLPH. But right there, full, and then there's lovely people right here.
What an opening!
There's a lot of super
today.
By tomorrow and by the weekend, this should fill up.
Yeah. I remember we completely packed the house for the Grand Finals in Cuneta. Last year.
Yeah, we did. But I don't know, Santa Juan Arena, this is my first time here. I love it. But before we go into Game 3, we're going to have to go ahead and throw it over to our hosts to see what they've got going on for us.
It's the international rivalry, putting on a great show. It's 1-1 for Aurora Gaming and ONIC Philippines. And right here in the Champions Arena, please welcome the MDL Philippines Season 7 champions, Aurora Hunters!
But guys, before anything else, why don't you introduce yourselves and your roles to our MPL super fans?
Hello everyone, I'm Zen Romer from Aurora Hunters.
Hello po, ako si X6 man ng Aurora Hunters.
I'm Dave, head coach of Aurora Hunters. I'm Vlad X Belay.
Kapo mid lane. Jungler Dangero.
Atams, gold laner.
Atams! Nung Season 5, kung babalikan natin, you were almost there, being called the champion.
Oh, then yung performance na yun, napaka-unforgettable and talagang pinakabang lahat ng nanonood because you guys were able to come back from a 1-3 game deficit. Pwede nyo bang makuwento kung paano yung nangyari doon?
Yung nangyari po kasi doon, so, unforgettable moments po yung paano kami mag-reset, tsaka paano na pinag-usapan yung mga mali namin.
Naka-reset talaga sila. Grabe yung atmosphere doon sa Tagaytay Sports Complex. And right now, we're here with Dangero, a two-time MDL champion. At alam natin na iba talaga yung feeling kapag naglalaro ka with the crowd, live audience. At ngayong nandito ka sa Champions Arena, ano ba yung vibe mo dito sa ating audience?
Yun, mas nakaka-excite pala manood dito sa MPL PH Arena. Lalo ang dami nanonood.
Kinakabahan ba kayo para sa Aurora Gaming?
Sakto lang. Confident kami na mananalo naman sila.
And speaking of the excitement, namomotivate ba kayo na baka kayo na yung susunod na maglalaro dito sa arena?
Pwede.
Pwede! Siyempre, yan ang developmental league natin. And moving forward, baka malay natin, kayo na ang susunod na nakaupo sa ating mga chairs. And after winning MDL Philippines, ano ba yung aasahan namin sa Aurora Hunters? Ikaw, Eska po, bilang regular season MVP at ang ating finals MVP, ano pa ba ang goal nyo na susunod?
Makapaglaro sa MPL, tsaka kung kaya international.
Aabangan natin yan, Thea. And with that, maraming salamat.
And tapos na yung MDL, guys. And I'm sure you're here to support your main roster. Ano naman yung message nyo sa kanila, guys, now that they're playing and tied yung series?
focus lang sila sa strength ng team. Tapos, since lahat naman gusto manalo, sana wag nila kalimutan enjoy yung game.
At enjoy nga yung game, Odin.
Thank you so much once again to MPL Philippines champions, Aurora Hunters. At ngayon, balik muna tayo sa ating international rivalry para ituloy ang bakbakan sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Casters, Palag Na To.
Thank you so much, Odin, Thea, and the Aurora Hunters. Whoa, estimated crowd attendance, by the way, of 5.5 thousand people.
5 bands of worth of people here?
5 bands.
If you ask each and everyone here for 50 Philippine pesos each, you'd be loaded.
That's a lot of money.
I wouldn't mind walking away with 1 Philippine peso each.
Yeah. That's a pretty good amount of money. Hey,
I would treat all of y'all.
You would treat
a meal.
Oh, okay. I would. What would I get off that? Yeah, I'd treat you too. I would treat you back.
Or
you'd buy yourself protein.
Yeah, I would. 5-pounder. That's about 5 pounds.
You
protein.
still owe me some protein.
Do I? Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. What did I take of
He
yours?
gave you his meat?
No.
Oh.
No.
He has to because he took my.
I have to. Yeah.
Okay.
What did I take
He
again?
took my protein shake the other day.
Oh yeah, his scoop of protein. Well, you know who else takes protein?
King Kong.
King Kong.
King Kong.
Yeah, well, he takes protein. You know.
He did take mine.
I know. Well, how about Prime King Kong? King Kong, let's look at his. This is his season 14. His stats across the board here. Sigma jungling patterns.
Yeah, that was his season. That was a point where you could still play these heroes. Nolan definitely is still a surprise pick that could show up. We did see Ling show up from time to time in MPL ID, even just like last weekend. During their last week, it showed up. Roger, I don't miss him, honestly.
You don't miss Roger?
I don't miss Roger.
I miss Roger.
I miss Ling. But it's just way too demanding to play him now. But compared to where he is now, Suyo still up there.
Yeah.
But look at the growth. And it's the Baksha pick for King Kong this season that has been such a revelation. The fact that for the longest time, it's always been, King Kong can't play the tanks. He shows up with 1 really good tank pick, and now that changes the picture of the draft greatly for ONIC.
I was going to say, now it's always purple band.
Yeah.
For the most part. And then when teams don't, it actually comes through. So map 3, we're going to dangerous grass. Randomized.
It's choice, random.
Random.
Last available for game 4.
And then totally random for 5.
For 5,
There
yeah.
you go.
Okay. All right. Well, at least we get to see more of the maps here, since we're going to have a guaranteed at least 4 games through this.
And we see all 4.
Yeah, we see all 4. Yeah. Let's jump into the draft here for game 3. Again, both teams having relatively strong games individually from game 1 for RORA, game 2 for ONIC. And this one, again, the big pattern comes down from that first phase of the draft. Whoa.
That's a lot of grass.
How come we didn't have that much water for expanding rivers, man?
Yeah, can we just like drown out the crowd?
It was
with,
very translucent.
Yeah. Water. I think they utilized the water from as like a light effect instead.
Yeah, but, definitely fueled by SIP, by the way, from the volcanic rocks. The
Filtered
expanding
through
river.
it. It is good. You
All
can
right.
drink that.
Phase is almost done here with the bans already. Nothing too different. Interesting though, yeah, that the Hilt is actually going to be banned this time for game 3. So ONIC will go ahead and take that out, especially on the dangerous grass map.
Baksha's open. They ban the Kalea here, red 3.
Does ONIC just pick up Baksha?
I think it's warranted.
Yeah, to take it away from DK.
Yeah, but then Marcel, Valen, Harley, you're okay with it.
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
Marcel, you don't have to worry about.
Yeah. Pick up Baksha. I think they have to consider something that can help invade here.
Yeah, Jushin, Claude.
Jushin, Claude.
And
So
then
expected by RORA.
Then they can steal Marcel.
Yeah.
Which is so much more possible because there's no Valentina on the other side.
Yeah, and there's a stat line here that Harith and Marcel together actually have a really good win rate. I took a screenshot of it, I can't find it. But
Harith and Marcel?
Yeah, it's like around a 60 or 70% win rate together and with a pretty good amount of games. I think there you can get away with a Harith Marcel here. You already get your gold lane. It's the typical duel between the Harith and the Claude. You get the Marcel and the tempo breaking. It's fine. If you want to be disruptive, then maybe take away the light Khalid option. Oh, what a surprise!
Debut pick Paquito.
And in the first phase too.
in the first phase going to Kirk.
That's how important it is to get the Paquito now.
So this was banned in game 1.
Yeah.
Ignored in game 2. Now it comes through in game 3. What happened with Paquito?
Huge buffs, by the way.
Yeah, like specifically just damage throughput.
Yep. It hurts, smoother to play.
Yep.
A little bit less awkward.
We don't get that kind of XP laner in anymore.
Yeah.
There's just no XP laner in the past year that does what Paquito does.
Which is why I'm glad, at least towards the regular season and then now, you know, we have some damage coming back into the XP lane that isn't just kind of like these bulwarks. They can be very threatening because just like the Benedetta can, Paquito as well. Like you always have to worry about your back line. Where is this Paquito going to come from? The space is created too because you have a Baksha in the jungle. Harith, nothing new there. Harith, Claude is what it is and has been for the past, you know, seasons and years.
I think Aurora might have to consider either picking out the Alice. Glue most likely will get banned out. Alice and the lesser sexier option in the Uranus. I think their XPs need to revolve around that. Instead of trying to meet the Paquito duo for duo, you need a really solid body. ONIC will take out the Turizla. They leave the option up to Aurora. But in the draft predictions, it seems like Sora is still an option that Aurora could go for. I'm thinking about the Sora. Should actually be okay. There's a Paquito. I don't think the Paquito's going to the jungle. That's for sure going to the EXP. But they have to consider a Valentina might get picked up by Prince and ONIC if ever they do end up picking up the Sora later.
So if they do, Sora is interesting just because, again, it's been one of those picks that either comes through or not. And it's so dependent on also, is there a Valentina or not? We're going to have to see if the... Behind us, what do they have going through here? We got the OG supporters out here for the Super Fan, by the way. Been making it through here throughout all the regular season. All right. No more picks are coming through, right? Yeah, okay. Wait, no, the bans are. Sorry, the bans are, though. There's a Conjure ban. And there's one last ban still for ONIC.
Is that a combo that happens in scrims? There's only there are very few reasons why you would ban the Kaja here in this very slot for Aurora. Is there a Paquito Kaja combo that we don't know about?
Oh, there might be.
Oh! Yeah, there was I think I saw that in MCTEA where they wanted to pair that together. They didn't have the right prick off burst for it, so the burst came from the Paquito. It didn't work out though. But it's like that kind of idea. You play a pick off and then your burst comes out of the Paquito, which is doable.
Our capacity crowd approaching 6,000 is just so hype.
I wonder if that is going to break by the time we get to the finals, man. Because the noise intensity here live is insane. Like, what a showing for the first day of the playoffs here for Season 17. This is what you expected, though, when two teams, you know, champions, world champions in their own right. And now one of them, after this series, only one goes forward. We got a couple people playing some ML, looks like, too, while they wait.
Bothered.
That is such a super fan thing. Yeah. Like, we've always talked about how like ONIC are just really clearly obsessed with the game, and even their fans are. They're playing while watching.
While waiting.
Oh, it's also good to see Brusco's fiance here, Ayu.
And Daddy King Kong.
And Daddy King Kong, Mommy King Kong too.
They never miss a game.
Yeah. Perfect attendance.
Big shout out to the VIP ticket. I believe that's VIP tickets too, the people up in front.
The couches.
This is Mythic.
Couches. This is Mythic, but then you see the little couches when we get a glimpse of it. That's the VIP tickets.
Oh, it's heaven. Oh my god, a little bit.
Follow the brain rot. Is it counted as brain rot? Ooh.
Oh man.
That's knock Nick.
What happened to mewing? Is mewing still a thing? Oh, with all the looks maxers?
Well, kind of.
Is that how you get a jawline or something?
Yeah.
I don't keep up with the trends, man.
Mewing.
Everybody's showing their jawline.
They're mogging. Oh, it's a mog off.
The mog off. Oh.
Oh.
I think this guy wins, man. Oh, it is actually a Moggoth.
It's size versus definition.
Oh.
Majority of people.
Hey, this guy's got extra camo work.
Yeah, that's true.
He's got the extra camo work.
He
going
needed
on.
the help.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no!
That's the winner right there.
That's the winner.
That's the winner right there.
Is that our baby, the baby cub?
Yeah, that's the baby cub. That's
the baby cub.
That's the fourth bear, bro. By the way.
Bear number 4.
Sorry, Ray Ash.
Yeah. Oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Yeah. There we go.
Oh.
Oh.
I was this cute when I was a baby.
I could see that.
Right?
There's very little effort. He's just like, he knows.
Yeah.
I think they. So yeah, it looks like they're getting things situated.
Is that Coach Justin? Did he come home early?
Coach who?
Coach Justin of KOG. Is he home early?
Was it him?
He was in Jersey and everything.
Oh wow.
That makes sense though. I mean, Guangzhou Gaming's done.
It has been a few days.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's been some amount of days.
Oh, and Mingwin is playing later, so he might have come here with CY.
What are they showing us here?
Our little baby friends.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So for people wondering what's going on the ONIC side, seems like there was a bit of a mishap during the draft. We're not sure of the issue, but the Marshals, including our Chop Master Cent, are talking to Coach Bluffsy and Coach Hayes. So they're making sure that everything's settled. On the Aurora side, looks good.
Hey, is that former Liquid member GN?
Where?
Was on cam earlier.
Leo, you're really good with faces, man.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's lore.
And
those don't know. There was a time where KOLs and influencers were actually part of the lineup.
Yeah.
So that's when GN was part of Liquid.
Ah.
Echo at the time, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
Wait, was that
I was thinking
GN?
Liquid, but when you said Echo, it's like, okay.
Yeah, that's not GN Sanity, is it? Wait, who am I thinking?
That's a different sport, sir.
Oh, that's a different sport.
Very different sport.
GN with a J.
Ah, okay.
It's crazy how this our arena looks just on match number 1.
Hey, hopefully we have the mines and the Brung guys show up later too.
You know what's crazy? Last season we opened up with M4 and M5 with Falcons and Liquid.
Yeah.
Now we open for M6 and M7.
Yeah.
We know AP Brand are the champions of M5, but I'm talking about the rosters here, yada yada yada.
It's them.
It's them.
Taking a look at the head-to-head here for Severo and Dominkite. This is what we were talking about coming into the series. You know, both of them locked in. It's also kind of crazy to see just how much focus goes into attacking the gold laners in the series, you know?
Yeah, that's how RORA won game 1.
Yeah.
They denied the whole Severo-centric playstyle.
I think also as long as ONIC doesn't get too greedy with very specific concepts, where in game number 1, clearly they really wanted Marcel Harley Gord.
Yeah.
And then RORA just adjusted. I was surprised with the Gwyn, but then as it was going on, and then as we saw it in action, it was just a perfect foil alongside the Valentina, then the surprise of Benedetta in the end. Game number 2, ONIC, I think, were a little bit more low to the ground. They pick Phoveus as one of their first 2 picks, and they make sure they secure the Claude. RORA, knowing that Harith into Phoveus is very risky, they went with a Clint instead. That was a bit of a checkmate. Then now here in game number 3, they get the Harith and Phoveus as RORA decided to go for the Juice and Claude. Not to say there's a clear winner there, but for ONIC specifically, it seems like they've changed their priorities to be a little bit more low on the ground and getting out of the big concepts, big ideas that they think they could use to dominate.
Yep. Smiles across the faces here of RORA because they're getting things settled in on the ONIC side.
It's been a while since we've actually seen the devilish smile of Dominkite.
Yeah.
I like how, after everything that's happened in the regular season, it seems like they've reset well enough. It's a new start in the playoffs.
Yeah, which is a good sign for them. Again, they won game number 1. But there was a point where I think it was like 2 or 3 games before they ended it with like 2 wins, wherein they would win game number 1 and then would get reverse swept.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, through history too, this is what we look at through our seeding history. 3rd versus 6th seed in the MPL Philippine playoffs. This is how things evolve and come play. TLPH season 16 is the only 3rd seeded team to win the championship.
That was just last season.
I forgot that they were third seeded, man.
Yeah, that's why it was Falcons versus them in the first round.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3-6. 2 out of the 8 times that the 6th seed won versus the 3rd seed in the MPL playoffs was in Season 9 and the Season 14 play-ins. Of course, the surprising result of Omega shattering the run of the then Echo Super team, and of course, Blacklist versus Omega.
And then it was that barangay that went the farthest any 6-seed team has gone in the history of our league. They went to the finals. They actually tried to defend their MSC title in Malaysia later that year after going to the grand finals.
Against then RSG Philippines. That was the win when we still had like Naps, Eman.
Light was there.
Light was there.
Demon Kite was there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Those the boys.
Them boys.
Them boys. The Raiders. You know? Gosh, that was Season 9.
That was Joseph's first grand finals.
That was my first grand final.
Yeah. Oh yeah, and that was a season where they would like swap out Aqua Exort in mid.
Yeah.
To win that little trade.
That's crazy though. 6th seed has never won the championship either. Now taking a look at this, Kelra and Severo, the stats here through MPL ID at Season 17 and of course MPL Philippines Season 17. How close are they? Yeah. The KDA of Kelra obviously higher here, but a different environment I feel like also.
Not much of a scientist, but it looks like it's very close.
Yeah.
Top 3 for almost everything Severo. And of course, this is what you expect to see when you throw Kelra into MPL ID.
Yeah, and this isn't really a point of comparison. This is really more of just to show like the journeys between the two, just to see the parallels of how they're doing. It's crazy how a 5.9 KDA in the Philippines is 3rd highest, while an 8.55 KDA in Indonesia is 2nd. That's a big leap. The fact that it's almost like complete, like 3 whole numbers means just how much more kills and assists Kelra's getting in ID right now. GPM quite close, pretty much average in terms of these numbers.
That or just how many kills are expected out of players in MPL ID.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just in general, not just Kelra.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, the environment there.
Violent environment.
I also think it's, you know, even if you're just looking at KDA here, it's like Severo brought some of that flavor to the MPL Philippines. And that's why I remember those first weeks we saw him play. What was it, the Moskov, when he was just the showing off the mechanics, you know, in the 1v1s, the 1v2s.
Was the YSS that put him
Oh yeah, the
back
YSS
here,
as well, yeah, the YSS.
Which, by the way, I have to correct myself. I did mention during Wolf and Midnight's podcasting was that it had 1 loss. No, it's still undefeated.
Oh, the YSS?
The YSS still undefeated.
His YSS.
Yeah, his YSS.
Okay.
Severos.
And so it's 6-0?
Yeah, 6-0.
6-0, yeah.
YSS in other people's hands, not so stellar.
Yeah.
So I have a question about it. Did Severo adjust to the Filipino playstyle? Or did ONIC adjust to allow for him to flourish in the Filipino meta?
I think I'm more in the boat of the second statement where ONIC did adjust and flourish, because despite them knowing that Severo at times could also just be left alone in lane like Kelra, you see a few more rotations. You see more movements on at least his side of the jungle to pull away attention. Severo, compared to like his past with ONIC ID, plays the map a little bit more, doubles up much more, opens up the side lanes and far lanes more. It's cool.
Yeah, I think there was a time too, like in the first couple of weeks, where you see Severo, you know, showing off his mechanics and everything else, but there was a time where it took him some time to cook, you know, and then I feel like the playstyle of ONIC themselves as a team kind of changed a bit. But you could also hear that if you had listened in on the Infinix mic checks. You saw that kind of develop on how much he was able to communicate with his team and how he really adjusted to the Super Fam as well. Wait, so is this going to be a different draft? Or is it, okay, no. Maybe they're just going to go through some of the same picks.
Yeah. We will elapse up to the point where it conked out.
Yeah.
Which I think was ban 2.
Yeah, just wrapping up the second banning phase.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
Yeah, just re-picking first phase, and then we go to the second phase of ban.
Wait, so the difference is... Oh, wait, no, yeah.
Yeah, it's still all the same. Still all the same across the board here.
So, Kaja Marcel, red 4 and 5 ban. There it is, yep.
Maybe the ban of ONIC was what was going to be different. Like maybe they meant to ban something out in something else different on Blue 5.
Blue 5.
Yeah, there's a Kaja. Yeah, because this was already the Trizla. Now, what was the last man? That's what we didn't see, so...
Yeah.
That's what was held up.
Kaja Paquito. it did not work when you guys tried when it was tried out in MCT.
Yeah,
right?
MCT East Asia. Yeah. Well, Glue, so Glue will be the ban.
And there's a show. This is a light hero. I'll tell you now. That's a light hero.
Just as much as it's a Brusco, you know? So it's like, I like how they're trading things out, and they're just being like, yep, now this time I'm going to get the Cho here. Yeah. They hand that over to RORA.
They play more of this for control. This banks a lot of pressure onto Demon Kite to get Piercer and string kills together. Because you don't have an instant burst. You have strong displays. Oh, it's their turn to pick up the Belleric.
Oh man, I feel like I'm watching MCT Station with this, man. The Zetian, the last pick for ONIC. This is such an interesting draft for ONIC, especially the last two, Belleric and the Zetian.
Okay, so the Belleric ult helps supplement pretty much the entire lineup of ONIC. The Zetian and Belleric ults are difficult to actually make work for the layer of stuns, which an Alice into a Belleric now should temper a little bit of what ONIC can do, that they have to be careful to fight under Alice's passive. But even so, there's still no sure burst. There's going to be a lot of long team fights and displacements because there's a Cho on the other side.
And possibly a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the question is now, are ONIC prepared for this? Because rotation-wise, the Belleric will fall significantly behind compared to the Cho. The faster rotator on ONIC is actually their Baksha.
Yeah, maybe they're going to play into that. Maybe part of this too is you can't somehow, some way utilize the Belleric on this dangerous grass map in certain situations when they're fighting around objectives. That could be part of the play. Could be setting up the Paquito here for Kirk. I think there's more question marks on ONIC's draft for Game 3 to see if the execution is going to be there. You guys can let us know what you think. We're going to be jumping into Game 3 in this best of 5. Once again, ONIC, after a decisive Game 2, when Aurora took Game 1, what will be the equalizer here moving forward?
I like this. You were pulling a page off of Moreno's book in MPL ID by packing a sprint on this Juicin. Okay.
Why that? Why the sprint?
You are so much more annoying to grab, and you can grab the others much better because you're just so mobile once you pack it. It's Crimson Beacon, then you pack the sprint. You're going to be difficult to catch, and you're going to be annoying to deal with.
Ooh, look at all this pressure on Dominkite down bottom. This is how you can tell that ONIC are making up for their lack of rotational speed.
Yeah.
By making their movement more meaningful. Light picks off Savero just like that.
It backfired.
Well, rotate as much as you want. You can't just counter sheer mechanical brilliance by Light. Even forces the red tree away from King Kong just so he can secure his own beat
there. That's why there's so much of this focus. And again, a Belleric can only do so much. Brusco doesn't have his phone flicker, so ONIC playing on the back foot right now, at least leading into that first turtle here in about 15. RORA has control of things so far.
The last time we actually saw Belleric be a big player was when Aurora flunked out of the group stage of M6, the Swiss stage, and when ONIC eventually won.
Yeah.
That's when it would stop Chosen Joys.
Yeah, literally just Wrath of the Dryad being that thing, you know, to go ahead and slow them down, stop them. It's one of the great things, again, you can play with around objectives. They're going to be the ones to start the turtle up, but quickly goes back in control of Aurora. Let's see if ONIC really can convert this or not. They're going to be dragged for it.
Oh, Fury of the Phoenix, allowing them to find a re-engage. Light pushed back out. Edward looking for it. Does glimmer through, takes down Kirk, serves up the turtle and Demon Kite. DK finds King Kong, stringing kills. Down goes the big tree. 3 for none plus the turtle. The light is blinding. Girls need blinders. ONIC is left to where the sidelines is.
Really awkward team fighting there by ONIC. Why are they full committing this early on?
That's my question.
The Alice and Juicin alone, you know, are going to be a problem for you. There's a 2.5k gold lead. It's 4-0.
Massive swing.
Yeah, it's a Paquito into an Alice. You don't need to full fight that. Your initial rotation was already messed up. Brusco already suffered 1 death. You don't have Wrath of Dry. Why?
Yeah, that's why I asked. Like, is this the first turtle you want to fight for? But then RORA takes everything from them and builds themselves this kind of lead. I mean, we haven't seen this strong of a lead in a while throughout these games, even at the end of the regular season for this. So this is a great start to go ahead and play into when you have this kind of composition. Oh man.
Another pop on the passive. Demon Kite with the charge sever there. Close call.
Yeah, Brusco can't hold the bushes. because there's a huge risk of him just getting lifted. The combos of Kirk, Edward doesn't give a damn about it. He's an Alice.
It is miserable for Prince now, dude. 3.5 minutes in, and he's popped both flickers and passives.
Yeah.
For nothing.
Dominkite is beating Severo in lane. Oh, entry though.
King Kong jumps on the Dominkite. Dominkite does survive. Light is back up too. Man-to-man blocking Brusco.
Okay, Brusco, he's at level 4 now. Maybe this will change things for the next turtle, but I'd almost like to see them maybe even let that one go, man. They're losing everywhere across the map. Unless this ends up being a different case where, you know, Kirk can potentially help out with this Paquito here. Looking at the gold, look at the difference even in the gold lane, man. 800 gold between the gold laners right now. Severo, that early death really slowed him down here. Oh, mid.
Nice combo. Laying that through, and they find Yue. The kick here, displacing Brusco. And now Edward comes in with a massive Throne of Ruin. Demon Kite looking to take down Fritz. Fritz falls. Double for DK. Making a triple as he pops the rocks on King Kong. And Kirk barely survives. Another 3 for Aurora.
You saw the desperation there by ONIC, especially Kirk. They knew they had to get that Suyo, but that will be the Sky Piercer holder for the team. And they are just allowing Aurora to take their early conditions.
I don't get it. They go in for this. Yes, it's a pickoff. But then with RORA and the lead that they have, they just come in and slam down towards ONIC. And they got control of this. Not only that, Sky Piercer picked up. Yes, he had 3 kills already, but gets a stack off that triple kill for Demon Kite, and now he's just in full momentum on the Suyo.
Because of the lack of control of the center, Severo has had a difficult game.
Crimson Beacon forced on a Brusco here. No follow through. It was all in an effort to actually get this push in by Dominkite.
ONIC overcooked in this draft.
Yeah, a little bit too much, man.
Yeah, a little bit too much.
Maybe just the Paquito, a different roam, or vice versa.
But more than that, I appreciate how Aurora are punishing that, how do you say, exotic approach to the draft. Which is, say what you will, they have no burst, yes?
Yeah.
And they win the macro, yes, but they're so willing to fight. So early on, they get 3 stacks on DK. Like, that's, I think, the difference maker.
And the reason why Aurora's Belleric worked against AP Bren in the final series of the season was because RORA were patient with it. AP Bren then were playing a full dive comp, and they just needed Light to get 1 big Wrath of Dryad in a team fight to ruin AP Bren. They didn't respect the Wrath of Dryad to mess them up, and then RORA ended up winning. While ONIC are just go initiation when it works out better for you in this kind of setup if you wait, if you're just a little bit more reactive.
Oh, Light here could have gone for the kick, but they said not just yet. King Kong does pop the TWIS. He was ready for it.
Yeah, he was ready. Make an attempt there. Last turtle's going to be up just a second. ONIC is down 5,000 gold. You look at the itemization. Dominkite will take down a tier 1 up top. And this is, I mean, there's 1 item on XP, 1 on gold. Starlium Scythe there for Severo. You're just not in fighting form, so they gotta give this turtle up.
Yeah.
It looks like they're going to go that course of action and just try to get prepped up for the First Lord. But the way that things have been going and the way that RORA has been executing that, even the First Lord is going to be tough to deal with.
Yeah, I have to give a lot of respect here for Dominkite. During the regular season, Severo had his number in the laning phase, but now he's beating Severo. He beat Severo in game number 1 in lane, now in game number 3. Just a huge point of improvement for Dominkite. And of course, Aurora and the entire team. Not a lot of people expected that he'd put up a fight like this, but they're also punishing ONIC's crazy ideas.
Has Yue even had to use Sprint yet? Like, I feel like
I haven't even used it, yeah.
I was going to say, I haven't even seen it because he doesn't really need to catch anyone. It's ONIC choosing to be in range of his Jushin here.
Joseph, that's how short-ranged ONIC's draft is.
Yeah.
That he's just like, no, I'm just going to kite you guys away. I don't feel any threat here.
Yeah. It definitely feels that way. Taking again a glimpse at the items here. Look at the difference between the jungle, man. That's just how good of a game Demon Kite has right now. 3,000 above King Kong and the Baksha. This is, you know, kind of scary to deal with because even when you're the Baksha, you're playing this utility. You're down, what, 4 levels up to this point, 3,000 gold. It's really hard to even contest into that Lord take. even though you're supposed to be the tanky one here, even this Paquito really hasn't been able to do anything just because of there's no entry point for Kirk to deal with here. So they're desperately trying to hold on to this side of the jungle, but RORA takes whatever they want at this point as a tier 2 up top will fall. Dominicite knocking down the turret. King Kong?
King Kong deep behind enemy lines. That Throne of Ruin will stop him. I think that was just a little bit overkill as he gets picked off easy.
Overcooked with this one. Too slow. Didn't respect the Alice. Dominicite is messing up Kirk.
AOT plus the BMI back. Nice push down bottom by Savero. But that seemingly feels like a consolation prize for everything that Aurora's taking now.
Yeah, it really looks like we're going into Aurora, going into match point with a 2-1 lead. Once that Dominance Ice comes out for that Alice, good luck trying to take it down, even with just a Radiant Armor and an Oracle. Edward's already way too difficult. They don't have the right damage profile. Burst base, perplexing to me as why you would want to play a Paquito with Uranus and Alice still open. It would be greedy. Were they thinking about Claude? Were they thinking about the Suyo? Still, you have to look at the big picture of it all. It seems like a lot of Onyx Overcooked picks are looking into very specific things without looking at the big picture of drafts.
Yeah, this is one of those situations again where you are almost thinking that this can end on this first push just because of the nature of the composition that ONIC brought. Yes, there's still the shields. They can still work around that. In one way or another, I guess the Wrath of the Dryad ultimate from Brusco could stop RORA in its tracks, but even if you stop them, you might just die.
Joseph, you can also open a coconut with a plastic spoon.
That's true.
But do you want to do that?
You know, if I was thirsty enough, maybe. Maybe ONIC is in that position where they're thirsty enough, man.
It's going to take a while.
Yeah, it's going to take a while here.
As it is, they're 10 down. There's a Lord March.
Oh, Kirk. Oh!
They can't even clear that fast. They pick off the Paquito. They pop the Holy Shield in mid. And there's another chubby wave up top.
That is exactly how it feels right now watching this one for Game 3. RORA could potentially just go ahead and get to the point where they are ending the game as quick as possible through this as ONIC desperately tries to hold on to their base turrets.
They will pop the shield. And there's a wave in mid. Oh, Light can just put the shoe on the other foot. Now Brusco knows what it's like to have the wall banged on you.
Light has a flicker as well. He can make a play.
And there is the combo coming through.
Whoa!
Wrath of the Dryad keeps Light down, but Dominicite does take out Brusco. Dominicite will get taken down here. Oh, it's Demon at both. Edward 2. The punish 3 for 3. Yua gets found out, but he does back off. 4 for 3 now. Savero might be able to defend.
There's still minion waves coming in. He still has towers to work with. 10 seconds until Brusco gets back. 10!
Oh, Dominicite is ruining turrets. Top lane cracks. Mid lane goes. There's a duo of minions here as the Yue tries to hit him with the Crimson Beacon. Zaman forced through. Dominicite firing off. Here comes the rest of the Super Fam. It is over till it's over. Dominicite here with a blade.
Oh!
The shutdown by Brusco.
ONIC holds on despite it all off of a Wrath of Dryad from Brusco.
Followed up by the Fury of the Phoenix. A Zaman Force, a triple kill from Vero. And ONIC might just make a comeback here. Still, it was expensive, but they were able to chip away at that greatly. A perfect combination with a Belleric and the Zetian together. But because of the resource lead of Aurora, ONIC had to lose way too much. Still, they held on and they keep going for it.
And they find Edward. There's the Summon Force. Finally, Edward cracks, and they force Light back. ONIC are an awakened beast.
It's ONIC time.
It's ONIC time.
The lead in half.
That was a fumble by RORA, man. Fighting into the turret, even with that lead, you still got to respect the Wrath of the Dryad. That's what I was saying, under the turret. That's what they did, so now it's ONIC with this Lord. Again, Aurora still ahead of 5,000 gold.
Yeah.
They can still secure this Lord here. ONIC has been able to pull it off so far.
Lights low.
Can they continue it? Now you see the respect here on both sides for the positioning favor around the Lord.
They have to go faster. They have to go faster. Minion wave scratch.
Lord here on 8th of its health. There's the Summon Force. Crimson Beacon by Yue. Going back.
Oh!
Block. Demon Kite. Savero does get shut down here. Demon Kite does get a kill on Brusco. And ONIC are backing off the Super Fam retreat. Turning tail. Happy with the Lord take. But here's 5 members of Aurora. They want to go. Fury the Phoenix. Down goes King Kong. Kirk clearing the waves. Lord spawns in 15 seconds.
It's miraculous that ONIC were able to secure the Lord for themselves. It has to spawn here. RORA might be able to end it.
Oh, they're going to push in with this wave. Kirk and Super
Inside with the flicker and the kick and the combo, serving up a kill to DK. And a Lord does come through. Brusco spawns. Savero in 2, but the base is in jeopardy. The Northern Lights are at match point.
ONIC needed to take desperate measures, but it's a simple thing in the Philippines. Minion wave, far lane. Aurora made the most out of it. Aurora chased ONIC down, and they are 1 win away from advancing to the second round.
That looked spicy towards the end. You got to give it to ONIC for trying, despite being down that massive deficit. Tried to turn it around, but RORA held on and held strong. And I think at the very end there, I finally saw UA pop the sprint to make sure that King Kong didn't get away. And there you go, match point now for the current world champions to get closer to the grand final. That's the goal here. They've scrapped through this one. Again, they control the majority of this, and what a start for Demon Kite, what a start for them. You're noticing the hard focus on putting pressure in the early game, and that's what's happening here.
I find it hard to pinpoint who the MVP is, but I think this is a award-winning performance by the celebrity.
Yeah.
I think he's got to be DK.
It's got to be, man.
ISKDA much more patient. And it was an easy down for him because he just needed to capitalize on ONIC's questionable aggression.
There
It is a celebrity getting it.
Oh, yeah. This is the Demon Kite. I don't know. There was something about the what do you say? The grimace he had, or the smile that he had.
Yeah.
Before the series, I know
it's smiling demon again, dude.
Smiling demon again.
The damn smile.
We did not see that smile for weeks, man. 9-1 and 5, by the way, on the Suyo, and even run that marksman emblem. Man, he made this work. He got stacks early on, and you know the idea, by the way, between the Belric ultimate, the Wrath of the Dryad with the Fury of the Phoenix. In theory, it's quite deadly, but if you fall behind and you just don't have the economy there, that's where it falls apart.
Which is why ONIC knows their combo. What are you doing full fighting turtle #1 when you don't have that combo yet?
Yeah.
And the Belric already died early. Even Savero got taken out early. So what the heck are you doing full fighting that? A lot of the moves here in the draft and even in-game from ONIC felt like it was just a lot of ego.
Yeah.
A lot of maybe overshooting and overestimating their own capabilities or what they have. But for Aurora, they really just stuck close to their guns. Their discipline of like, okay, we can just hold out here, sure, we keep going aggro. We have an Alice. We're happy with that. Your Belric doesn't have level 4 yet. Thank you. Why fight? But you see it here that despite this massive lead, ONIC were able to chip at it. And this was one of the few times in this game where Aurora got a little bit undisciplined. This is where I was thinking ONIC should have gone faster. The moment they saw Light get brought low, with the minion wave up top and with there being a clear push angle there, they should have just rushed the Lord. Even if they didn't get it, they'd be able to get away. What did they do? They hesitated, which allowed the minion wave to crash even closer to the lane, and Aurora just to use their battle spells to chase down the members of ONIC.
Yeah, it was just one of those things where I feel like that's the way you can sum it up, Renmar. Like you mentioned, I think they just cooked a little bit too hard with this idea, this concept behind the draft for ONIC. And, yes, you could see it in theory work throughout the game, but that's the thing. You fall behind the way they did. And again, maybe it would have been different if it didn't start off by, such early pressure and an early first blood for Aurora, because they were already at, 2.5K lead at just around, the 3-minute mark. That's massive to go ahead and deal with, and then you're scaling really, really well in this kind of lineup that Rora brought to the table. So, I don't know. I just feel like, in a sense, too, maybe if it would have been different for Kirk, the Paquito still kind of a big question mark. Savero was honed in on. So it's like, where do you start to focus for ONIC going into the next game, facing this match point elimination from the playoffs?
You know what? Now that we're talking about it, it feels like it's a double whammy for ONIC here. They overcooked, they overshot, and they lost track of who they were from the regular season. Again, the play style that they've been known for to finish strong in the regular season, to be 3rd seed, is to play around Savero. They let their addict go. They let little Clayton fend for himself.
Yeah.
Him being first blood is a damn shame. That should never happen.
Yeah, which is why you also have to credit whether it was a call from the Light or the coaching staff right before they brought down their headsets to give the order of early on, send that show to the gold lane and try to take that Harith out right away. That was a right call. ONIC, it's a damn shame really to see how, not even a de-evolution, it's just weird what's happening with ONIC now. It feels like it's shades of what we saw from them from last season's playoffs. Where even then, if we remember correctly, we were going like, what's going on with ONIC? Kind of weird, kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know. Maybe the answer is with our on-ground panel. Let's throw it over to Hans and Wolf.
Muli, maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. It is now Aurora Gaming Philippines at match point para sa pinakaunang laban ng Season 17. The Roras are very happy with this performance, but let's take a little bit of a look na medyo mas malalim towards what has happened in game number 3. There's a bit of a draft situation that worked out so well for the Roras, but at the same time, yung execution din has worked out for them.
Bago sa atin binato ni Yowo, minention niya na-mention niya yung mga keys to victory na na-mention din natin kanina. And isa sa mga nalagay natin doon is the Domec Double, which is, in fairness, doon sa first 2 games, hindi masyadong hinayaan ng ONIC na mangyari. But in this game number 3, Domec was able to snowball. At importante dyan yung pagiging rich guy niya dito. Kasi ang una niyang ginawa doon sa first turtle, sumama agad siya doon sa team fight. Imagine, this is a clone. At hindi rito expanding rivers kung saan doon natin usually mapapansin na nagdo-double lane siya. In this scenario, dahil dun sa maagang pagpasok ni Domec sa laban, nanalo ng first turtle ang side ng Aurora at mula doon nag-snowball na yung team nila.
And to think na yung ONIC Philippines meron silang backshot to at least assist them in terms of having a really good first turtle siege. Hindi nagawa yon ng ONIC Philippines dahil full 5-man na kaagad ang kumaharap against them. Now, moving forward with Aurora Gaming's drafting composition, nakita natin ONIC picked up a Paquito, something that we don't see very often kahit yung Beleric din. Pero isang sagot nung Alice was already enough for them to neutralize the entire thing.
Lalo na dun sa positioning coming out from Edward, you'll see dun sa mga impactful na team fights na nakita natin mula sa Aurora, nakakapag-flank etong si Edward. And this also kind of nullifies yung gustong gawin ni Kirk kasi parang wala nakapag-follow up sa kanya. This composition mula sa ONIC Philippines ay based dun sa magic damage na meron sila. At ang pinaka physical damage output lang nila was coming out from Kirk. Siguro throw damage yung Harith at certain points, pero in a way, in essence, magic pa rin yun. So, every time na ma-eliminate nila yung Paquito, nawawalan ng physical damage at na lumiliit at sumisikip yung damage profile ng ONIC Philippines.
So it was, again, a very risky choice that they had to make dahil nga sa kakulangan ng kanilang physical damage.
Yeah, I think na pressure ata sila kasi kung papansinin natin yung Game 1 at Game 2 draft, nababan yung Paquito dun sa may second phase at parang biglang hindi siya nagiging shoot. So medyo na pressure ata yung ONIC Philippines na agahan yung pag-pick dun sa Paquito at sila yung napasama dahil dun.
Now you've mentioned pressure. Ang tanong ay kung nape-pressure ba ang Super Fam with this situation? Sonics, buhay pa ba ang ONIC Philippines? I'm loving the spirit still coming out of the fans wearing and bannering yellow. Kamusta naman ang match point na Aurora Gaming? Everybody is looking forward to this game number 4 dahil hindi natin alam kung ano ang mangyayari. Will it be Aurora Gaming Philippines finally moving forward in 4 or will ONIC contest this to make it a 5-game series? Casters, it's time to find the answer.
Thanks so much, Hans or Wolf, for the breakdown there on ground panel. And that's a good question to go ahead and ask all the fan base out there. Who is going to be moving forward? I honestly expect this one to go 5 games. I hope both matches today we get our 5 games, because that's always the case. You know, we got to send two teams home today.
You know, as long as ONIC keep their feet low to the ground, their heads low to the ground, then they should be able to force 5. But yeah, right now I'm not mad. I'm not disappointed. I'm just very curious as to what's happening with ONIC right now.
I'm confused.
Confused also, yes.
I'm sure there's some shared sentiments out there about confusion. MacRORA? Is that MacRORA or Mycronic? Is it greater? Is MacRORA greater than Mycronic? Wait, Mycronic. sounds like a...
Isn't that a song from the 90s?
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. You know what? But hey, 7 years later, we are officially back to where Filipino MLBB dominance began. That's here at San Juan Arena. The MPL Philippines Season 17 playoffs are live and underway at San Juan Arena.
And we are running all the way till May 31st. Don't just watch history unfold. Step right in.
Yeah, if you want to be part of history, so head on over to ph-mpl.com/tickets to secure now. See you here at the venue, the gorgeous venue that we have here.
The gorgeous venue that is now almost probably 6,000 strong here for the first day. Now also the All-Star Event Series is officially live, and the loot is yours for the taking. Gear up for the title Treasure Hunt and title Gold Rush to score everything from free skins to diamonds.
Don't forget to grab your All-Star returning gift just by logging in or rally your squad for Title Clash 5v5. Now it's time to gather your friends and stack those coins.
Just log into the game, log into your MLBB, jump into the action, don't miss out.
What's the saying that you usually say for that, Red Mark? Something about action? Turn that action into passion.
That's a different script.
That's about the E Project.
Yeah, but I like that one. You know,
you are a man of passion and action.
That is true.
Say it for him.
You are a man of passion and action.
I'm turning my action into passion, or my passion into action. One of the two. Also, here's the thing. This is crucial because for a lot of people, I think, that are looking forward to one of these teams, whatever fan base you're coming from, right? Rooting to go forward here. In a way, whoever does move forward, at least they have a little breath of, a little sigh of relief, because at least then you get to a point where you got 2 lives moving forward. You got to survive through this. You got to go through the ringer.
You got to fight the cavalry, no big.
Yeah. Let's not worry about that. You know, like...
No, it's the Falcons.
It's the Falcons. I was saying it's Falcons.
Cavalry's waiting for Omega and Twisted.
You got to fight Falcons, no big.
No big. Number 2, you know, just the other Titan. It's like, do you want to fight Aaron or do you want to fight...
Water.
No.
A horse.
Yeah, another Titan.
Oh, Aaron. I think you said air.
Oh yeah, I heard
Aaron.
Aaron.
Like,
I heard Aaron.
Aaron or...
What, do I have to say it like that?
Hey, spoiler alert. You can't say that.
Why?
There are some people who just watched the first season of Attack on Titan, also known as Shingeki no Kyojin, and they don't know.
Brother, it's been out for like how many years now?
More than a decade.
There's been a final part. So that's their fault. But before that, before we jump over to game 4, let's go ahead and take a look at our little video here with King Kong.
Aaron dies, right?
Aaron!
Paano si King Kong maging teammate? Anong pinagkaiba niya sa team?
Hirap imagine na malungkot si King.
Wala, masayain kasi ako eh. Tsaka thankful ako na wala namang malalim na reason para malungkot, ganun. Masayain kasi talaga ako, tas super babaw ng kaligayahan ko. Yan.
Oo, ang hirap din ma-imagine na na parang biro lang kasi yun eh. Makitang malungkot. Siguro pinakamalala yung talaga, season 15. Pati nung season 16 pala, umiyak din siya nung time na nalaglag kami ng TNC. Yun lang yung 2 beses ko lang siya nakitang na parang sobrang lungkot talaga.
Feeling ko nung season na yun, I could have done better personally and as an individual. May regrets ako nung time na yun eh. Kasi parang hindi ko na nabigay lahat nung season na yun. Kaya super nalungkot talaga ako nung season na yun.
Nung mga time na gano'n na malungkot si King Kong, gaano katagal bago siya makarecover?
Pag-uwi namin. Kasi nanitrip na siya agad nun eh. Sabi niya, bawi tayo next season pa eh. Ganun. Siya na mismo na gano'n. Convince na galingan pa namin next season kasi parang ang pangat ng performance namin nung season 16 eh.
Masasabi mo ba na sobrang laking factor mo para magpatuloy ka ngayon?
Nag-push sa akin ngayong season yung pag-alis ni Kelra eh. Na-take ko talaga siya in a positive way eh. Parang mas na-redeem ko yung sarili ko, mas inaral ko yung mga laro ko, and na-feel ko yung need na mag-step up as jungler ng ONIC Philippines. Puro positiveness yung na-feel ko dun sa nagmo-motivate sa akin. Palag na to.
Really great video there with King Kong. Of course, Brusco there too, talking about just how happy of a guy King Kong is, and that's true. And yeah, I mean, even I remember that, seeing them. That was like one of the first times I saw King Kong just kind of devastated and sad and down when they didn't have the season they wanted to in season 16.
And I like how he mentioned that one of the things that motivated him was Kelra leaving.
Yeah.
Because that's a sentiment he shares alongside Kirk. Their XP laner, Kirk Gutierrez, he mentioned in an early first pick episode, we want to prove this season that we can win without Kelra.
Yeah. That is mid though for ONIC PH. I think King Kong definitely backed that up. Terrific season. Of all the players in ONIC PH, I think he's the one, alongside of course Tavera, you could really say that they showed up day in, day out. They got to do their jobs here. But clearly in this series, it's not about the individuals anymore. It's about a lot of layering of problems, from overcooking in the draft to not respecting your own potential things that you need to execute.
Yeah, I think even looking at this, you know, a team that really had problems was RORA, and this is from Master the Basics. I think number one was the mindset of the players, because even if we were on a lose streak, it was all about hard work and the dedication from them. The goal, the goal of each.
Yeah.
And
still just one goal.
Yeah, they still have one goal, and they all wanted to make it to the playoffs here. When asked about how they stayed motivated even after the regular season struggles, and we saw this throughout some of the videos and interviews that we had with the players, and of course Coach Master the Basics.
So this was asked in week 8, day 2.
Yeah.
And I think this was a question that was lingering all throughout their lose streak anyways. And I think it's good that it came from the coach directly, that it's a mindset thing. It's a mental thing. That maybe after winning the M7 World Championships, they all kind of went in different directions.
Yeah.
But I'm glad to hear as well that the hard work is still there, the commitment is still there, and here we're seeing the results of those.
And you know, not only that too, when we see what map 4 we're going to be going to here, which is randomized as well. So the last remaining map, oh no, sorry, it's just the last remaining map. So Flying Clouds is also, you see how locked in RORA has been. Aside from the little glimpse of the smile that we saw from Demon Kite before the game 3, they came into this very serious, I feel like, very locked in. They want to continue to go ahead and ride on that momentum that they had qualifying for the playoffs, and it's showing within the way that they're executing in the game. I think that's one of the biggest things here too. Maybe after today, if they end up winning this next game and proceed to the next phase of the playoffs, we'll see them relax just slightly. Or maybe this is that World Championship mindset where they're just hard focused in all the way to the end.
I know that in the twilight of the regular season, I said Aurora should not in any way be happy with what happened, even with them qualifying.
Yeah.
After this, I agree with you, Joseph. Maybe they can sigh a little sigh of relief. Maybe they can get on a little bit of a flying cloud and say, you know what, we deserve this. We got 2 lives.
Yeah.
But just the same, job's not done.
Job's not done, man. One game at a time. We're going to jump into the draft here for game 4 again, Flying Clouds. And RORA will be on this blue side. We'll see what their idea of priority is still going to be here once we get through this.
Historically, RORA for this season has been 2-6 in Flying Clouds, while ONIC are very 50-50, 5-4. It's not a good stat line for both. This could go either way. I know ONIC is a little bit more on the positive, but a 50-50 in MPL PH is just closer to... Are you sure, really? Well, so what? Phobias, Kalea, Fanny. Could set up for a surprise Harith Rush if they're greedy about it. But with Juicing gone, Marcel's still active.
Valentina,
they banned the Phobias. Valentina Rush doable also because he took out the Phobias.
How about the Mars? Do you think they'll want to play the Marcel this time?
That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm thinking Valentina first.
Valentina.
So you block out the Marcel and the Sora.
Yeah. They get their Baksha.
Oh yeah, they snuck that through again.
They have been doing this throughout the series, gentlemen. They've been seeing ONIC pick a pick, and then they say, all right, let us go. Let us go on.
Yeah. But I mean, this is a RORA staple for the longest time. Since their inception as a team in MPL Philippines, Baksha has always been on their list of heroes you should not give them.
Deeper than that, I think it's just a Demon Kite staple. Even as far back as before the actual establishment of utility junglers, DK has been like, just...
Yeah.
He's been that guy.
This season, perfect record for the Baksha of Aurora, 5-0.
5-0. And then so King Kong got his first Baksha loss last game.
Yeah.
Even with their lose streak, he's 5-0.
Yeah. That's actually kind of insane to think about it, how difficult it's been. The Leo Moore to the Claw to the answer from ONIC.
Yeah. If there's one pick here that RORA could show up as poison later, it would be a Uranus in the EXP. Use it to go invade King Kong's jungle, whatever the Uranus is closest to.
Yeah.
Take a resource away from that.
You still have some great Yua picks available in their mid, but with that full dive, it would be tough to play something like a Eve. They might want to consider Lilia Khalid if they really just want mid lane domination and they want to play for their side lanes later. Pick up a Lilia Khalid together. But Light wants to continue the show, and Yua will get a Valentina instead. Of course, because the Lamords on the other side, there's a lot of value of taking away the Phantom Steed, and
Golden
because they
Hour.
know that the Marcel would be going to the other side as well. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's good. Not only that, but also, again, like you mentioned, the Sora, who really hasn't been picked out throughout the series at all, but you got a Valentina, so now that should kind of stop the issue of that coming up too. So really good first phase, I'd say. I mean, you could say the same thing. These are power picks for ONIC, but let's go ahead and get some insights here with our on-ground panel. We're going to be throwing it over to Hans and Wolf to share their ideas about this.
Muli, maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kanina lamang, game number 3, ONIC did the same thing. Baksha Blue 1. But now, what do you think is going to be the difference moving forward para sa Aurora since parehas din yung ginawa nila?
Yeah, I think kasi nakaw nila dito yung show na magiging crucial para dito sa ONIC Philippines. At the same time, hindi pa natin nakikita yung kanilang gold laner NXP. So madali pang i-adjust yung side lanes dito. Trio mid ang inuna ng Aurora, kaya naman mas ma-adjust pa nila. I do like the adjustment mula sa ONIC Philippines. Ginawa nila dito yung Marcel. I think both teams have gotten the first 3 picks na maganda for both of them.
Yeah, because when you're looking at the 3-level composition, it is ONIC Philippines na kahit papano meron ng damage-dealing heroes with the Claude and the Leomord. But if they can fortify or kung meron pang ilalakas yung lineup ng dalawang squads na ito, how would they finish it off?
They will have to look for a long-range nuke mula sa ONIC Philippines, tipong mga Eve, mga Farsa na may good combination with this Marcel. And then close it off with a tanky hero na may setup pa rin dito para sa ONIC Philippines, para kay Kirk, like maybe an Alice eventually, nakikita natin, or Terizla. And Aurora kailangan handa rin dun sa mga ganong heroes.
Eve, Farsa, you've mentioned it para sa ONIC, but considering that the Valentina is on the other side, magiging malaking problema ba to para sa ONIC or will they have to worry about it less?
Good point. Kasi yung naisip ko katulad yung Terizla at Alice, good copies agad yun para isang Valentina. Kaya maganda yung pagkakapwesto ng Valentina dito para sa Aurora.
Now, if you're looking at the show and the back siya na first 3 compositions para sa Aurora Gaming, facing off against ONIC, what would the Marcel role be para sa ONIC PH?
Pag-setup to, maghanap ka ng mga tipong Kimi to combo it up, which means na itong Aurora, kailangan meron silang burst with this Claude. Kaya magandang ban yung Harit. Maybe Clint yung matitira dito para sa Aurora to go with Lapu-Lapu para kay Edward.
That's gonna be it for us here at the ground panel. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Thank you very much, Hans and Wolf, there for your insights, and for our international viewers out there that are tuning in, you know, and wondering everything they said. I know you probably heard some of the hero names thrown out, but yes, Wolf was also saying that, you know, in order to make this Marcel work, you need to tank your XP lane to go ahead and help him acknowledge it and also allow it to do its thing. And then at the same time, RORA most likely picks up a Lapu-Lapu or a Clint to go ahead and highlight on what they already got the first draft phase, but also the Valentina is just so strong here for RORA right now because it is also making ONIC consider, do we just overload the options of ultimates or do we really want to pick certain ones? Terizla is also a great ultimate to take. We've seen this before where a penalty zone from a Valentina sometimes is more effective.
This is a stroke of genius though, because ONIC knows that Aurora wants that Terizla.
Yeah.
They steal it, and they know that Aurora's not going to rush for either a Selena nor, rather, a Farsa nor an Eve, as mentioned by Wolf also, because they already have the Valentina. Unless there's no way that serves the XP.
I mean, they can still back up the Uranus, as we mentioned, but I like the idea of the Lapu-Lapu. Might be a little bit more viable considering the Selena and the Valir were banned out. There's the mid pick for ONIC. Yeah, they need that burst and they need a little bit more range, but I'd want to see a lot of things on the ground. I'd want to see them consider the Lilia. Edward brings back a Benedetta, and they get up a Moskov despite there being a Marcel on the other side. This is just a confidence pick right now by RORA. Not always the easiest time to make a Moskov work when you're up against a Marcel, but yeah, they're feeling it.
Oh, and Louis Yi. So this is a Super Friends pick. He's made it work before. Now he's going to bring it to this in a game that is so crucial right now for them to extend the series.
Maybe only the second most prolific low Yi user in MPL Philippines. Second to the Lone Stallion Sanji. This is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I like how ONIC are capable of, you know, just folding the map in half and again, using the world's longest BMI.
Yeah, I also like that I sort of got my wish of seeing a lot of things on the ground. Of course, with the interaction of the Loyi abilities, you need something with a capability of zoning, crowd control, and damage, which is what is delivered by the kit of the Loyi anyway when she wants to damage. While at the same time, as you mentioned, they realized that they can't go all in with team fights. They needed to find a way to play the map, and they got it with the Loyi. Honestly, the Loyi pick just answered a lot of things of what ONIC needed. Instead of them leaning towards one way a little too strong, they were able to balance it out.
Well, here we go. Match point for this battle, the international rivalry, the last one of Season 17. Only one of these teams can move on forward, and right now it's ONIC, the super fam, that wants to extend the series to a Game 5. We're on flying clouds, and we're jumping on in.
Put yourself together for you. Still a Festival of Blood for Edward, Inspire for Prince. Even got an Tenacity. All right. Pretty standard on the emblem sets. So far, a lot of pokes coming in from Yue towards Brusco, who just wants to protect the orange side of ONIC. Gonna get invaded by Edward and Demon Kite. Now, 4 members of RORA.
Uh-oh. It's their turn to pull their own version of the orange gambit. Now Brusco running through, freezing them all. Perk does oblige, force the flicker through that wall the long way around.
Yeah.
I think RORA wins that engagement.
Yeah, King Kong needs to compensate by getting Litho and one of the green camps here because he got his own Lizard. So the math usually is Lizard plus 1 green camp, plus your 2 buffs should bring you very close to orange. For Demon Kite, still they weren't able to, no. ONIC were still actually able to hold on to the Golem. They compensated instead by getting the Beetle up top.
Oh, that was really close. They went to see if they could get an attempt on Brusco. They don't. A little bit of trading across the map, though, in terms of the jungle. But also, I think one thing you have to worry about if you're Aurora facing against this this combination of having the Golden Hour there, which could essentially set things up for Louis on Super Prince to really get the interactions off, and then utilizing a diversion too. There's a lot of kind of weird things this composition from ONIC can do. Taken and granted too that you're on a flying cloud map and you can get back to the fight time and time again if you need to. They just don't want to fall too far behind like they did previously. And they have plenty of tools to play around with. I think that's one of the highlights here for ONIC's lineup, as now the first turtle is up. Some of these level 4s still coming into play. Edward has his. The select the final blow, and even the Phantom Seed for UA could play a part. Diversion used up on the top side for Super Prince.
ONIC have fully relocated. That is a 4-man coalition light. Force a response out of Super Prince. There's the real Leo Mord calling in his ult, and the penalty zone. Savero coming in. Blazing the wet, but Brusca survives. Not so fast as Yue, taking him down. Edward. King Kong finds a trade. Down goes Edward. King Kong will go down as Yue dashes through the wall, uses the flicker, and gets a trade. 2 for 1 for Aurora.
US saved that for Aurora. And again, another pick you have to watch out for. If there's a Leomord on the other side, expect the Valentina to be one of the answers because of just how well Valentina shines with getting the Phantom Steed for cleanup, for aggression, for setup. It's a perfect toolkit for Valentina.
Yeah, we see a little fight for the gold crab there. Severo's going to grab that one, but that's true. You know, a lot of times when you see the Valentina picked up across a Leomord, it's so deadly with its own Phantom Steed, and you can play around that, and that's what we see here now. As they get re-situated here, even though the first objective went over to ONIC, it's pretty much equilibrium across the board up to this point.
I think ONIC need to... By the way, great rotation by Severo to get the Blazing Duet in. But the difference maker really was the fact that there was a Leomord cosplay for the side of Aurora. Still, could be anyone's game. I'm not seeing a lot of errors, not seeing a lot of pinpoints or pain points right now in terms of how things are getting executed. Whoa!
There's a duel, Blazing Duet. An SOD by Dominkite as well. I'll call that a technical knockout. I think Savero really pulled the trigger, knowing well that he can send Dominkite home.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get the gold crab, and Prince got the diversion to bring King Kong closer to mid. I think they were thinking that there were rotation-wise members of Aurora towards that side, or maybe Yue would overstep. The guy's going to be rolling up level 4 for Brusco, level 4 for Light. Edward's first item is locked in with a Heptaseas, while the glowing wand comes in for Yue.
Yeah, Dominkite. Okay, just a little visit up here. He's not going to be able to catch Edward, but Dominkite not doing too bad. Yes, he is down just a few hundred gold against Severo, but Severo on the Claude, he is going to be able to do this, and you know he's going to double lane and handle things, everything else. Now this turtle spawns, second one in the game up top.
I think Dominkite is handling lane really well because he knows Severo is probably going to look to join in this fight if he gets a fast clear.
Okay, Yue takes the Phantom Seed again. Fight for it.
And there's it is. Calling in by King Kong. Penalty zone coming through. Look at the damage. Dropped in. SOD. Will they press the button? Dominkite still not pressing it. Down goes Kirk. Man down for ONIC. And just like that, Aurora have the advantage. ONIC will not force the issue.
Good initiation, but with the Terizla down, ONIC will have to give this up. They know it. The SOD also landed right in time. RORA get turtle, number 2. No dire straits, but that was just a perfect entry by Edward. ONIC were not ready for the Electro Final Blow Petrify combo to come from that angle.
That had to be the very last second that he could follow through that SOD. Whoa, Edward.
Forces
Gets a flicker.
the flicker out of Super Prince. Will he get punished? That's the question.
Oh.
And it seems like, yes, he just went too deep. King Kong takes out Edward.
Bot time because Severo's now getting pressure in bot.
Severo, another blazing duet, pushing Dominkite back. Does he know that Demon Kite and Lighter here? BMI back, here comes the backup. Super Prince and
Domink.
Brusco coming through. Defensive views of the SOD, the flicker back. Close call.
Yeah, really good for Light to be there. Just good response on both sides. That was really a back and forth between both teams, but they keep their gold laners alive.
Yeah, they know it's a really tense situation. Very fast to pull the trigger. And trying to find an angle for either of these two because RORA team fights so far slightly better.
Yep.
They always have 1 or 2 options remaining after ONIC have blown out the majority of their abilities. While for ONIC, they can play the map a bit more maybe, but it's tough with Moscow on the other side.
Oh, Light, okay. He's gonna get out of there. He's gotta be a little more cautious. He doesn't have a flicker available. There's 4 members of ONIC down here on this bottom side. They want to take this tier 1 out. Brusco will stall out Light from going back to the base. They want the turret, they get it. They'll take a diversion back to the mid lane.
Oh! Thrown out by Kurt. There's the electric blow, plus the petrify by Edward. Severo with a blazing duet. SOD catches it.
Oh no,
King Kong calls in. Barbiel. Demon Kite gets taken down. Kirk eventually still repairs the situation.
If that was me, if I'm Kirk, I'm just going all part of the plan, boys. No one saw that.
Anyways.
But we got the win. We got the win.
Yep. They made it happen. Again, both the teams are doing a really good job at mirroring each other across the map to be there when they need to. But now it's 1 for 1 for the Turtles on both sides. This third Turtle in control of ONIC right now. Not sure if RORA is going to contest it. They just give it up because Demikite just spawned, so he'll go ahead and grab his purple instead as they get ready to prep for this Lord here. So majority of these fights too, it's been the 4 guys across from each other. Now we'll start to see the gold laners come into play a little bit more here. I'm wondering where things are falling into place item-wise. Golden Staff now for Severo. He's got to be close to the... that was his second item, right?
Yeah, still kind of far.
Still kind of far. Uh-oh, Demon Kite.
And the Golden Hour stops Demon Kite. Where are you going? Brusco puts a stack on that freeze on him. In comes King Kong running through. Charges through. Blazing duet gets back. Though, Severo does still hold on.
Wow.
Oh, they're happy with the pushback.
Yeah, safe by Kite Brother. Diversion just to quickly reposition instead of walking.
Good little peel there coming out from the team. Again, that's been the nature of this game already, the game 4. RORA trying to peel for Demon Kite if he has to. And, you know, again, playing for Dominkite on this Moscow. We've seen a couple close team fights, and a big play of that with this kind of composition is, again, these gold laners. DHS just picked up, so both have the 2 items locked in as they build into the third here. Severo has been pretty good at just being where he needs to be in Blazing Duet and relying on, if he's got to rely on the Louis for Super Prince to get out and out, he can. They can use it later on like we've seen before when the Lord is up and you can get that longest BMI positioning in favor of you utilizing the Louis. So this is all a great macro possibility for ONIC. Whoa, mid lane?
Oh, they try to collapse on the Light, but he's just too elusive. Close call.
Kirk. Now sending Dominkite back. Oh, Kirk's in trouble.
And Demon Kite finds the Boxing Knight on him. In comes Brusco. Golden Hour. The kick just right outside. In comes the rest of ONIC. The Super Fam thinking, should we? Shall we?
They can turn.
We will. In they go. Blazing to it. Plus penalty zone. Severo right in Dominkite's face as Kirk just survives, but barely. King Kong wants more. King Kong running through Brusco. Very low. Yue will not force the issue. That's a 1-for-none take, plus the turret.
Yep.
ONIC are just pushing forward the tempo.
Perfect tempo, and this is why this low Yi pick is so good for ONIC. They needed to be able to cover the map and cover the ground so much faster, while also have some great tools mid-team fight.
Oh, this Lord is up. ONIC going to go ahead and try to blitz it as fast as they can. It's already less than half health here. Is Aurora going to do anything or just give it up?
I think they just should. ONIC are just playing hard to get, baiting them in. That's a Lord secured for the Super Fam.
There you go.
Well done, ONIC. Well done, Kirk, also with that turn with the penalty zone and the flicker.
He survived.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure RORA expected that, and they saw that coming, but they still found themselves in an awkward spot where the three of them were close enough to get penalty zoned anyway. So
yeah,
I think a bit of a misposition there by RORA, also trying to handle that whole situation.
Yeah, it was so good too, timing with the blazing duet from Severo. If only, you know, they were able to capitalize it on a little bit more, but I think they were happy with what they got. They're slowly chipping down these turrets.
It was for a turret.
Yep, opening up the map. He's now got his Trinity locked in for Severo.
Wave clear is tough for Aurora. They have to commit a lot of big ticket abilities just to clear the minion waves well.
Not to mention the range issue, which can be punished again by a mad combo between the DPZ and the Blazing Duet. Quick rotation down bottom. ONIC are just in RORA's heads, like, where are we going to pop up next?
Yeah, that's one of the things you kind of forget about the strengths of having a Louis in your favor. Lord will charge up into this bottom base turret. It'll swing with the cloud there. I don't know if Light's going to try to do anything off this. They just want to clear out the Lord and these waves, as mid-tier 2 will fall as well here. As ONIC continues to build up on this lead. Oh, SOD thrown out. You don't want to follow through with that, but they're trying to defend onto this.
King Kong with the Phantom Steed.
Oh, Edward.
To disincentivize any more aggression, and Edward gets taken down. Light looking for something, but Super Prince violence, serving up a kill, and they rotate. Diversion up top, Super Prince stays. He was going to go home, though, as Aurora still reeling from the pain of that rotation down bottom, cannot defend this top lane push.
The ideal was there, the timing just wasn't.
Not yet endable though, but ONIC have played this brilliantly. I think that was a little bit desperate. I think they were trying to force out the BMI early from Severo, but then Severo just stood his ground. He's like, I'm going to basic attack, I don't care, I have the Purify anyway.
Yeah.
And he knows that he has enough lifesteal, enough vamp to survive the initial hits that he'll get either from the Moskov or the Benedetta. And since he didn't commit that BMI, it forced RORA to awkwardly force an attempt on him and the rest of ONIC.
That's what the last two big team fights have been. It's like this awkward fight for RORA that it's just not going to favor them here. Got a flicker available for Kirk if he decides to try to push into the base, but they'll most likely just wait for the Lord. It's up here in less than 10. Then they get ready to cap out the game to bring it to game 5.
This is Marcel with the Guardian helmet and the photo, Flask of the Oasis, so a lot of utility. He's going to be difficult to take down.
Good
seal used.
Brusco out. Going hunting. Spots Light in that Y brush. Flushes him out.
Yeah. One thing that ONIC has to be careful of is you already has a Divine Glaive.
Okay. Let's see. He doesn't have an ult stolen. Demon Kite gets blasted down.
SOD.
There's King Kong. Popping it. Gets kicked by Light, but Light goes down. Lord still standing. Blazing Duet by Saveros. King Kong secured. And they take it out on Demon Kite. 2 kills plus the Lord. All Super Fam.
Very clean. They know they have a massive resource lead. And ONIC are just executing these fights really well. See? Keep it low to the ground. Don't overcook. And you're doing really well.
UA's holding on to his own penalty zone. They got to hold on for the rest of the team to come up for RORA as Lord makes its way up top. The last base turret does fall, though. And now ONIC is just waiting for the potential to end this game. But at least for RORA, they'll have a full team up for this defense.
But a full team going up against ONIC with 10 bands up, almost 10 bands up. They will try to take down Kirk. Kirk's still holding on to that penalty zone. Oh, here comes the big fat Lord wave. And it the flicker and the Blazing Duet to answer. Severo does take down Light. Double kill for him. Edward falls. And Demon Kite will try, but it will be all for naught as ONIC has their eyes on the base. We're going all the way as ONIC go 2-2.
The toughest region, the home of champions. Day 1, match 1, season 17 playoffs will max out.
Hey, I'm glad we're maxing out here on this kind of match between world champions in their own right. And it all comes down to one game. This has been sort of a back and forth from each game throughout the series. But this time, ONIC didn't overcook, man. They brought a lineup that maybe you weren't entirely thinking that would happen. The Louis Yi was a classic pick for Super Prince when they need it. And it happened here.
This was a medium rare with mashed peas and corn on the side and maybe some gravy. That's it.
There's no meat?
What? You just said medium rare.
Oh, medium rare. Wait, oh yeah, medium rare steak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Were you thinking he said medium rare corn?
Yeah, that was medium rare
What is
corn.
medium rare corn?
You know, when it's still like a little bit, you know what I'm saying. I'll go into more. Brusco getting the MVP. Yep. So what part of the food plate was Brusco?
Oh, he was the food blogger influencer taking the photo.
Taking the photo.
Of the well-made dish.
And he had a photo, by the way, right? Flasky Oasis there. 0, 2, and 10 on the Marcel.
100% kill participation. The two MVPs for ONIC in this series have had 100% KP. This is why this really is a battle of who gets a much better picks, less cooking around the center of the map. The Loyi was just perfect, and it's actually turns out a really great combo with the Marcel as well. Because if ever the Marcel and the Loyi are caught together, Loyi generates shields for herself. Marcel could potentially give shields to Loyi as well, meaning it's a difficult combo to go up against. We're reminded yet again, yes, there's this awkward relationship with Cho that there are some Chos that are so good that traditionally Marcel should beat it, but it doesn't. But this is a stark reminder of why Marcels usually do really well against Cho this season.
Yeah, this is just nature in order. Mechanically speaking, the Cho just really struggles against the Marcel, which now brings us to an interesting fork in the road.
Yeah.
A branching pathway, if you will. Now that we've kept it close down to the ground, both teams drafting excellently.
Yep.
Playing, to the best of their abilities. It was, pretty close up until the 6-minute mark.
Yeah.
Where does this leave the whole Marcel question? Does Aurora ban the Marcel? Because I think it's clear. I don't think I'm blowing smoke up anyone's behind.
Yeah.
Light doesn't like the Marcel. Aurora just doesn't play Marcel.
Yeah.
So do they ban it? That opens up a whole slew of picks for ONIC.
It might be worth the... I don't know. It might be
they
worth
can't beat it with the Valentina.
Yeah. It might be worth one of those moments where you just go for that ban on the Marcel in Game 5.
Or was it the Cho into the Marcel?
I think
that broke the
it might have been more so that.
I think the Cho into the Marcel to me was kind of awkward, bro.
Because the Cho came up in
red, blue 2-3. After you saw Claude and Leomord, and you could have picked up the Cho, the Marcel, but instead you picked up the Cho.
But again, this is RORA we're talking about.
Yeah, it's not really a Marcel team, which maybe that's where, as you mentioned, ONIC are looking to pinpoint on. But again, the closeout of the Turisla, really good. The Loyi was just a perfect pick. They were stuck with either a Moskov or a Clint, but Moskov struggles against the Marcel. The Benedetta, again, with all of the mobility for ONIC, your main target is what? The Loyi. But then you have either, most likely, the Marcel near it. And then we talked about the relationship of the whole Marcel and Loyi thing together, where they empower one another and Marcel adds even extra protection for the Loyi. Again, it's like whichever team I dog on does better in the draft in the next game.
But again, there's only one last game left.
There's only one last game left.
Which will be randomized.
Yeah.
Okay, to help all of the fans watching that might be new to, this little shindig, I'm gonna put it in combat sports terms.
Combat sports.
Yep. ONIC is a complete MMA artist. They just know almost all of it to some extent, right?
Yeah.
Aurora, they just have a weird ground game. And that's Marcel. They just don't do so well when Marcel is introduced.
So they're always trying to fight standing.
Correct.
They don't want to be on the ground.
They've got great question mark kicks. They got a nice keep. It's just don't sprawl on me, bro.
Yeah.
Don't try to sweep me.
I hope we have some combat fans.
There's plenty.
Plenty out there.
There's plenty.
Yeah. I don't know. I have to see what the insights are from Hans and Wolf on the on-ground panel. What do they think about this combat?
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Wolf, I don't know what to tell you, but that is the perfect way to respond. The ONIC Philippines has won game number 4 at unang serye pa lamang natin ay 5-game series na kaagad ang ating makikita. There were so many good things that we could say about how ONIC has performed kanina lamang, but probably 2 things to be specific. One, first off, is Savero not getting enough ganks. And in fact, siya pa nga mismo yung dumadalaw sa ibang lanes, right?
Sobrang nakita ko dun yung kung paano niya nakita yung kanyang lane intact. Merong parts sa mid game kung saan ginagank na siya ng 3 members at maraming mga ultimate na ginamit sa kanya. Pero nagulat ako kasi maaga niya ginamit yung Blazing Do It na delikado pala. Pero nangyari, nabigyan niya ng oras na dumating yung teammates niya and that was enough para bugawin yung side ng Aurora. Alam ni Savero kung paano talaga makakapag-farm. Kaya naman siguro siya din yung naging eventually pinakamayaman na player dito sa laban to because of how he's able to keep his gold in check.
And because of the performance na nagawa ni Savero, merong mga naging failed ganks na nagawa yung Aurora that would have been crucial for them para makaangat palalo, but that did not happen. Another thing was some of the words na nasasabi ng ating mga casters. Diversion play. How does that exactly happen and how efficient was ONIC Philippines in making that work?
Very, very quickly, hindi lang yung ultimate ng Louie, pati yung pag-distract nila dun sa invasion na ginagawa ng Aurora, dun sa jungle nila, si King Kong nakakapag-split push, and then eventually, Louie, the control of the map was there for ONIC Philippines.
And with that being said, I'm sure that we have a lot of thoughts, but I think we have to include one more person. San Juan Arena, please give a warm round of applause to one of our content creators. You probably watch him online. It's ML All Day PH. How would we address you? How would we address you? You know what? ML all day na lang. I think you can work with that too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So,
low-key lang siya, no?
Oo, low-key lang siya. May mukha ka pala talaga. Akala namin boses ka lang. Pero hey, talk to us about this series. Since makikita naman na namin to sa page mo mismo, ano sa tingin mo yung mga napapansin mo all throughout the match that would say is a pattern per se?
Parang ini-expect ko talaga na aabot ng Game 5 kasi M6 saka M7 champions. Pero yung Game 5 talagang hindi masasabi kung sino mananalo. Siguro kung sino yung hindi magpipick ng back siya.
Oo nga, no?
Kaya mananalo.
Kasi nag-back siya yung ONIC nung Game 3.
Tama.
Back siya yung RORA nung Game number 4. Teka nga, matanong ko lang, Wolf, ano bang meron dun sa back siya at bakit hindi siya nag-work over the last 2 games?
Parang sa ngayon talaga mas pabor dun sa mas aggressive na mga heroes in the scaling role. Diba? Aggressive naman yung back siya mga nilaroin pero kasi masyadong magic-based eh. Yun ang problema ko doon, tsaka kulang na damage.
Now, we're looking at some XP laners naman, ML All Day PH. What do you think about Benedetta and Paquito being picked in this current meta? What are your thoughts on it?
Yung Paquito, nakikita ko siya sa ibang region nag-work. Pero so far sa atin, hindi pa napagana ni Kirk. Pero hopefully, wag siya gamitin sa next match.
Grabe, so yung Paquito yon. Paano naman sa Benedetta?
Yung Benedetta, okay siya eh. Kaso natalo ng game 4.
Okay, so heavy hitters. I think that's what ML All Day PH is telling us, Wolf. Yung mga major na playmakers but also the ones dealing damage. Ganun na ba kalaki or hot commodity siya in this current meta?
100%. Kasi nasa playoffs, once na nasa playoffs na tayo, gigil yung mga players natin. Nakikita mo naman on point yung mga players natin. So when they're given heroes that can deal the damage, kaya talaga nilang i-execute.
With that being said, we are moving forward to game number 5. San Juan Arena, they need all of your support. This might be the last game para sa isa sa kanila and only one is gonna be moving forward. Casters, balik sa inyo.
Thank you so much. Great to have our on-ground panel there with ML Update. I've seen him before.
ML All Day PH.
ML All Day
PH. Is it weird to say that he looks the way I imagine he would look?
I mean, he had a face mask on though. Well, because he's kind of anonymous, right? Like, he just...
Yeah, not gonna lie, I thought he was AI.
You thought he was AI?
Yeah, I did not realize he was an actual person.
It's not impossible that AI employed this random gentleman to attend on their behalf. I don't know.
He had an idea, by the way.
Yeah.
The team that doesn't pick Baksha, but this is the team who picks Claude will win the series. How true is that?
I'm a little bit more towards that idea.
This one,
I
Claude?
think Claude is... Because there was one pick earlier in the very first game that if ONIC would have changed the picture differently in the second phase for RORA. That's the Claude. And the Claude was the MVP there for RORA. And ONIC really didn't have the
right damage profile for it. They got the matchup, the Bruno in the Claude in favor, but in the big picture, the Claude just works well better with the rest of the pieces of RORA. So if I'm any of these two, if it's available, if you can go for it, pick the Claude up right away. It's not an overthink. It's not you overvaluing a pick also. There's a reason why Claude is one of the top picked heroes all over the world.
Everywhere. It's for this one though, I almost would have wondered if it would have been also Marcel. Like we were just talking about that before we went to the on-ground panel.
Marcel is a great supporting actor, but he's no Arnold. Claude is Arnold right now.
Yeah. Claude is, yes, he's Rambo.
Yeah. So Claude is Mel Gibson in the 90s.
Something like that. Something like that. You know what? But let's go ahead and take a listen in and a watch with this. I think it's with RORA Edward.
Ano pang nag-motivate sa'yo? Bakit ka pa pumalag ngayong season?
Ayun nga, dahil sa MSC rin talaga. Kasi yun na lang yung kulang ko sa trifecta eh. Kumbaga, yun na lang yung kulang ko para mabuo yung missing piece sa Trophy of Cabinet. Edward J. Dapadap, explainer ng Aurora.
Meron ka bang pwedeng i-share sa amin kung anong klaseng tao si Edward na hindi pa alam ng mga tao?
Outside the game, makulit siya, honestly. Parang ang hilig niya makihalubilo sa team. Kumbaga, pagdating sa banding, di talaga siya nawawala.
Most of the time, ayun, lagi siya tumatawa, especially kay Light. Kasi si Light, ano siya eh, lagi ito, jolly. Kaya lagi nakatawa si Edward.
Ano naman yung nagiging action niya kapag natatalo kayo?
Kay Edward, parang ano eh, hindi sa kanya normal yung talo eh. Kasi napagdaanan niya rin yun. So, yun, parang tinitake niya lang. Wala acceptance kasi nangyayari. Hindi naman lagi kami nananalo. Though, talagang pagdadaan din talaga team yung pagkatalo. And syempre, yun. Ang libawi naman eh, lahat naman ng yun may purpose kung ba't natatalo.
Paano ka nag-keep up sa changes?
Siguro tiwala na lang din talaga sa sarili at sa kakampi. Ganun. Kasi kung isipin mo nga talaga, ang dami ko ng nakakampi. Or kahit nasa isang org lang ako or kahit hindi ako lumilipat, ang dami ko pa rin talaga nakakasalamuhang bagong players. And doon ko na lang siguro natutunan makisama, kung paano ako makisalimuha sa ibang nature ng tao. Siguro doon ko na lang din talaga natutunan.
Iba yung aura niya kapag natatalo or nagpa-practice kasi gusto niya talaga manalo. So, doon pa lang mapikil mo na gusto niya talaga makuha.
Fulfilling yun kapag nakompleto mo yun. Kumbaga, meron ka ng M-Series, MPL, tas yung ano nga, yung MSC na lang talaga.
Ginagawa talaga ni Edward yung best niya para makatulong sa team at mag-connect kami sa isa't isa.
Dito ako nag-grow sa ML talaga. Palag na to.
You know what? I hope that one day, in Perfect Player, someone says Aura Edward. Because he has such a silent confidence.
He does. He's got aura.
He does.
Oh, from Aurora.
Yeah, oh, that's right. I was waiting
It's
for
all right.
the second delivery.
You know what? It's all right. But
I thought there was more to it.
Yeah, I thought there was more to it.
I was looking at you in the eye.
That was a great dramatic pause. I didn't want to like steal your thunder.
Hey, you know what? You'll never steal my thunder, Redmaro, because I have plenty for all of us. Now, also, what I will say is Edward has a lot for the whole team, and I don't know, I get a little, I'm always pulled into these videos, man. They're so sentimental, like through the music and everything. I'm really glad that they get to shoot some content like that because, you know, we had the ONIC one previously.
For King Kong,
and then now we have this one with Edward. And yeah, that's crazy to think that, you know, amidst all of it, think about all the teammates Edward's worked with, played with.
Everywhere he's been.
Everywhere he's been. And then the one thing missing from his trophy cabinet is literally the MSC tournament. Like, that's his driving force. And so, you know, hopefully this next game is so. For me, I almost have to flip a coin for this one because I don't know. I don't know who's going to win Game 5.
Yeah, it goes back to the very top of the key to victory that was mentioned earlier by Wolf and Hans, which was just draft patterns. What you get, what you're willing to trade out. Clearly, for 4 games now, there's always been a pick or two in every draft that has made us go, huh? Or whoa.
Yeah.
Either because of sheer disbelief of that was picked and something else was given up, or just grand acceptance of a really good pick. That's why you feel like this is a coin toss, because the drafts has always been so unpredictable in both good and bad ways.
I like it.
There's at least one thing you can point to.
Yeah.
What if we come to a draft or, you know, for both teams, wherein nothing is wrong? and it all comes down to execution.
Very well could be. You know, one of the players here that executed throughout the season was Super Prince, you know, and this is executive interview that he had with Push ABS CBN.
Push.
What do they, so he is strict during practices. He's very straightforward to say, you know, if he sees something that his friends or his teammates can improve on to get better or that he needs to mention.
Even the coaches?
Even the coaches, because he is known as just being that guy. And oh, this is. Can you guys do this? Oh man, I miss it. This is the long words,
Even
man.
when it comes to reminders,
Yeah.
it always falls on him.
Good luck to me translating later.
You're doing it.
I'm sure you can.
Trying.
Yeah, you got this.
Thank you.
You need backup for later? No, you know what? You got this. You're
I got
you're
this.
a big boy.
He's
Game
got plenty of
5.
thunder.
I got plenty of thunder, man.
Ooh.
Hey, so does ONIC though, but we're going to expanding rivers.
Totally random map.
Totally random for game 5.
And it was ONIC that won it in the last time. That was the draft where they went red side, banned Freya, Baksha, Guinevere, went Phovius, Claude, Leomore. So they got the Claude Leomore again last time. If I'm ONIC, just rush the Claude if they could.
Just the Claude is going to be the guy.
Yeah, one of the first 2 picks. I think even more so than the Harith. But it's tough to say. With the Harith such being a power pick for Aurora, if Aurora end up winning game number 5 because ONIC gave up the Harith, then it would look bad for ONIC. It's one of those things where no matter what happens, someone's going to get mad.
As long as you cover your bases and you don't end up with weird interactions or totally weird picks, like again, forcing the Paquito, Belric from out of nowhere, that might just be it. Like the coin flip in the gold lane.
Man, I'm kind of sad that the gold lane has resulted into what it has. Like, it's still just very much Claude Harith, with the occasional switch up of Clint or Bruno or, you know, Moskov.
Carry is just totally kicked out.
At least for this series, yeah.
I think even overall, like worldwide.
Oh, yeah.
We haven't really seen the shadow of a carry in weeks.
Yeah.
Yeah. She really dipped out. It just ended up falling to Harith and Claude. There have even been like some weird random Granger picks that ended up making a lot more sense.
And not carry.
Yeah, and not carry it because it covered with a range. I think that's what hurts her the most. The fact that she's not as mobile, and sometimes her damage can be underwhelming for what she needs to do in a team fight.
Right here, right now.
Yeah.
Not a good Sky Piercer carrier.
Yeah. Yeah, there's just, I don't know. Hopefully we're in a meta where there's more than Claude and Harith being picked up for the most part, you know? Which is, again, a thing to say about the gold laners who have, what, 12 unique heroes being picked up throughout the regular season. So let's see. We're seconds away from jumping into our final draft between these two teams here. Again, it's expanding rivers for the final randomized choice for this game 5. Oh, there's the rivers. Now I see it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Translucent, and it's with the help of the light.
Yeah.
So they flow past the VIP section.
Oh.
Okay.
Different sides now, which puts the weight of the whole Claude, Valen, Phovius, Marcel, Harith, Harley Sue Yo weight on ONIC's shoulders. I think they have to not remove one of those power picks and just overload RORA with choices that they still end up with something really good.
Oh, they banned it out.
Very good. Very good.
So this takes the headline out of the question now. Who cares? We'll ban them.
Now it becomes even more of a coin toss.
It falls on ML all day PH's call now.
The
box
Baksha.
still left open.
Yeah. And then our low-key one, the Marcel. Who's
Marcel
that
Valentina.
supporting actor?
Yeah. He's not even a supporting actor, dude. He's a cameraman.
If ONIC
cameraman.
If ONIC get Baksha, I think I'd like to see them pull out the page from KOG's book and go Baksha, Marcel, Jusin as their first 3 picks.
But Jushin's banned out.
Oh, sorry, Zetian. I meant Zetian.
Okay. They could make it happen. Kalea banned, the last one from RORA. Priority, they go Baksha.
Phovius
Okay.
still open. Did you go Phovius Harith for the swing? Or is that too greedy?
I think they need something with more dive, because Severo could either end up with a Moskov or even a YSS later, maybe even the Clint. So they need something that can dive. I think you save the EXP pick later.
Even with Phovius out in the wild, this is a rare occurrence.
Even with that way you can end up settling for something like a Yuzhong or a Lapu-Lapu later. Ken. But they might just bite the bullet and just go for, you know what, fine, we'll go Phoveus, we'll go Harith, just don't have to worry about it.
Oh, it's a utility matchup in the jungle. They go Fred Val.
There's an Eve open.
If Aurora...
Oh, they take the Phoveus too.
If Aurora makes it through to the next stage, it's going to be off of Demon Kite's back on this Fredrin. There's the Phoveus. Do they have any necessary rush to Harith here?
No, they can even go Kimmy. Kimmy with Phoveus and Baxter do really well against a Fredrin and a Valen, or even just a Lilia. Mid lane pick can completely mess up Aurora here right now if they're not gonna rush a Severo pick, if they're not gonna rush a Brusco pick.
So if they go mid, Eve, Farsa, Gord.
Maybe not Farsa. I'm more Eve, Lilia, Gord here.
Oh, yeah, it's gonna be Gord. Okay. This is one of the things too that he has. Like this is more space for the Gord to work with.
Yeah. And then for the roam, yeah, this is why they even need more dive for EXP. They're gonna go for their back line.
But you can't easily just Sora, not because the Valiant is on your side. You're still gonna get punished.
Yeah. So either go Sora. Oh, no, not Sora. I'm leaning more towards either Lapu. Glue might be a bit slow, but I could see it somewhat. They can pick up their gold now, or gold at red 4, because they're going to be the first pick in the swing back. But again, Severo, I think that might be like one of the biggest stories for him is he has the widest hero pool this season. They do end up going the Lapu-Lapu, so at least they recovered somewhat in the EXP.
Yeah, the Lapu's great. Both sides, it's interesting, right? You got your mid, your XP locked in, your jungles, of course, which are throwing back to the utility jungle matchup here. So this is a solid first phase for both sides. We're going to throw it over to our on-ground panel for some more insights. Hans and Wolf, take it.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Looking at the first 3 picks ng ating dalawang teams, something is quite familiar. Baksha and Fredrin in the big 2026.
Oo nga, Year of Our Lord 2026. Makikita natin si King Kong laban kay Demon Kite na magpaprioritize ng Baksha versus Fredrin. But this also means na mape-pressure ang ONIC Philippines as they will be the ones na parang may...
Earlier the regular season. Light on the Marcel, maybe we gotta give him a second chance.
Now the thing about the lineup of ONIC is, if you look at their pieces, reaching Dom and Kite will have to mean King Kong Shield Unity or Kirk Flicker Darkwave. For RORA, it's so much coverage to be able to access the carry. Again, that's going to be backing Flicker here, not Purify. No Purifies. But the difference is that there's a Revitalize for Brusco. The team, if we're talking about team fights, ONIC theoretically should be a little bit better, but in terms of the speed, Aurora have that.
Well, here we go. Which team is it going to be? It's down to this. We've crawled our way through the series to 5 games, and now it's either going to be ONIC Philippines to move forward or Aurora Gaming Philippines. They brought their best for this draft, and it all starts here.
It's going to be the attack speed spell vamp for the carry. Oh, this is going to be determined by the team fights and the little skirmishes in the middle. The river, the turtles.
This is old school ONIC with that orange gambit. They successfully take it away from Demon Kite.
Even looking at this, man, Demon Kite on the Fredrin. I know we talked about him playing the Baksha before.
Whoa.
That's a lot of
Fritz
poke.
here gets saved by Brusco, and in comes King Kong forcing a flicker out of light.
Wow, really good rotation.
Yeah. The good thing is Light forced his flicker out. Brusco didn't even need to use his Revitalize. So you take an aggressive trade like that because you're trading out battle spells. Brusco, good discipline to not use it. He didn't panic.
Yeah, I'm wondering how this matchup is going to go in the gold lane, just because both gold laners, you know, sometimes I wish we could have just a dedicated camera for them, and we know how spicy it can get in the gold lane between Dominkite and Severo, but him being on the carry here for Severo, this is what we were left wondering. How would this play out in team fights? Good little stun. Jumping forward from Demon Kite with the energy eruption. Turtle's going to be up. They have control of this side of the map right now. We'll see what ONIC does. Brusco goes for the reset. He's held on to the Revitalize, and now Kirk's going to go ahead and rotate forward this. Super Fritz not level 4 yet. Meanwhile, Yue has got his own Mystic Gush, so that's an advantage that RORA can play with for this first Turtle.
Fritz is so delayed. Turtle now at less than half health. Massive Gush from Yue. And there is a Appraiser's Wrath putting down the members of ONIC, but they still hold their ground. King Kong with a Poisson, but Demon Knight yeets that Turtle from underneath them.
King Kong didn't even use his Retribution, and he was in range. Quick, a simple take there despite the rotation by Severo.
The question is why? Brusco here, barely alive. Why would King Kong hesitate?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought that was an easy Turtle take for them, secured with how that fight played out, but that doesn't happen. And now, look, they're going to put pressure on this side of the jungle of King Kong. He's got to wait for the team to respond with him. But, man, talk about a delay towards ONIC. And a big part of that, again, was Super Prince wasn't level 4.
Aurora, or excuse me, ONIC also knows that they need to take all the advantages that they could get early on. There's no other reason why they would call Severo to join in for a very, very early 5 versus 4. He's slightly gapped right now, so he has to hold this minion wage and freeze so he can farm just a little bit better, while Doming Kite is going for his Doming double in the center. ONIC might really regret that moment, but they still have 2 turtles to work through. If they can get at least one while keeping it close and not give any stacks.
Oh, Gush on the light. Dash is back. In comes King Kong. Slightly off sync. Oh, ONIC, very M5-like, running into a brush with blind vision. King Kong knows better.
Yeah, good response there. Good recovery. Could have gotten way worse for either side. Good amount of pressure coming through, though, too. Meanwhile, in this XP lane, it's pretty much a stalemate between Edward and Kirk.
Whoa!
Done.
Yue is not surviving this. Super Prince gets first blood.
Perfect layering there. ONIC need to take those moments, while you and Light have to do as much as they can to reduce that happening. Clear miscommunication and lack of connection there from RORA, despite the great start that they've had to this game with the first Turtle win that they were able to secure. Slight lead here for the Fredrin over the Baksha in terms of gold. EXP-wise, though, also a slight lead for Demon Kite.
Yep, Severo doing a good job there, freezing a lane. He's got control over it. This Turtle's coming up here now, though, too. So ONIC off of that, grabbing the first blood just under the 4-minute mark. This Turtle is up. He grabs a glowing wand. So first item locked in for Super Prince. Grosso side for Severo. There's a projectile stun on Edward. But he's going to be fine, bravest fighter, but they're just going to go for it.
Glorious pathway dropped in by Brusco. Poissons by King Kong, holding that front line. Light looking for someone in the back. Severo wails away with those light wheels. And here is their own stolen Glorious pathway. Turtle still up, and Demon Kite takes it again.
No
retry again from King Kong?
Yeah, well, how? Why is he not using his retry? Was he just slightly out of the range of the Turtle, it seems like? But that was just a nice little pull by RORA.
Yeah, he might, maybe he's, I don't know if he's out of range or not, but that's twice now in a row. So RORA, they look to take down this tier 1 turret. There's a response from ONIC. They're just trying to hold it on. They will, but they're going to fight.
And there's a bait. King Kong still alive. Brusco with that glorious pathway. Demon Kite in jeopardy. Demon Kite falls. The pressure finds him. Now Yue is going to be up next. Light wheels short as Yue flickers back.
Bait play. They needed to get a win because of the 2 objective wins that RORA has gotten. There is so much pressure right now on the pressure on Severo and of course on Doming Kite, as well. He rushed the Piercer. They know there's so much value in the Sky Piercer, which was why I was considering ONIC would want to take it for themselves. So it's a ticking time bomb. Will Aurora activate alongside Doming getting his stack, or will ONIC be able to stop that? He even rushed the Malefic Roar. He excluded the Hunter Strike altogether.
Yeah, a bit of a rush there. Oh, whoa, again, a big pickoff for Super Prince against Yue. He's landing the combos.
I think ONIC are baiting RORA into a false sense of security.
Yeah, and they know they need to pressure this Valentina because it brings so much value in team fights, damage, and everything that she can pack with whatever ultimate that she decides to steal. Side lane minion waves need to be handled by ONIC, so they send Severo down bot. They still don't have any push on the tower. This is what's going to hurt ONIC for their next takes for Turtle 3 and Lord 1. Their lack of map control, and RORA hell-bent on protecting all of their first-tier towers.
Yeah, they want to hold this one down bot. Severo continuing to farm up here. He's just slightly behind right now. Doming Kite RORA might be in a position where they're just waiting for Dominkite to get these stacks that he needs on the Granger, providing the space to work with. They've gotten 2 of the turtles. We'll see if ONIC wants to use the Retribution to secure this one for the 3rd and last turtle of the game.
Well, Light running through 2. Super Prince and King Kong compromised. Brusco trying to exit that small brush. In comes King Kong, holding that roll.
Many pokes.
Twice now, King Kong has not been able to Retribution inside the pit.
Yeah.
Let's see if the 3rd one's the charm. Brusco dropping that glorious pathway. Edward cutting right through the formation. Down goes Brusco. A staff for Dominkite. Gush on Gosh action as Yue gets frozen. And DK scores again. Kirk in no man's land. Flickers back. Might get another stack over.
Body block.
Dominkite will finish it. Serving up a kill to Yue. King Kong dashes on out. Puissance to survive. Severo won't even get the push in the bottom lane.
The golden hour was perfect from Light. Defensively, the Gush ended up getting blocked, and it protected the US. Severo and ONIC decided to leave the turtle in mid, and they tried to go for the tower and bot, but it was covered really well because of the river flow, and Aurora have the lead in the mid game. ONIC are running out of time. It's a ticking time bomb. The Skypiercer stacks on this Granger.
They'll start to build up here off of that swing. It was a good attempt for ONIC to try to make something happen around that turtle, but if that was a depiction or a preview of what could happen for the Lord, that's not the type of fight or the positioning that they want to replicate. Now Dominkite picks up a 100 strike. He's going to pick up a turret here. Tier 1's going to fall as well as RORA continues to open up the map further. And now for ONIC, they're scrambling. Severo will take a tier 1 up top himself to get something, but look at this pressure on tier 2. RORA is just going to full send it, taking down another turret on the bottom side of the map.
ONIC are just finding ways to balance. They won't be able to take the 2nd tower up top.
Whoa. Concealed by Light, forcing a flicker out of Super Prince. Brusco defensive views of the glorious pathway. This is not good. Aurora smell blood in the water. They know that ONIC are scrambling.
Now all the turtles going to RORA. The 2 retributions, King Kong weren't able to use. The save by Light on that golden hour. Looks really bad for ONIC, but RORA, imagine how it feels. You're so close, you have the lead.
Yeah.
You've had the toughest season a world champion has ever gotten after winning the world championship. You barely made it into the playoffs. And now here you are, 1 win away, maybe just 4 to 5 minutes away from defeating 3rd place ONIC, a rarity in the history of MPLPH.
Well, right now they got control of the Lord here as it's about half health as ONIC is going to get flushed out.
Gush from Prince, flushed out of that position by Edward.
They lose
and
this.
the Lord gets easily taken by the Northern Lights.
Oh man, that is exactly why RORA chose this composition. And Demonkite, talk about a hero for comfort. He's played this Fredrin so much that he's just full confident around the objectives, and the team can help him secure it that way. So now ONIC defaults to let's just defend, let's use this composition we have to clear out this first Lord and to hold on to what we have.
Defending not going to be the easiest for ONIC because they have to eat an entire salvo of Rhapsodies coming out of that Granger. They have their gourd.
Oh, they hit the Gush on the Light and the stun, the golden hour. They do stop and play. Super Prince still waiting. Kirk still can engage with the Dark Infernal Pursuit, and King Kong falls. Just like the back line, Mr. Consistent. Drop, serving up a kill to Dominkite, but they trade 2 for 2. He falls alongside Light.
That tempers it a little bit. It could have been a massive loss for ONIC. They will still lose towers. The tower at bot was able to be charged by the Lord, but Severo stays alive. RORA still have a lead, but you see how difficult and awkward it is for ONIC to take these engagements. The golden hour stops a lot of the Mystic Gush. I think so far a lot of the better Mystic Gushes have been coming out of Yue.
Yeah. Aside from the picks that Super Prince has been able to get, those kills that he set up in the earlier portion and mid portion of the game, right now the team fight Gushes that are coming through from Yue, especially playing around the golden hour, is proving to be a obstacle that ONIC has to overcome here. Taking a look at the items, you can see also Severo has been able to relatively come online on this carry. He is a big source of the damage after Super Prince gets the Gush out. The problem is King Kong needs a little more defensiveness to withstand that front line. Him and Kirk both so crucial here in providing the space that's needed for ONIC's line to work.
Yeah, with how awkward it is for ONIC, Seems like majority of the wins that they're going to be getting or potential comebacks are going to be in those base sieges after Aurora gets the Lord. Still, they've opened up the map somewhat, but still, it is 6 towers broken by Aurora to ONIC 2. They even haven't been able to get the tower in mid, which is why it's tough to see a scenario where ONIC are going to win a team fight outside of the base siege.
Yeah, this is one of those situations again where, you know, Lord's coming up here in about 30 seconds. ONIC was completely flushed out of that side of the jungle. Can they do things differently? Have they gotten themselves to a position where they can't easily get pushed out to contend for that Lord? It's crucial they're able to make that happen. A Malefic Gun for Severo, now a little more extra range for this carry. Could be a difference maker on this last item pickup, but also the threat that is Super Prince. He's got a little extra movement speed now. Still has a glowing wand. He's working on his 3rd item. But the Lord is up now. ONIC wants to get in position. King Kong's got to come through. Maybe a drive-by with a Retribution, or they spot something out. Light already giving the information over. Brusco, half health already, just off of a couple shots. King Kong waiting in position, but RORA, they'll take their time with this one.
So they see Super Prince down bottom. They know that he threw out a projectile. Light is just hiding. This is devious.
This is
That's
signature Light play. It's the Light bush.
Yep, Light's bush.
The Light angle.
The Light angle. He's waiting for this. He's providing the potential to just swoop on in. A quarter of the health of the Lord.
At an 8 out of 10.
Whoa.
Find Edward. They blast him. Puissance off of King Kong. DK with a secure. Lord post take. Nothing from ONIC as Aurora just dealt the splits.
The momentary stuns coming out of the Platinum Snap was just perfect from Light, despite Edward being brought low. If ONIC full committed that, it would have been worse. But Aurora will now be able to push the siege. Again, this is where we will see if ONIC can make a comeback or not. Through this defense, the only way that they can. They're zoned out in every objective fight. Dominkite on this Granger. If he remains unchecked, ONIC are going home.
Good defensive item here picked up for King Kong. Gets the Guardian Helm. He's going to need it alongside Kirk, who's only got the 2 items locked in, the War Axe and the Anti-Cuirass. They're going to have to deal with this push coming through in the best way possible without going down. If they can get a pick, utilizing Super Prince, that's even better. But the best case scenario for them is just to stay in the base and defend as they want to go ahead, stay alive in the playoffs here. This crucial base defense is so important as the Lord pushes in to the bottom turret, knocking it down. They still maintain mid and top. Can ONIC withstand the push here as they clear out the Lord?
Permanent damage to ONIC structures. Constantly bleeding is that long lane. And in comes Aurora. They're looking to collapse. Golden Hour stopping the damage from the turret. The gush from Yue. They take down Edward. Savero's damage is real. And here they come. The guy with an Appraiser Draft. He gets taken down too. Savero double kill. The pressure is online.
Severo is playing out of his mind. He's doing everything he can to not get eliminated in the first round of his first ever MPL PH playoffs. But Dominkite still proving to be elusive. The trades that ONIC keep finding are just frontliners. Well, there's always going to be at least one more frontliner left to supplement Yue and Dominkite.
Oh man, that was a base defense that ONIC needed. Mind you, being down almost 8,000 gold. This is more so, again, playing to their strengths, and right now with this composition, the strength is on the defense. It allows Severo to go ahead and continue to do what he's been doing. Yes, he's most likely got to wait to have this flicker back up, but they've got some time to go ahead and control this. A Divine Glaive for Super Prince. You've seen the amount of damage that he's able to do initially, and then Severo comes swooping in to capitalize on the kills. They got to clear out the bottom wave.
King Kong uses Retribution to steal the purple buff away from Dominkite as Super Prince got ONIC side of the map's purple buff. So as a purple buff-less Fredrin, he is going to be able to secure his orange though, unless they already gave that to Dominkite. Getting very close to the point where the items barely matter anymore. Fully locked in are the 2 gold laners. Both have rose gold meteors instead of immortalities. We might be seeing some crazy buy and sells during team fights. And I think it might be warranted for one of the frontliners for either team to commit a Winter Crown just to force resources out, survive through that, and then go ahead and fight. But the thing is, the economy is so tight right now, especially for ONIC.
Well, let's see this one. Lord up once again, 3rd one of the game. RORA has had total control of objective space throughout the past ones.
ONIC,
what does ONIC want to do here?
ONIC has no map. They have to pull a gambit of a lifetime.
Lord here at a third of its health, held on by Aurora. This is a dance for the ages. Light flushes out Brusco. Brusco holding on to that brush, as well as the Glorious Pathway. Lord here at the 16th of its health. King Kong for the first time might actually get in range. And here comes their own Glorious Pathway. Edward steals it. How did that happen? Savera does my knife back line.
Turn around.
And he's wailing away off Edward. And now he finds Edward.
Kirk.
Super Frizz gets the kill. Kirk still alive. Oh, Prazer grabs with the flicker to re-engage. Post
what?
Is where ONIC lives as they take 3 for free.
Oh my God! ONIC still get bodies, but Edward miraculously got the last hit on the Lord after both junglers used their retributions. The map still looks terrible for ONIC, but they will march through mid. How are they gonna handle this?
Oh, Dom and Kite is looking to escort the Lord. ONIC will run through mid. Yue with a stolen Glorious Pathway to slow down the waves.
Light's gonna be up. They can defend.
They can't afford to pressure the mid
Dom
as much.
They have to
Dom and Kite, massive rage. Gush the answer. Dom and Kite, RGM triggered. Oh, just like that. ONIC have to go back on the defense.
Well, man, talk about close. Talk about a clenched fist on both sides, breaking out into a fight. Edward, yes, somehow securing that Lord. We have to take a look at the replay on this one. Again, so close here. Edward's right by that Lord. Both junglers using the retribution.
It's the second swing of his Raging Slash.
Yeah.
The retribution both fell, but it was the second swing from the ultimate of the Lapu Lapu that actually secured it. But the commitment of ONIC to chase for this, crazy, and the right call. RORA also couldn't have handled that any better. We thought the ticking time bomb was a Skypiercer stacks, but Dominic, with how long this game got on and how ONIC were able to minimize their kills, they can barely get stacks on it. So it's a kid named Clayton who flew many kilometers from home to replace a man that we call the gold standard in ONIC Philippines, who is stepping up to the plate in his first season as the first import for the Philippines. This is a legacy-defining game for Severo.
Again, if you ever wondered the effect of an import in the MPL Philippines, you're seeing it right here. Now, can they end it by turning this game completely over as they've done throughout the minutes up to this point? Getting rid of about 8,000 gold that was built up by RORA and has essentially led them to an even Lord take.
This is the smallest gold lead RORA has had this entire game, save for maybe the first 5 minutes.
Yeah.
So ONIC now, I guess this is the best time in Game 5 to say it's ONIC time. This Lord coming up next, as long as they take care of that long lane, is contestable. And no longer is it just a coin flip.
Yeah.
I think ONIC have a solid response to it, a solid engage, since all of their battle spells are off cooldown too.
That Gourd is up to a Divine Glaive, has the magic. The Lightning Truncheon and the Blood Wings is the difference maker. Kirk and how he's going to handle these fights. There's been a lot of damage coming toward Light, Edward, and Demon Kite's way every time they show themselves in the front. But RORA still have the map, despite everything we've said. RORA still has minion priority, map priority. It might be too tough of a task for ONIC.
It's come down to this. Micronix versus MacRORA. Can Aurora use the map to their advantage? There's a wave inside, it'll constantly bleed. Force out ONIC to respond. They're sending Friends to it. And Aurora are doing what the Philippines has been doing for the better past of the half decade, the dance.
This is a throwback to the dance between these two heroes, the Fredrin and the Baksha. ONIC has clawed themselves back up to actually be able to contest against this Lord, and it's the evolved one that they're going to have to fight against. Lord, Light again.
Did they see him? They saw him.
Light Bush.
Friends looking for his teammates. Light running through. And the gush! The golden hour is still standing. Lord gets reset. And they get a lot of damage on him. Super Frizz takes him out. The Puissance and the Glorious Pathway.
Severo.
Yue gets jumped on by Kark. Yu is down. Demon Kite 2. And Edward is going to be up next on the docket. Kark takes him down. ONIC are gonna wipe out RORA. King Kong finds Doming. Doming Kite gets his immortality pop. And it's just a matter of time. The Super Fam have proven that imports can play in MPL PH as they eliminate Aurora Gaming.
The reigning champions of the world, tested third seed, proved doubters, but in the end, it's ONIC, it's the Super Fam, it's Clayton, the first import, it's them who move forward in 5.
We had a hot take before the match between these two World Championship teams. So far, the best performance has been an Indonesian, and he made it happen here in Game 5 against the defending World Champions.
GG, well played to Aurora Gaming Philippines. It's been a tough season, but there's a saying that goes, tough times don't last, tough men do, and we expect to see more from Aurora in Season 18.
But in Season 17, it's the Super Fam who continues their run. They will face the Falcons. What a series for these two. What a moment for Severo. What a moment for King Kong, who had to step up that he did. The pressure on the 4 members of ONIC who stayed to help and lead this young man. The first import to succeed, and they did it. This is ONIC's time. But in just a moment, we will hear from RORA, who will take their final bow of the season.
Oh man, this was a series to open up the playoffs here of Season 17. What a way for it to go. 5 games back and forth. Just phenomenal here. But first, we got to share a moment over on stage with Aurora Gaming Philippines.
MPL super fans, right here with us is a team who showed so much dedication throughout Season 17. This is a team that poured their heart up to the last game of the season. Champions Arena, for the last time this season, please dedicate a warm round of applause to Aurora Gaming Philippines. You know, Odin, hindi lang Aurora ang pumapalakpak.
You know, Aurora,
nila, pati yung ONIC,
it wasn't just Aurora fans that are clapping for them. It's even the ONIC fans, the super fans, the dedication that they've had.
Master the basics hanggang dulo.
All the way to the end. Coach
proud
Master
of
the
you
basics.
for your team.
How proud of you of your team
Hanggang dulo eh.
from what you've seen up
Binigay niyo pa rin
here
ng
to this
puso.
point, to this end.
Sobrang proud ako kasi kahit
He's really
hindi talaga
proud
maganda yung naging regular season namin,
because even what they
napakita naman ng
went
maganda
through
yung, players,
the regular season,
siguro lahat, nabigay namin
and they gave everything that they had. They gave their all here for the
We
playoffs.
appreciate all your efforts as well as your whole team. And with me is Edward. Edward, nakasama ka namin sa napakaraming seasons.
Edward, you've been with us for so many seasons for the MPL Philippines. You're still here
Ng championships.
through all your championships, through all your games that you've always been
You're
through.
staying with the whole community, hindi lang sa Aurora, kundi
You're staying with the whole community, not just Aurora.
daanan mo. What do you want to say to all your supporters?
What do you want to say with all your supporters, Edward?
Ayun. Sobrang thank you sa sa sumuporta sa amin.
I'm so thankful for all the support for us, all the way to the end,
Nabigo namin kayo.
all the way to this point.
Demon Kite, do you want to say something?
Maraming salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa Aurora.
Thank you to everyone who really supported all of us in Aurora.
Thank you so much, Aurora Gaming. We see you, we feel you, we've seen all your efforts throughout Season 17. And with that, you may now take your final bow. Thank you so much, Aurora Gaming Philippines. Again, if anything, Odin, they just showed na puso tayo hanggang dulo. Unfortunately, their journey ends for Season 17, but it's not the end for Aurora Gaming Philippines. And now, it's time for the match winner of International Rivalry. Super Family, make some noise for ONIC Philippines! Congratulations, Super Family!
Oh my God.
What a match, Denise!
Ang laki ng ngiti ng buong ONIC Philippines, lalo na dito si King
ONIC Philippines. What a smile across your face.
Uunahin na kita. I give out the mic
King
to you.
Kong, I'm gonna start with you.
King Kong, nako, nakita ko kanina na parang medyo hirap kang ngumiti, pero ngayon,
I saw earlier that it was a bit hard to smile, but now
yung nawala sa'yo. Ganong kalaking tinik ba yung nawala sa'yo after this match?
Nakahinga na ulit kami kasi may, may second life.
we're happy again because we have a second life in the playoffs.
Second life, and now I wanna ask, nakakahabol pa kayo? Marami pa kayong may papakita. What
You
exactly
guys showed so much.
nakabangan sa inyo?
Pwede, secret lang po muna. Marinig po kasi ng Falcons kalaban ng...
There's a secret. We have to hold on to our secret because we have to play against Falcons.
King Kong. I wanna ask Kirk naman. Also, Kirk,
I'd like to ask Kirk.
I'm pretty sure umabot tayo ng 5 games dito and it has really tested the whole team and props talaga no sa pinakita rin ng Aurora. Pero nung
Props to what Aurora showed us, but Kirk.
para sa ONIC Philippines. If anything no, sobrang battle to ng identity. Anong identity yung pinakita nyo today?
What identity did you guys show of Onyx?
Bruce ko, M6 daw.
We showed our M6 form.
Ngayon naman, gusto kong tanungin si Super Friends. Super Friends!
Now I'd like to talk to Super Friends. Super Friends.
Sa huling 2 games nyo against Aurora Gaming, na-pick mo yung 2 mong signature heroes. That's Louie.
You picked your
and,
signature
that's
heroes,
Gord.
Louie and Gord.
Napakaganda na pinakita mo doon. And alam natin na kahit pa 6th seed yung Aurora coming into the playoffs.
And we know even though Aurora is 16 in the playoffs,
Dahil sila ay currently world champions.
they are a threat because they're the current world champions. What was your mindset coming into the matchup against Aurora?
Complacent against them.
To not be complacent against them.
Naging mindset namin papasok dito sa match na to, parang i-treat pa rin namin sila ng
We came to this matchup
kahit na nasa
and we treated them as world champs.
may tayo
World class.
Talagang pinaghandaan niyo ng Super Friends. And ano naman yung nararamdaman nyo na kanina tigi-tigisa kayo ng points. At pagdating ng Game 5, it's the last
Well, I got to
shot
the Game
that you
5.
can take against them. What
This is the
was
last one you could
going
take.
through your mind or ano ba yung pinaghandaan?
What was going through your mind at that point?
siguro nung nag-game 5 parang nag-ano na lang kami all in na lang kami sa
We were all in for Game 5
kasi do or die tsaka
because it was a do or die for us, so we had to win.
Last question for you, Super Friends.
Last question for you, Super
Biggest
Friends.
takeaway mo dito sa match nyo?
What's your biggest takeaway against your match against Aurora Gaming?
Coach,
Coach, help me, please.
Ano daw siya? Ano ba ang
Coach Hayes, please help.
ng buong team?
di ba po nagpa-process sa akin na
I haven't processed yet
naka-advance ko pero
that we advanced to the playoffs, but
hindi pa enough yung na-practice namin.
it's not enough of what we practice, so we have more to work on. There's more things we need to work on.
Yan bukas sa laro muli.
And they'll be playing against
Philippines.
the Falcons
Once
tomorrow.
again, give it up for your match winner, ONIC Philippines. You may now take your walk of victory.
Odin, with what coach said, I can't wait for their matchup tomorrow.
Absolutely. Alam natin na meron pa silang ibubuga sa kanilang mga susunod na laro.
For the meantime, alamin natin, what are the thought of our casters? Casters, Palag Na To.
There we go. Thank you so much. First off, GGWP to Aurora Gaming Philippines. You guys had a fantastic run through the season. At the end there, trying to get back in form. Unfortunately, we know how competitive it is here in the MPL Philippines, and so come back stronger, and hopefully, again, we get to see them improve. Now, congratulations to the second lives now that ONIC Philippines has moving forward. And this guy right here, man, MVP, Severo, 6-0-5. We questioned if this was the right pick, the carry in the draft, and it ended up being the pick to get the MVP.
Because of how demanding this was for Severo, he needed to play the perfect game. He was juggling items around like crazy there in the end, and this carry needed to survive. Let's put a different idea on what could have been. If Aurora still considered their Marcel pick, and then ONIC instead of the carry picked up a Granger and high loss, theoretically, if Aurora went carry, it would have been easier for ONIC because they have their own Gord combo, Gord Granger, their Gush, they have the Phobias. Much easier to deal with the carry there. But the problem is now in reality, looking at Dominic and looking at how he played this game, it just reached that stopgap of how come I can't kill anyone anymore? I need my Piercer stacks. RORA needed to end this game quick. If ONIC stretched this out, they would have won. If Savero stayed alive and unkillable, they would have won, and that's exactly what happened. Look at this crazy moment here where Savero was just pounced on by 2 or 3 members of RORA, and it was just King Kong and Brusco helping him out, protecting him, making sure he survived, because they know it all banks on this carry to be able to carry ONIC to victory.
You know what? I think it's this unorthodox choice that actually led to RORA playing out of their element in the later parts of this game. And it might just be the fact that, yeah, Savero grew up in a different environment, played different kinds of heroes, fought different kinds of teams that make him such a lethal gold laner in FLPH.
Yeah, definitely so. Not just down to his unique hero pool that he brought out, but even to make something like the carry work in this type of composition. Mind you, too, part of that was just the way that they adjusted. I mean, think about how much they had to gain back in this game because it was RORA knocking on their doors early on.
Almost 10 Gs, Joseph. Almost 10 Gs they had to crawl through.
Almost 10 Gs, man. And it's interesting, too, to see the fact that Super Prince being 5-0-9 on the gourd, how much insight we got back in the regular season where Coach was saying that, yes, Super Prince played a whole lot of gourd in their scrims, in their matches leading up to this. And you could see it, and it ends up working really well. Because this is not the typical synergy we see with the Harley. He ended up making it work so well to the point where he was getting early kills for ONIC to keep things somewhat controlled, or getting out of control for RORA.
Yeah, and Super Prince is the second element of the whole picture. It just wasn't all Savero. Super Prince landed a bunch of Mystic projectiles and gushes that actually helped ONIC in the long run. He too was deathless and played a perfect game. And ONIC being able to minimize the wins RORA were able to get, despite there at one point being, if I'm not mistaken, 20 stacks on the Piercer of Domikide, they stopped giving him any more after that. And a lot of those turnaround moments, the damage that was coming out towards Edward, Demonkite, and Light were first initially from Prince, and then Savero would swoop in with his own damage.
Yeah, there was just a lot of good points here throughout this game. We're going to be thrown over for some insights from Hans and Wolf on what they think.
What a match that was para umpisahan ang ating Season 17 playoffs. Your winners are ONIC Philippines. At ang kasama natin ay walang iba kundi sina Brusco and Savero. Guys, congratulations with that recent win. I think we've talked to you about that interview kasama nung ating mga hosts. Pero may ipapakita kami sa inyo this time. Or maybe just, you know, mental check. Kasi kinukwentuhan mo ko kanina, Brusco, about that last clash na parang may mga nararamdaman ka, everything was so loud. What was going through your head during those last times?
Nung last crash, parang expect talaga namin na susugurin nila si Savero, mag-all-in sila. Kaya ang call namin, kung sino yung papasok, yun na lang yung patay namin. Tapos sabi ni Savero, yung Valentina lang daw sa kanya, yung Valinda lang daw yung papatay sa kanya. So, zero ni Kirk yung Valen. So, walang damage kay Savero, kaya naka-fade siya.
That was, again, really crucial when you think about it, right?
Napaka-solid yung sinabi ni Brusco. Actually, pa-play natin itong clip. I will play the clip for you. Can you tell us what you were thinking during these moments and how did you command your team to eventually win this?
Gua cuma minta di kill sama Valen, cuman Valen yang bisa bunuh gue. Jadi target Valen aja, sisanya gue bunuh.
So yun daw, basta Valen lang daw yung threat sa kanya, tapos pag walang Valen kaya napatayin lahat.
Did you feel that you were the best gold laner during these clutch moments?
That's a very good question.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Because the damage dealer is unlimited.
Okay, at that point, I think, or he thinks that he's the only damage dealer, so he really has to perform out of this world. I think.
What was your heart rate during that moment? What do you think was your heart rate during that moment?
Were you nervous?
160 160 or 150.
That's a lot. That's a lot when you think about it. Pero Brusco, heading forward into your next match, nabanggit na ni King Kong to, this is just very little preparation na kailangan yung gawin being at the play-ins. How are you gonna be looking forward to your next match?
Siguro, ito, pahinga saglit, tapos review ng game ng Falcons, tapos mag-ano kami, kung ano yung draft namin bukas laban sa Falcons.
And Savero, I don't know about you, but the Sonics right here were supporting you all throughout. Sobrang tindi. They were cheering for you upon that last clash. What is your message to all of them?
Makasih buat yang dukung semua. Walaupun gamenya gak gampang, tapi kalian tetap dukung kita dan percaya sama gua. Makasih buat semuanya. Jangan lupa dukung buat next match juga.
Maraming salamat daw po sa mga pumunta at sumuporta sa amin. At pasensya na rin daw kung di naging madali yung laban namin kasi sobrang lakas rin talaga ng Aurora. Sana patuloy niyo daw kami suportahan sa parating na laban namin bukas.
Again, I'm sure they're all gonna be here, right? For tomorrow, and we are all looking forward to it para sa inyong mga susunod na laban. Muli, maraming salamat to Brusco and Severo. And that right there is Wolf. My name is Hans Galeria, but I think it is now time for us to take note of the Infinix Liquid Cooling Beast Mode mic check. Here it goes.
Hero tayo. Ito harap po. Kalma. Hero pre. Lapo. Paskiplik lapo. Lapo. Harapan lang. Fred. Isang ka, pre. Ay, ingat sa under. Ingat lang ha. Get bastard. Harap lang, pre. Nasaan ka, Marcel? Pre. Maangat sila. Pilih ka, Marcel. Gigi. Hero. Sa akin. Secret. Pre. Guys, guard. Kaya. Inabasan Lord ha. Tara lang ako. Mapupok lang yan. Mahusas balan yan sa Lord. Isa lang angat sa atin, mates, para isa lang mapo. Isa pa yung bot kaya. Isa pa. Ayaw din nila mag-Lord, pre. Ito, commit na natin. Oo, commit na natin. Tawakan mo. Okay, boy. Okay lang yan, tap. Kita, nasa harap. Dastan na mates. Dastan, pre. Para. Para, pre. Hero. Imbot ako na. Tapos na. Oh, nice game. Nice. Bye-bye.
And there you go. That is exactly the sound of victory right there for ONIC Philippines as they move forward to tomorrow. What a way to open our playoffs here. 5 games, boys.
I think this is the only way you get past a Clash of World Champions.
That was great. That was a great start. They've set the bar for the rest of our playoffs, and color me even more excited to see what Omega and Twisted have in store for us.
Yes, we still have one more match today. Maybe we go the distance in that one too. With it being elimination, I'd like to see it because that's going to be a whole nother different story for our teams here leading into to find out who ends up fighting against Team Liquid tomorrow. So, you know, I think this is already a great start to the playoffs. We're going to be taking a bit of a break. Not sure how long, but a bit of a break. And we'll be back for you for a second match. We'll see you guys then.
GG bro! Don't worry! Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Wow! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharge with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
It's time to win.
Guys, magaling ako, promise. Okay na. GG na. Ikaw na, Jet.
TWIS bro barking laser. Ano daw ang naging preparation natin ngayon dito sa paparating na playoffs? Masasabi kong nasa full condition kami. Kailangan na lang galingan
Kailangan na lang lupitan.
Mas intense, tapos more crowd, more excitement, more hype, tapos mas malamig. Anong palag namin? Galingan nyo kasi gagalingan namin. Ano ba palag natin, boy? Kirk, wala daw. Malakas daw si Prince. Prince, ano daw palag mo kayo eh? Alam mo na yan? Alam ko na yan. So secret na lang guys. Sensya na
Yung yung nagpa-raid kanina, yung mga karoras natin dyan, thank you sa full support guys. Mula week 1 hanggang ngayon. Thank you so much guys sa effort. Sa venue, ano masabi ko sa venue? Sobrang laki. Ang daming pwedeng makanood. So, enjoy dito guys sa Phil Oil San Juan.
Dami tao pre. Puno.
Home of the Champions. Champions Arena ya.
Di abot ang data! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you, did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
GG na. Ikaw na, Jet.
Why is bro barking laser?
Ano daw ang naging preparation natin ngayon dito sa paparating na playoffs? Masasabi kong nasa full condition kami. Kailangan na lang galingan. Kailangan na lang lupitan.
Mas intense, tapos more crowd, more excitement, more hype, tapos mas malamig. Anong palag namin? Galingan nyo kasi gagalingan namin. Ano ba palag natin, boy? Kirk, wala daw. Malakas daw si Prince. Prince, ano daw palag mo kayo eh? Alam mo na yan. Alam ko na yan. So secret na lang guys. Sensya na
Yung nagpa-raid kanina, yung mga karoras natin dyan, thank you sa full support guys. Mula week 1 hanggang ngayon. Thank you so much guys sa effort. Sa venue, ano masabi ko sa venue? Sobrang laki. Ang daming pwedeng makanood. So, enjoy dito guys sa Phil Oil San Juan.
Dami tao pre. Puno.
Home of the Champions. Champions Arena ya.
GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos?
Kailangan ko magpalit ng strategies.
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko. Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
Okay na. GG na. Ikaw na, Jet.
Why is bro barking laser?
Ano daw ang naging preparation natin ngayon dito sa paparating na playoffs? Masasabi kong nasa full condition kami. Kailangan na lang galingan. Kailangan na lang lupitan.
Mas intense, tapos more crowd, more excitement, more hype, tapos mas malamig. Anong palag namin? Galingan nyo kasi gagalingan namin. Ano ba palag natin, boy? Kirk, wala daw. Malakas daw si Prince. Prince, ano daw palag mo kay Uwe? Alam mo na yan. Alam ko na yan. So, secret na lang, guys. Sensya na, ha?
Yung nagparade kanina, yung mga karoras natin dyan, thank you sa full support, guys. Mula week 1 hanggang ngayon. Thank you so much, guys, sa effort. Sa venue, ano masabi ko sa venue? Sobrang laki. Ang daming pwedeng makanood. So, enjoy dito, guys, sa Phil Oil San Juan.
Dami tao, pre. Puno.
Home of the Champions. Champions Arena, ya.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG, bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear. Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff. Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
Time to win.
Mas magaling ako, promise. Okay na. GG na. Ikaw na, Jet.
Why is bro barking laser? Ow! Ow! Ano daw ang naging preparation natin ngayon dito sa paparating na playoffs? Masasabi kong nasa full condition kami. Kailangan na lang galingan. Kailangan na lang lupitan. Mas intense, tapos more crowd, more excitement, more hype, tapos mas malamig. Anong palag namin? Galingan nyo kasi gagalingan namin. Ano ba palag natin, boy? Kirk, wala daw. Malakas daw si Prince. Prince, ano daw palag mo kayo eh? Alam mo na yan? Alam ko na yan. So secret na lang guys. Sensya na ha. Yung nagpa-raid kanina. Yung mga karoras natin dyan, thank you sa full support guys. Mula week 1 hanggang ngayon. Thank you so much guys sa effort. Sa venue, ano masabi ko sa venue? Sobrang laki. Ang daming pwedeng makanood. So, enjoy dito guys sa Phil Oil San Juan. Dami tao pre. Puno. Home of the Champions. Champions Arena ya.
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. Be only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now.
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you. Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier.
For cooling power. Supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
It's time to win.
mas magaling ako, promise. Okay na. GG na. Ikaw na, Jet.
Why is bro barking laser?
Ano daw ang naging preparation natin ngayon dito sa paparating na playoffs? Masasabi kong nasa full condition kami. Kailangan na lang galingan. Kailangan na lang lupitan.
Mas intense, tapos more crowd, more excitement, more hype, tapos mas malamig. Anong palag namin? Galingan nyo kasi gagalingan namin. Ano ba palag natin, boy? Kirk, wala daw. Malakas daw si Prince. Prince, ano daw palag mo kayo eh? Alam mo na yan? Alam ko na yan. So secret na lang guys. Sensya na.
Yung nag-parade kanina, yung mga karoras natin dyan, thank you sa full support guys. Mula week 1 hanggang ngayon. Thank you so much guys sa effort. Sa venue, ano masabi ko sa venue? Sobrang laki. Ang daming pwedeng makanood. So, enjoy dito guys sa Phil Oil San Juan.
Dami tao pre. Puno.
Home of the Champions. Champions Arena ya.
GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Foul! You know your scalp can get up to 5 times more dandruff? Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Hey, you! Did you know men have 1.4 times weaker scalp? Get a shampoo that's 100% made for men. Supercharged with Clear.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear. Stop and pull over. Your scalp gets 1.5 times sweatier. For cooling power, supercharged with Clear.
Paano ko kaya sila masusuportahan ngayon ng mas maayos? Kailangan ko ba magpalit ng strategies?
Nagagampanan ko kaya ng maayos ang role ko? Will I be able to meet their expectations? We have to prove them all wrong.
It's time to win.
remind you kung anong na-obtain. Palaging first place like kayo sa PH. Cause I ain't no Superman. I'm here cause I got God, my team is super fan. Eyes on the prize, been lost cause it's so time. Palag Na To, me again you already know. Automatic na Pilipina. Break us when we steal the show. Automatic na Pilipina. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag Na To, kami na ang batas. Pilipina. Lakas ng Pinas. Palag Na To, automatic na Pilipina.
In probably one of the most competitive seasons as to date, from Quezon City, we all gather here in San Juan Arena para tunghayan ang 6 na kupunan na magsagupaan at magpakitang gilas. After the match that happened a while ago, we are down to the last 5 teams, and with the last match that is up for grabs para sa ating lahat ngayong gabi, we will be down to the final 4. This is the moment to figure out who is going to be completing that between Twisted Minds and Smart Omega. Maligayang pagbabalik dito lamang sa MPL Philippines Season 17. My name is Hans Galeria, joined of course by none other than Wolf, and in fact, it's only been 4-5 hours ng ating playoffs, pero sobrang dami nang nangyari, right?
Grabe. Hindi ko akalain na pupunta tayo sa 5 games. Although we did expect it will be very close, but not like that. Aurora put on a show, but unfortunately, it was the end of their run.
In fact, we're gonna be looking at it again. Nabanggit na kanina ni Wolf yung pagtatapos ng paglalakbay nitong Aurora in Season 17. But for ONIC Philippines, things are really looking good for them.
Nagsimula tayo sa pagpa-hype ng ating idol ni si Janine Birdie. Napakaganda na performance kanina. Ramdam mong automatic na on-alap ka. At siguro yun yung naramdaman ni Savero kasi kitang-kita natin that he was actually a very, very good gold laner na nagpuhat sa ONIC Philippines kanina.
Well, there's Janine Berdin. There are also winners and losers in this respective match. At hindi lang dito, basta magtatapos ang ating araw. Because up next is a squad that we're about to look forward to. Dalawang teams na slowly building their momentum during the early portions of the regular season. Tapos bigla na lang, okay, they're actually contenders for this thing.
Alam mo, sobrang saya na. Medyo malungkot kasi itong dalawang teams na to really won my heart throughout Season 16 and then eventually Season 17. Twisted Minds yung kanilang run last season made me a fan. And now Omega, nakita natin yung mga milagro na nagawa nila. But now, some team, one of them will have to go home.
Yep, and when you think about it, some of the players specifically na talagang nagdadala para sa kupunang ito in terms of the charisma na meron sila has been Nets and Tracy being one of the pillars of these two teams para makatungo sa ating playoffs in hopes of that Final Four spot. But to know more and to talk more about this specific matchup, I think it's time to toss it over to the casters. Please, take it away.
Magandang gabi sa lahat na sumusubaybay sa MPL Philippines Season 17 Playoffs. Kakatapos lang po ng ating international rivalry at paparating na sa ating second matchup of the night. Uwami pa rin with Burrito and Midnight para sa Tagalog desk at para naman sa ating English panel. Kamusta naman tayo dyan?
Over on the English, it's us, it's the Wee Bear Bros. It's me, Naisu, Leo, Redmar will be joining you guys in just a bit.
At kakaiba yung mga nangyari kanina, a 5-game series between ONIC Philippines and Aurora kung saan ONIC ang nagkamit ng victory, kaya naman kakalabanin nila sunod ang Team Falcons.
Mabigat-bigat yung nag-aabang. Dito naman sa dalawang teams na makikita natin kung sino magwawagi dito, nakaabang ang Team Liquid sa kanila.
Alam mo yan yung mahirap eh. Kaya agree ako kanina sa sinabi ni Wolf. Ako din naging fan ako nitong dalawang team na to. Yung labanan ng puso at utak. But even after that, ang laki ng challenge man ahead of this road. It's TLPH in the next round.
Yeah, they're going to have to face off against what a lot of people would call the final boss so far for the season, but I think either can make that happen. But it all starts here with this matchup first, playing out of the play-ins. Smart Omega, probably one of the biggest surprises, I would say, at least for us, that we shared on the English desk was how fast they qualified this season for the playoffs.
Top 4. And who'd have thunk with a roster this new, again, led by a rookie in Kapitan Minguin. You gotta look back at the legacy of Smart Omega. The last time they made it out of the playoffs, rather the play-ins, was Season 9. They were in the grand finals when that happened.
Yeah, it's been 2 seasons since, or 3 since we've last seen Omega in the playoffs. Meanwhile, for Twisted Minds, of course, for Season 15 and 16, it's been all maxed out, which is why this is a heartbreaking series. It's been a while since they both made it out of the play-ins, and the previous times we saw it, it's one of those moments where we were thinking, so close, what could have been? So now they come in with a little bit more definitive answers that might have came out of nowhere. Tracy, the plot twist that he brought for Twisted Minds to get them on the deep run, deep into the season, and now Minguin, a rookie, leading the charge for Barangay Omega.
At yun yung nakakalungkot, no? May isang storya na talagang matatapos ngayong gabi para sa parehas na kupunan na to. And for Tracy, na late na rin pumasok sa ating regular season na biglang hinila pataas ang Twisted Minds at kay Kapitan Minguin na talagang nakita nating nag-set na sa kanyang role. Dito natin makikita kung kaninong storya nga ba yung magpapatuloy dahil katulad nung nakita po natin kanina sa pinakauna nating serye, regardless kung gaano natin kamahal, gaano natin kagusto, isa lamang ang magpapatuloy sa dalawang teams na mapapanood natin ngayong gabi.
Yun nga yun yung mga sorpresa na nakita natin, no? Nung mga huling moments na ng Twisted Minds. Pero nung nagkaharap itong dalawa na to, nung week number 2 and week number 6, si Kaloy pa nung mga moment na yan ay naglalaro pa.
Yeah, ito yung twist na kailangan papatunayan ng Twisted Minds. Is the change enough to overcome at the barangay? Kasi nakita rin naman natin with the stability of this roster, especially after yung turning point ng week 4 performance nila against Aurora Gaming, Omega just found their stride. It feels like the reinvigorated barangay was reinvigorated even further.
And at the lead is, of course, Dean Sumagi, a.k.a. Ryzen, na ang specialty simula pa lamang nung kanyang debut no Season 8 ay ang pamba-backdoor. Just ending it from out of nowhere. That was what people would quote-unquote call his prime. Nung rookie siya na pinapalit-palitan niya si The King, KLVJ.
Yeah, during that time, he came off as a big surprise to everyone in MPL PH. You were able to get a competitive run during those playoffs as well. It's a big full-circle moment. We haven't seen Omega in the playoffs for a while, and it's the kid who made his debut with Omega all those seasons ago that helped bring them to this point.
Yes.
It's the Ryzendable moments, of course, his split pushes with the Fanny that has secured or obtained a lot of eyes on them, but they are more than just the split pushes. It's their team fighting, their tenacity, and the fact that they can pull off some of the craziest stuff that we've seen. Just when we don't expect them to do something, they're gonna do that. I didn't expect Neski to color his hair green.
Yeah. And in 1 week, ang daming nangyari sa lahat ng mga teams natin. Parang lahat ay nag-ready, lahat ay nag-improve. And the same could be said for Ryzen. 9 seasons after his quote-unquote prime, parang hindi pa doon natatapos ang kanyang growth. Parang nagsisimula pa lang. Ang kanyang katapat ay si MP The King na nakita na nating nag-excel mula sa kanyang NXP days all the way to his international, now back in the Philippines, leading Twisted Minds. And speaking of NXP, iba pa tayo lalayo.
Ay, nako. Mata ng desk ay nakatingin sa akin. Yes, it's also been 9 seasons since that happened. And si MP The King ay isa rin sa mga hot rookies at that time. Kumbaga hot commodity si MP The King. And over time, we've seen the career growth para kay MP The King, even going outside of the Philippines, being very successful there. In fact, ang naalala ko talaga, pinaka-naalala ko sa storya ni MP The King, naging team captain siya, naging playing coach pa siya nung MC.
Wow.
That dropped ONIC ID out of MC contention, by the way.
Basta ako, love na love ko si MP kasi Bane specialist siya.
Yan yung mga hindi lamang yung mga quirk kumbaga ng ating mga junglers dito sa MPL Philippines. It's so fun to see yung mga rising stars natin sa loob ng ating liga. Kanina nakita natin yung mga sementado na ang kanilang mga titulo sa loob ng ating mga legacy careers. But this time, uprising stories ang ating tinitignan. Equally heartbreaking, maputol ngayong gabi.
Ay, bakit naman ganito ang MPL? Welcome sa playoffs kung saan dito mo masasabi talaga na yung best of the best talaga yung nailalabas natin. Kasi ang dami magagandang storyline pero ganun ka-brutal yung pinaka-competitive na region in all the world. Wala ikaw ba naman tahanan ka ng mga kampiyon, ganun talaga, it is what it is.
Gentlemen, kung sino mang manalo dito ay ang matitirang posibleng pwede natin tawaging David sa David versus Goliath matches na pwedeng sulat dito sa ating playoffs in Season 17.
It's kind of sad because David went up against one Goliath.
This guy's
three.
They gotta go against three.
Three Goliaths. But the math is not mathing up.
Oh man, ang naghihintay kung sino mang mananalo dito sa Omega versus Twisted Minds ay lahat naging world champion na. And that's the three Goliaths na nag-aabang kung sino mang mananalo sa Twisted Minds and Omega. At ang pinakauna, of course, is yung final boss na nag-aabang. Siyempre, bago tayo dumako sa napakainit nating play-ins number 2, pumunta muna tayo sa ating on-ground panel.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. They've talked about the storylines, what we're hoping to see mula sa ating dalawang kupunan. Pero sa ngayon, we have to give an in-depth explanation as to how these two teams will be able to win. And with that, here is the real-time cooling tactics brought to you by Infinix. And with that being said, Wolf, it's your time to shine.
Importante dito yung mga last on picks natin. The dalawang teams natin ay mahilig sa mga ganitong klaseng mga pickups. But I think for both teams, the headlines na kailangan nilang abangan sa mga cooling tactics na kailangan nila ngayon is kontrahin yung gustong gawin ng kanilang kalaban. For example, it's all about gonna be the positive trades that eventually will favor Twisted Minds at kailangan nilang pigilan na hindi magawa ngayon ng Omega. You also have to look at yung Tracy angles na nakikita natin yung the Tracy sandwich at yung kanilang mga pwestuhan. And overall, hindi sila pwedeng maging eng-eng pagkalapat nila itong Sinetsky.
I appreciate that. The eng-eng and then of course yung Tracy sandwich. There seems to be two trademarks na meron itong dalawang teams na ito. But I guess we can talk about yung mga lason na picks. How often do we see these two teams actually picking up something that is out of the ordinary?
You know, the reason why I included that, Hans, it's a very good question. Lalong-lalo na pinakaunang linya pa yan dito sa kailangan nilang tignan, Hans, is because this is a best of 5 series. Notoriously, itong si Bonchan at eventually itong Omega ay marunong talagang mag-exploit ng last picks. Sa best of 3 pa lang, naglalabas na sila ng mga ganon. What if magkaroon pa ng best of 5? Do expect the games to be long. Do expect this series to be long because of the propensity of those last picks.
Well, just like what happened kani-kanina lamang between Aurora Gaming Philippines and ONIC Philippines. I think on the mental aspect, because we saw a bit of a graphic kanina kung saan Smart Omega wasn't able to make it past the play-ins since Season 9. Twisted Minds since Season 15. It's been a while between these two organizations to be able to push it that far. What's going on through their heads na ngayon, isa sa kanila may chance na to get there?
Yun yung talagang crazy part kasi parang natatapos sa utak nila, ang tagal nating hinintay to tapos tayo pa yung maglalaglagan, tayo pa yung magsisira ng dreams. At the same time, hindi ka pwedeng mag-cave in dun sa pressure, hindi ka pwedeng mag-cave in. The thing is, naka-experience naman ang mga franchise na to ng playoffs na tatagal sila. For Twisted Minds, although the Twisted Minds franchise itself hindi pa nakakalayo sa playoffs, pero yung mga coaching staff nila, yung mga players nila, nakalalim na sa mga runs. So, magbo-boil down dito yung paano nila aalalanin kung paano nga ba manalo sa isang playoff match dito sa MPL Philippines.
I appreciate that there are also some mind games that are gonna be very essential. But of course, andito din yung mga players o mga manlalaro na minsan lang magkaroon ng opportunity and now they are here towards the playoffs. One of them could possibly be Perks and Mingwin. Those two guys that are part of the mid lane trio would be very essential for Smart Omega.
Napaka exciting but also a difficult situation. Kailangan talaga patibayan na ng mental to. At syempre kung gaano pa sila ka-prepared. At parang laban na rin ng mga fan bases to, Hans. Naririnig mo naman yung mga tambol.
Well, might as well. Nandito na rin naman ang tambol. Ang tanong ay kung buhay ba ang barangay? Andito ang barangay sa San Juan pero ang utak ng lahat ng iyan ay ang minds ng Twisted Minds! With that being said, handa ka na ba? At handa na rin ako. Siguradong handa na rin kayo. This is Smart Omega against Twisted Minds. Teams, take it away.
Sulong sa
sa playoffs. Tapat silang haharap. Walang twist ang babuluktot sa tuwid na daan. Papunta sa pangarap! Locked and engaged, manifesting like no other, maging eye for the self-proclaimed best gold laner, two-time gold laner of the week, Nets! Bigyang pugay at ang Smart Omega! No pressure, no doubts, just a twisted plan in mind. They're here to tear the bracket down and leave the rest behind. And the mastermind behind their twisted plays, their anchor, their shot caller, MPL Season 5 champion, Lansu! And your Twisted Minds! To ensure the integrity of the game, please welcome our marshals, Luis, Miko, Joshua G, and Dojin. And our head referee, the Chop Master, Sen. And our head coaches, Coach Wura and Coach Bonchan. Two dark horses collide to settle the score, and only one will survive. Smart Omega, Twisted Minds, Palag Na To!
The battle of the heart and the mind is going to break out here in the final matchup for today.
Midway through Season 17, we were wondering, who is the star in Smart Omega? Who do they play around? Who do they build around? Objectively speaking, we didn't find the answer, but Netsky is the closest thing to it, and I love how he leads the charge as they enter the San Juan Arena.
I love how the Barangay Tanos look like knights with their swords up in the air with their Arnis sticks. That's what they're called, right?
Yeah.
But there was also a question for Twisted Minds. Late in the season, or the week 6, who the hell is Tracy?
Yeah.
And this is Tracy, the plot twist for Twisted Minds. His roaming style took a lot of teams by surprise and allowed Twisted Minds to secure their playoff slot. Though granted, it was a loss of another team that secured it. Definitely Tracy had a big part of that. But Lansu really needs to be the main guy here for Twisted Minds. His shot calling needs to be on point.
You know, one of the interesting things that we saw during the graphics leading into this matchup was, I didn't realize, like, for Ryzen specifically, his stats that we saw put him in 8th in the jungle.
Abysmal.
But it doesn't matter.
On paper, he is the worst jungler in Season 17.
But it doesn't matter.
It doesn't!
He's matchup.
Ano nga pala, guys? Dito, boss. Ito ang nagsimula sa amin ni Prince, guys. Si Boss A.
Ito yung best gold laner para sa akin.
Ang nararamdaman ko ngayon, excited ako ngayon and gusto ko malaro ko yung laro ko. Nahanda ako itong araw na ito eh. Ito yung pinakamahalaga sa buong ML players, guys. Kailangan nyo mag-perform sa playoffs para makuha nyo yung mga gusto nyo. Sa mga nagpa-rate sa labas, grabe, ang laki ng binigay nyo sa aming boosting, guys. Talagang lulupitan namin. Hindi namin nahayaan, hindi kayo makakasigaw. Ang pinakamahalaga, dapat talaga kumapit ka muna kay God bago ako maglaro. And minamanifest ko rin pala yung mga Tama na, minamanifest natin yung mga kalaban natin na maging engeng. Tapos tayo yung pinakamalakas. Let's go, playoffs! Day 4, hashtag Day 4.
Sana manalo na ngayon. Sana hindi na tayo mag-first round exit ha. Medyo masakit yun pag first round exit. Sana manalo kami. Ito na ata. Galingan lang natin kabarangay Good luck ha. Oo, gagalingan namin. And sabi ni Tracy, mambubugbog daw siya ngayong laban na to. Andito na ako! Andito na si Lansu! Message ko sa mga kamayos dyan Salamat sa mga sumusuporta sa amin ha.
It's perfect, remember how you mentioned, the guys that got to step up right now happens to be Lansu. Well, you hear some words there in the Smart 5G ping test. I think he's ready to be that guy.
Yeah, he's the most animated I've seen him all season long, but even he said, again, why this is such a heart-wrenching series to watch. It's been a while since we've seen Omega in the playoffs, while Twisted Minds, are we really going to see them drop down again in the first round? Are they not going to get through the plays again? Which is why it's like, it's tough. They've won both of our hearts. Even the community, as I was reading the discussions heading into this, more people realize just how heartbreaking this series is.
I hate to see it, but it's David versus David here. Speaking of David, that Smart 5G pink test was starring a man named David Gamboa, also known as Boss A, a very close friend of Netsky, as they came up together under Monster Anarchy, and then eventually the lineup that debuted for ONIC Philippines in Season 10.
Gosh, that seems like a long time ago.
Them's is lore.
That is the lore. You know, and what is Boss A currently doing now? He's still involved.
He's a multifaceted philanthropist.
Making stacks of money.
Making stacks of money, man. I wish we could all be making stacks of money. You know?
Same. Wow, I just got sad.
Hey, but we get to watch these young athletes compete for the stacks of money and the prestige.
Yes, there are stacks of money on the line.
There are stacks of money.
And then at the end of the road,
there's more stacks of money.
For the last two standing, tickets to Paris.
So more stacks.
You know, that's something that I don't think we've touched on a lot in the panel throughout the day. It's the Paris ball.
The Paris ball.
Want to head to Paris, dog?
Dude, who doesn't want to go compete for a $3 million prize pool?
Yeah, exactly. It's like every time someone qualifies for either MWI or MSE. It's the post is always something Paris.
Yeah.
Whether it's in Filipino or whatever language or whatever country they come from, it's always something about, I'm going to Paris.
Yep. And we are going to be jumping into the draft here for game number 1. Again, in this best of 5 between Smart Omega and Twisted Minds. This is, there's something about it that tells me we might go 5 games again for our second series of the day as we head on in to Expanding Rivers.
Joseph, that is what I predicted.
That's what you predicted? Did you both do a prediction?
This is going all the way 3-2, but...
Did you say that for the first?
No. I thought the first would go 3-1.
Oh, okay. Wait, Redmar, you usually hide your predictions. Did you put it out there?
Yeah,
he put it out on that AG podcast.
Oh,
What did you say?
On the AG podcast and our little video with Miracle 2, it was 3-1, 3-1 for both today.
Who'd you choose today?
Omega.
Omega?
Omega and ONIC.
So you're right so far?
Yeah, right so far.
At least as per winner.
Yeah.
Okay.
How about this one? You said Omega?
Yeah.
All right. Well, Omega grabs the Harley.
Which is, again, I think, despite Ryzen's abysmal stats, his best hero.
He's best hero right now, currently. They're going to do the trade. This is what we're going to see a lot of, right? Harley traded out for the Claude, then another choice, but it's going to be the Suyo to answer the Harley. Over here for Twisted, and what do they pick up here? What do they prioritize for Omega?
Ooh, I think they get something disruptive but defensive. Okay, they go for disruptive.
That's kind of.
Oh, but this could still go into the EXP lane. There's a lot of flex actually for Omega. You can
go with games.
You can either flex that Valentina, flex that Hilda, depending on what EXP laner that you see. They don't have to really put it into a very singular box of where it could end up.
We've seen it do both.
Yeah, so I think I would want to see Twisted go into this with the same idea, but with a Hilda gone, there's no other... Oh, no, Glue is a flex. But the thing is with the Hilda, Valentina, Harley, you don't see enough pieces to warrant it. They might just double down and pick up like a Khalid for the Tracy usual pickups, right? Because it's either just been like Khalid or Hilda as his best heroes. But he still ends up picking the Glue. Okay.
But we don't know.
Tracy's best heroes currently after he came in, was it week 7?
The Khalid.
The Khalid, and then
100% the Khalid.
Second would be the
Hilda.
Okay.
And Marcel. So those are his 3.
Yeah.
But of all of which, it's just the Khalid left.
Yeah.
But they instead prioritize the Glue, which is, in my opinion, and I think the superfans would agree, is more of a Lansu pick.
Yeah. And it's actually growth. It's a lot of growth to see this Glue, if ever it does end up in the hands of Tracy and Rome. It's our Chopmaster right there.
Chopmaster and former MPL PH athlete and now head referee Miko. Or Chico.
Chico, I was going to say. Chico, okay, let's go ahead and throw this in for some insights to Hans and Wolf on our on-ground panel.
Maraming salamat sa ating casters. They've talked about the draft, but one thing has been uncommon. The first time lumabas sa araw na ito, it's the Hilda that finally came into play. Hindi natin yung nakita nung unang serye, but what's gonna be the difference now?
Well, the difference is, hindi siya nabalata. Actually, yung sinabi natin kanina na last round picks, parang dito pa naging sobrang normal ng ating first 3 picks for both teams. The Hilda will be instrumental against the Suya and the Claude. I'm actually surprised that Twisted Minds let that through. Tapos flex pick pa to para sa Omega. Pwede nilang i-pivot into that XP lane. However, Twisted Minds will still choose to ban the Alice. I think eventually yung Gord, inaban na rin na makikita natin dito, ban coming out from Omega. So, kailangan maging crafty na Twisted Minds with their Sean pick.
You know what? You can build up on that even more. Valentina is already on the other side. Ano bang mga potential options para kay Sean or maybe even the others with the last two?
It should be a Shredder, mga tipong Kimi o kaya tipong baka kay Selena, makita natin dito just because of the presence of the Hilda as well. Baka last pick yung Sean hero, get a Tracy hero muna dito para sa Twisted Minds.
On the other hand, you're looking at 2 bans already. Arlot being the final one para sa Smart Omega. They already have the jungler, maybe the roam, and also the mid laner per se. But what about the side lanes? What are some of the options here?
Moscow para dito sa Omega, and I feel like eventually ang Hylos pwede rin piliin dito ng Omega.
So that is a Moscow and a Hylos and all of the other picks na so far ay available pa para sa ating dalawang teams in the second phase. So casters, we're gonna toss it right back to you.
All right, thank you for the insights there, Hans and Wolf, our on-ground panelists here throughout today. Now, picks are already coming through. There's the Baksha. Now on the flip side, you have the Clint and the Sora finally.
Twisted Minds sniff out bait. They think and they as Omega allowing them to pick the Khalid, but they pick the Baksha, and there's a rare pick, and that's Selena for Sean. We just breezed through the draft.
Yeah, that went super fast. Well, super fans, you can super fast scan this QR code and predict the match correctly for a chance to win 1,000 MLB Diamonds. Don't forget to do that all playoffs long. Now here's the massive prediction by the super fans. It's in favor of the Brung guy, Smart Omega.
Yeah, they won a lot of people over throughout the regular season. You know, thinking about this draft with the Sean picking up the Selena, he was one of the he showed this pick before Mingwin did, and Mingwin had that crazy game alongside the Marcel of Perks. They weren't able to win, but you could see what they were trying to build to. The funny thing about the draft here, the result, I want to see one thing. This is going to be a very messy game. If any of these two try to play it slow, that's the team that's going to lose. Whoever decides to swing right out of the gate, and I think it should be both of them, is going to win. So that means we're just going to get an absolute mess, which I love.
Well, if it's going to be messy, if it's going to be clean, we are jumping into the land of Dawn for game number 1 of this best of 5. For Smart Omega or Twisted Minds, their playoff journey is on the line as this is the last match for the play-ins here. And we'll see who ends up facing against Team Liquid tomorrow.
A very, very fast clear with the Selena and Hilda together. Maybe the King gets his purple buff. He'll already be starting his orange buff while Ryzen is still getting his or clearing the, at least the little, forgetting the name. The wolf.
The wolf.
Another word. Yeah, let's just call it the little wolf.
Little wolf man. Looking into this, we've got to go ahead and see exactly how the early rotation is going to be, because that's been so important, especially in the last match for this. But already some action in the mid lane.
Arrow on the Perks. He is tasked to actually just clear these traps out and maybe catch an arrow or two. So that's falling into place for Smart Omega. EXP lane, it's all about both of them actually just wanting to get out of there. I give a slight advantage to James.
Yeah.
Much more mobile, a little more honest for Lansu. And in the gold, that one's actually a coin flip. Both gold laners actually need time.
Yeah. Which is why you saw, or you see both teams decide to go for something a little bit more aggressive in the center with a very fast bridge. Good sources of damage also available for both.
Okay.
I can hear more, which means I can also see better.
Yes.
That's how it works.
I was gonna say, you know,
science.
You ever hear that when you're like, I can't see when someone's blasting loud music and you're trying to park?
Yeah. Oh, Tracy does catch one, and they dogpile on up Perks. Perks didn't even flicker anymore. Twisted Minds draws first blood.
Oh.
Yeah. So you really appreciate this Baksha pick.
Whoop. That is the shifting skies used by James, but Twisted Minds jump on him too. Mingwin in the back line, taking down Tracy. 3, and Ryzen tries to get through, but Sean pops him. And in comes Perxiva. Renmar's getting dirty. You like this?
Yeah, again, this is what I expected with these two. There's going to be a lot of trading, especially when that Baksha Roma showed up. And that's what you get with Selena. The moment that arrow hits, or the moment you see Sean get to chip away at someone, Twisted Minds are encouraged to fight, while Omega, they're not just going to take that line down. They're always a team that, oh, someone's low. Let's fight.
Mingwin with a stolen Selena ult comes in.
Man.
Pops Lansu, but he gets a split. And Mingwin can't finish the job. Lansu lives.
Wow, I can't believe Lansu survived that. That was so many guys from Smart Omega. Great for him to survive. Turtle's going to be up here. And when was the last time we saw a Roam Baksha throughout the season?
Earlier this season, was it JP the last one we saw?
It had to be very early on in the regular season.
Yeah, I do remember it showing up maybe less than 3 or 4 times.
It's very rare because Baksha is such a high prio ban.
Yeah. Often banned, and then when it does slip through, it goes in the jungle. But it works really well with having a Suyo also on your team. Set things up better for the Queller and even the Soul Sever, but fighting for this turtle. It's up for the taking. Oh, quickly taken by MP.
Shifting skies, Omega goes for the turn. A lot of damage coming through. The Mount still finding it. Sean gets taken down. Perxiva falls. That's a trade 1-for-1. James
MP
needs to get on out of here. MP does not force the issue. Smart Omega back off as well.
Yeah, good thing that was a committed flicker by James. The Queller would have been able to connect, and MP the King would have been encouraged to continue that. Even if James committed that flicker, it would have been too late. Speaking of items, Denki decided to rush a Sky Piercer. Very interesting. So he goes for the Fury Hammer, built himself the basic boots, and just goes for Sky Piercer right away. So they know that with the tankiness of the members of Twisted, the fact that there's a Sky Piercer most likely going to be coming through for the Suyo as the first item. There it is. They wanted to balance that and meet that. Because traditionally, you look at the lineup of Omega and don't even consider them a Piercer holder team. There have been some Clint builds that don't build that item. So it's a smart move by Netsky.
Yeah, I'm also wondering if this time around it'll be a bit better for the Clint, since we got to see it once last series, but unfortunately didn't do too well. This time around against the Claude and with this type of team composition.
Oh, Netsky gets dunked on, just barely flickers out.
That was what I was going to say. What I'm worried about with a Clint is you're going to have to burn the flicker a lot of times with this kind of heroes that are being thrown at you from Twisted.
Could be wrong, but Mingwin might be one of the first times or rare times we've seen someone use Purify today. It's been mostly flickers.
Yeah.
Even with high crowd control lineups, just the gaps that they need to make.
Maybe the second or third athlete today.
Yeah.
Play Purify.
Yeah, because we barely even saw Purifies in the last one.
In the first long series, yes.
Yeah. Fury Hammer Piercer for both carries of Omega and Twisted. Yeah, it's really going to come down to how they play the team fight. It's cool that Omega's still being able to be aggressive and actually meet Twisted Minds in the damage department, despite being up against a Baksha, a Glue, and a Suyo and Selena that we know can shred very early on.
Barangay oddities. Despite losing out on the first turtle and having less kills, they're up on farm. Where'd that come from? They're circling around the turtle pit. They dogpile on a Tracy. Tracy pops the Puissance. Perxiva moves on the targets, changing it. It's the frontliners of the Barangay moving through. Perxiva enters the Y-Brush. What a dance.
Yeah, they actually just held the turtle there with James for a while. No one's going to commit to it just yet. Ashan throwing out arrows. Meanwhile, MP's going to grab his purple buff. So they're just all delaying this for it eventually to lead into this massive fight for this as Mingwin holds on to the Baksha ultimate. Half health once again goes for a soft reset, but it looks like they're willing to commit now.
And there it is, the retribution and the blazing duet by Nausea. They're backing off. James flickers back once more. And just like that, they got a stack on the Perxiva. MP the King finds him.
That was a defensive blazing duet also by Nausea. And it ended up working out for them because Omega, who wanted to fight, the moment they realized that the damage from Nausea was actually something that they needed to respect, they just decided to back off. So far, Twisted Minds are playing these team fights really well, and you see the effect of having the surprise pick Baksha with it having to revitalize.
Yeah.
The fact that Perxiva is on this Hilda right now can't do much. His only thing to do is just stun whoever gets close between Nausea, MP, and Sean. Yeah, he can get vision, but he's pretty much a free target for Twisted Minds, while James is essentially the main tank for the team.
Yep, and that's what he's going to have to go ahead and just kind of do. I think we've seen that even last series. You pick up the Hilda, You've got to be that guy to just kind of jump into the team, and that can work against you, depending on how this goes. Now, Twisted hasn't built a massive lead or anything like that, but it's more so of just how they're dissecting the team fights that's working for them in their favor, and it continues to give stacks over to MP the King Suyo here. And that's going to be the problem, right? We've seen this before where you get hyper snowballed on a Suyo, multiple stacks, and then that is a threat in itself for Smart Omega to deal with throughout the course of this game. Whoop. Mingwin, will he take an arrow? Okay, no, he sidesteps the arrow. Smart Omega is still here to back him up, so they're fine. They kind of just need to go ahead and continue to build up.
It's also a really sad time for Mingwin. Imagine being a Valentine and the only best ultimate you could steal is the Tortoise's Puissance of the Baksha.
He did pick up the Abyssal form changing.
Yeah.
Seemed to be good because he himself is a Selena specialist.
Yeah, gets a lot of dashes, so at least he can cosplay as a hero that he excelled with near the end of the season.
Oh, Tracy here up top. Perciva has to respond to that, so they'll hold on to the tier 1 turret up top as the next turtle coming up here shortly as both teams get in position for this. Arrows being thrown out once again by Sean, but Smart Omega will make quick routes here for the Lord.
All right, they let go of that turret up top. I don't know if that's their decision or they just it totally slipped their minds.
Yeah.
But Nosha farming up will lead to less space for Netsky to farm through.
I feel like this is kind of what we saw last time with the clinch coming into play. You know, you just kind of, you wait for him to come online and you hope by this point with the first Lord that he's there. He's going to be rotating for this. But who do you catch? I think that's the biggest question for Smart Omega. They do find a deadly magic on Tracy, but Tracy's tanky enough. He doesn't even need to use a Revitalize off of that. So it's a little bit difficult for Smart Omega to decide who to go for and pick off. Look at the front line that they have with this kind of composition.
I'll tell you who it is, and Joseph, it's not that box. Yeah, what a chin on Tracy. Where's the damage going to come from? How are they going to take him down? Just off of Netsky?
I think so. I think it's just got to be Netsky, man.
It's going to be a late game thing. Maybe Omega can get like 1 or 2 members of Twisted, but in the long run, Twisted win the battle of attrition.
Whoop. They go straight for the Lord. Forcing Omega to respond, putting it at half health. Soft reset. Now they bear down on it.
Oh.
Lansu very low. Look at the back line as James hits that shifting skies, but Epi the King secures it. Nosha takes him out. And they're not done. Perks Eva's going to be up next on the docket. Netsky takes down Lansu. 2 for 1. The trade. Yeah, Nosha finds Mingwin.
Oh!
Gets traded up for Netsky. Gets 2 stacks. And he wants more. It's Ryzen controlling this lane. Just the 2 of them left.
Yeah, the long run, pretty good recovery by Omega. Twisted Minds gets the win definitively. But the fact that Netsky was able to get a stack on a Sky Piercer, double kill, took down Nosha.
Oh!
Yeah, add more to that, Netsky, damn!
Well, we did ask the question, is it just going to be Netsky to be the hope here for Smart Omega, at least for now? And I think that's been answered, man. 3 kills, 3 stacks on the Sky Piercer.
So some lack of respect there by Twisted. I don't know what Tracy wanted to achieve with that jump onto Netsky. I feel like he wanted to go, but there was no one else close enough to back him up.
Nary a Dreadnought armor, nor a Jerkin built up. Like, he has 0 physical damage.
He's got magic
defense.
resist.
Yeah, that's all.
And a bunch of health.
Yep.
More for Netsky to run through.
Yeah. At least when he gets the Guardian Helm, like, it'll help him a bit, but that was a huge moment there for Netsky to get built up on this Clint who, you know, so to speak, is going to be the guy to help them in game 1.
Smart Omega needs to be studied. They seem to be getting their economy from what seems to be, Magical Satchel.
Yeah.
Because they're down turrets, they're down on a Lord, they're down the turtles, but they're still, very close to Twisted's gold.
My fellow Filipinos and barangays know they're probably taking loans.
A lot of ayudas.
Yeah, ayudas.
From different barangays.
Yeah.
Like, I swear I'm a resident.
Yeah, they're not going to ask for it back anyway, you know, so you might as well take the loan.
I'll say yes.
Never know.
You never know. So at this point, let's go ahead and see if things change for the course of Twisted. Whoa, flicker used by Sean. Are they going to go for Tracy? Tracy's tanky enough again at this point, but a flicker down is something. Missile arrow thrown out at James. He's going to be fine too. So it's fighting for the space, and it's... Oh, Sean! Whoa!
Ryzen! From out of nowhere!
All right, so this is where it's going to start getting really bad for Twisted Minds. After the 3 kills they gave to Netsky, that's 30 plus stacks on the Piercer. And then the fact that Ryzen can just take out a squishy member of Twisted Minds like that. I mean, one of the reasons why Nessie got the kill earlier onto Nausha's Claude was because he was initially bursted down by Ryzen. There's a really good chance that if Twisted aren't careful, specifically Sean and Nausha, they could just get taken out of the map.
Yep.
And MP, Tracy, and Lansu will just be left with a lack of damage.
Yeah, this is a very daring position to be in here. Twisted holding on to this tier 1 in the mid as much as possible before the next objective is the focus when that Lord comes up.
Oh, man.
Oh, BOD picked up. You thought Netsuke was doing some damage before. Well, now he's got the BOD.
Yeah, even Nausha would be worried about entering the fight as a Claude if he can't get a good angle onto Netsuke. He somehow has to hope that he ends up behind the Clint. Because if he shows up, he's going to get reduced to 50% health with one full combo.
Yeah, one combo there.
How far off is he from Wind of Nature?
Quite far, because it looks like he's going Malefic Gun first.
Yeah. Okay, Nausha goes Malefic Gun. He's got that.
That might be unwise.
Yeah.
He needs a Wind of Nature now if all of the above is going to be true.
Oh, unless they take out Netsuke here.
Tracy,
Oh,
winding up, says ni hao. Right to Mingwin as he pops a Purify and pops him just as quickly.
Hey, if you can't take out Netsuke, you might as well take out Mingwin. And that's a good sign for Twisted to start up this Lord here. He did also pop the Flicker, so now Netsuke doesn't have that available to be on the defense.
Honestly, I think Omega should take the risk. Try to blast someone and then get out. Never mind that.
Another arrow right to the face. Pertiva goes. James here has to repair the situation. MP the King is about to get shut down. Ryzen finds him.
It worked out. Perfect for them. Yeah, Ryzen, that was just a perfect entry with the Deadly Magic.
Yeah, perfect target to go for. That completely stops this Lord take, so it's going to go for the reset. It does. Oh, no, it doesn't fully reset. Netsuke.
Tracy goes hunting, finds Netsuke. Nausha with a shutdown. Yeah, finds another. Gets a double, and James is the victim.
I guess you don't need the Wind of Nature when you can make moves like that.
Drive by Tracy. Does it again, and Sean, of course, with an Abyssal Arrow. Just a perfect combination stun. Since Netsuke has to pack a Flicker in this game, and he cannot pack a Purify. There's so much dive. Once he gets caught, it's over for that Clint. Netsuke needs to be a little bit more cautious of where he positions. And I think Omega are also quite cautious because MP the King has hella stacks on that Piercer.
Yeah, he does, man.
Well, it's cut in half now.
Yeah.
Cut in half, even so. Nausha's a big threat, as we just saw from that, so he's building into it. Even over across from them as they take down the tier 1. Oh, he goes Wind of Nature. Just to utilize the Wind of Nature with the Blazing Duet.
Winter Crown.
Or Winter Crown, yeah, Winter Crown. So he's got that.
Which is about as good as you can get between the flicks of Netsuke and the Deadly Magics.
Because he could probably, yeah, I mean, we'll probably see him switch it out if he wants to, once he uses it too, so.
Go for the jungle.
Yeah, Smart Omega. But hold on to this side of the jungle. They got the Lord to deal with here shortly up top. Part of this, again, is protecting Netsuke to make sure he's alive. He is a big part of staying in this game and not letting it end in favor of Twisted as they take down the tier 2 mid lane.
All right, Lord here, threatening the push, smacks right into that turret. Shifting skies, James pushing Tracy back. Tracy with the Puissance. Might have taken too much damage, but the turret will fall before he does. Puissance on the way out.
Omega's comeback here really will just bank through them somehow being able to get picks onto the easiest or lowest health members of Twisted, the squishiest members. Ryzen getting chased here by Lansu. They're going to be able to check it. I think they have an idea. Nah, they don't!
Oh, Sean.
Sean here will not survive as caught by Ryzen like a smooth criminal.
I thought they had an idea because of how they were checking the bushes, but no.
Yeah, that's tough for Sean, man. He's like the target to go for. He's going to be out most of the time, and he might just have to go ahead and take those deadly magics for now. Twisted will try to hold on. He's more of a information guy on the Selena. Now they're going to lose a tier 2 turret off of that take. Really good from Ryzen as he also takes the purple buff away. So this
leaves the baby too.
He leaves it.
Oh no.
Oh no,
Lansu cleans up. Okay. Of course Lansu cleans up.
Yeah. Lansu had to.
Twisted Minds now. This is why, like, looking at the draft lineups, it's so 50-50.
Yeah.
One side has an insane amount of damage that can just stop Twisted, while Twisted has a really tanky front, but also great damage. So boils down to who'll be able to execute better at the right time. If anyone gets mispositioned, it's even tough for Omega to fight a slow front to back, something that a Clint wants. It's always just crazy that we ended up with the picks that we did. Even look, the two mid laners don't have a clear gap. Sean eats a lot of damage there, but he'll be able to survive. That's how you know this game is really close. When both mid laners are pretty much getting their farm at the same time and it's all good. My goodness.
Yeah, I'm wondering if at some point does Sean just pick up a Winter Crown or something to at least prepare for that, deadly magic combo.
Yeah, I think it would greatly benefit if Twisted Minds. All of them cannot, well, maybe except for MP the King.
Oh man, look
could
at
have at least one with the crown. Look at where Tracy is again.
Look at Ryzen. He's actually just
Tracy.
He's enough of a threat to keep Twisted from fully committing to this. Oh,
they find. Oh, Gay finds Nasha first. Mingwin played the bait, and now MP the King is turning tail. Perxiva and James on his behind. They pop his immortality here. Oh man, look at the arms on James. Are they going to finish the job? He gets the surge out. Meanwhile, in another fight, Lancer and Mingwin going 1v1. Tracy and Netsky too. And Perxiva and Ryzen throws it out. The Winter Crown. Tracy takes out Netsky. Ryzen takes out the opposing retribution holder.
What?
Lansu. How did he get in there?
How is leave it to Patrick Star to be in your base.
What even is this game?
I'm so happy right now. It's like I'm glad that my read was pretty accurate. These two are just like testing each other's limits and understanding of how to properly team fight. Because Omega know that they can't fight an honest team fight. They have to get crafty with it. But instead of Twisted Minds, falling in and playing around a box, they said, all right, we can do that too. Why not?
That was one of the most chaotic fights we've seen today. And it all leads to this Lord take. That's being controlled by Twisted. Ryzen's going to do it again. He's going to swing on over to the back line, waiting patiently. It goes for a bit of a reset.
Oh,
a wind of nature now for Netsky. Man, Netsky, speaking of, just blasted Nasha on the last one. That's what started it all.
A little too quiet. Ryzen.
Oh, Ryzen. Oh.
All right, Space escapes through. I think he sniffed it out.
Yeah. I think it was also trying to counter, keep track of the cooldown timers of MP the King. So instead of MP the King showing up and eating a face full of deadly magic, because Tracy was nearby, Ryzen knew that he couldn't risk it. Still, minion wave up top needs to be handled by Omega. Twisted Minds are trying to leverage that. Oh, they're going to stop Omega from being able to comfortably clear the mid lane minion wave too.
Yeah, they saw that Ryzen was there. He's going to actually be the one to clear it. Arrows being thrown out here too, but still, no one can't control this Lord pitch for now. James will pick up immortality.
The call here for Twisted Minds might be whoever Nasha hits or Sean hits with an Abyssal Arrow. They might just go for it. They're going to keep chipping away at this, but if they can get a big stun, that's who is going to go down first on the side of Omega. Meanwhile, for Omega, it's just play open the map, see if we can punish them with the shifting skies, and then hope for the best.
Really good with Ryzen cutting that wave.
Steal by Tracy. Bumps right into a minion. That was an initiation that could have been the game changer.
Yeah, Ryzen was there too. So Conceal use, he's got his immortality. Tracy. Ryzen's not going to be able to go that angle, but at least what he can do for now is just manage that wave up top. Manage the lane.
Again, it's a dirty job. Someone's got to do it. He's the only one who can afford to do it.
Yeah, he's quick enough around the map. Again, even expanding rivers, so do
they
blitz this?
Whoa, Twisted Minds going for the blitz. Sean forced to flicker back. Perxiva very low, pops the immortality. James and Mingwin dealing a lot of damage. Mingwin does steal away the Quella, and now the save turn off. MP the King secures. In comes the rest of them. James with the defensive of that. Shifting skies, and MP the King finds Perxiva. Nasha comes in forward. BMI Blast blazing to it, and they find Netsky. Oh, that's gotta be all but over.
Twisted Minds can march in with the Lord without the Clint. A lot of the damage that could be used for wave clear's gone, but they're trying.
Mingwin gets cut out. Nasha is just angry right now. He's just 7-2.
That was a Hail Mary. But Ryzen pushed the mid lane minion wave, forcing Lansu to go back. So it's just 3 members of Twisted Minds. It could be doable.
James and Ryzen got it. Down goes Ryzen. Just big game James left. Shifting skies into the turret. It's just him. Gets the immortality pop. Blazing the wet to the face. And Twisted Minds will be first to the board.
Messy but entertaining. They knew that they both had to get scrappy with those fights, and aggression is rewarded. Twisted Minds, what a swerve, putting that Baksha in Rome and showing up with a Selena last pick.
Yeah, the Selena last pick, the Baksha for Tracy, just a great draft and a great execution, man. All to allow the proper members of this lineup to work for Twisted, like we've been talking about, you know, ever since they started to gain some momentum, man. And you saw it unfold here. Nasha, especially on the Claude, you know, the hero we talk about that carries games so well right now. Even the way that he built it, even that last Blazing Duet with the winner crown, just helping secure the win here. And, you know, it's great to see this kind of brawly, hectic, chaotic game. That's Tano #1. He's in shock.
He's seen better days.
He's in shock.
He's seen better drafts.
Yeah.
It was a little too much to expect that the Clint would be enough.
Yeah, it was. MVP of this one, of course, MP the King, making work throughout game 1. And he was set up properly on the Suyo for this to happen the way that it did. He got early stacks. He was able to go ahead and be quite the threat in the early game, mid game. And then he had to rely on the rest of the team towards the end, especially think how calculated that last lore take was. You know, it took a while for them to actually commit to it, but they knew that they knew that Ryzen had to deal with the off lane. He was the only guy that could do it, like we mentioned. And as soon as they got a glimpse of it, they're like, you know what, let's just go for this, let's blitz it.
Yeah.
And it did still come down to the retribution, even though that was the case, and MP was able to secure it.
Yeah, MP the King made the most out of it. It was a little bit more demanding for Ryzen because he had to space escape in, walk, and then just hope that once he's within the Lord Pit range, he's just going to be able to press his retribution. Meanwhile, MP the King and Twisted Minds were the one holding it there. The Suyo Blade Surges were also mint early on, which is why Twisted Minds were able to get some of their early wins. Because of that extra stun and the damage, the combos coming out of the Suyo, it just meant that all of the aggression that Omega wanted to do was responded to, was countered well by Twisted Minds. Granted, Omega were also handling everything pretty damn well. Twisted Minds just took control of the map much quicker.
In a matter of tempo, it's just Twisted Mind had more hook.
Yeah.
They had more proactive things to do. Smart Omega, yes, were answering to things, but truth be told, look at their lineup. They only had 1.5 cores. Ryzen wasn't even a full core.
Yeah.
Sure, he got solid pickoffs, but really it was all on Netsky.
Yeah.
This was going to end and begin with Netsky.
That's kind of what we were talking about even before he got those 3 kills, he got those stacks going. We saw the damage that he could push out when he locked in the BOD. You know, there was just a lot of weight, I feel like, that would have been there for Netsky on his shoulders for them to go ahead and win this game. But, you know, there were signs that it could work. And I don't know, maybe it would have been different if it was maybe something different for Perxiva, but nonetheless, they were able to fight and hold on for as long as they could, but eventually just the nature of that composition ends up falling apart against what Twisted was able to do and execute. And again, I think Tracy was able to do so much with this Baksha, and half the time, like you guys mentioned, maybe more than half the time, Mingwen was holding on to the Tortoise Poissons.
And that's what makes this a prime example of a difficult Valentina game.
Yeah.
I'm no Valentina specialist, but I know that with not many good ult choices, you're kind of left there being a utility mid laner.
Yeah. So Mingwen was able to deal a good amount of burst damage, but with the damage there, a lot of your value really comes from whatever ultimate you can steal, which is why I think Omega might walk away from the Hilda priority early in the draft. I think that also allowed Twisted Minds to end up with packing the glue at red 3 as a flex option and then showing up with a Baksha roam. Since they know that it's a Hilda they're dealing with, they also adjusted their draft accordingly around the Valentina as well, so that there wouldn't be a lot of ultimates. It just fell in perfectly for Twisted. But it goes to show why also Omega have been so great this season and why they've been able to get that 4-series win streak at one point. Their fights are insane, man. They really catch their opponents off ground, and they're just so good at it that even though Twisted Minds had control for most of this game, there were moments where it looked like they were about to lose it.
Yeah.
Not just in the micro size, even macro-wise, they were able to keep that gold lead manageable.
Yeah.
Because again, I think they just know how to play team fights, skirmishes, and even in the low moments, their macro is pretty sound. It's ridiculous.
That's why we've been echoing the sentiment of, you know, this is like one of the best forms of Omega as a team that we've seen in a while. And What was that stat? They haven't been out of the play-ins since Season 9, is that right? Wait, they haven't been...
The last time that they got out of the play-in
got out of the play-ins
was Season 9.
Yeah. I think there's a great chance. I know, you know, Twisted took this one, but I think there's a great chance for... If they just tweak that draft, the concept there a little bit, then we're going to see that continued power from Smart Omega that we've seen here, especially towards the last weeks. Let's throw it over to Hans and Wolf for a breakdown further.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. Kani-kanina lamang nakita natin Twisted Minds able to take game number 1. And in fact, we've had a little bit of an information and I asked you kung sino ba yung personal MVP mo and what was your answer?
Hindi ako agad nakasagot kasi parang ang hirap mag-isip pa. And actually, the more that I think about it, the more I realize that this was such a great game para sa Twisted Minds. Sinaway na talaga nag-step up lahat. Na-mention din ng mga casters to na yung trabaho ng bawat membro ng side of Twisted Minds ay nagagampanan nila. Kaya naman, eventually sila ay nanalo. Lansu was on this, sabi na natin, sandbag na role. Kung meron mang role na gano'n nag-exist as the XP-laner, being the sacrificial lamb. Whereas ito namang si MP The King at si Nosha, kailangan nila trabaho nila ay mag-deal ng damage. In fact, dun sa pinakahuling teamfight na tuwa, we might be able to see, mapapansin natin yung talagang pagkaka-form nila ng box. And siguro, dito natin makikita yung Bonchan School of Team Fighting. Makikita natin, sobrang solido ng box na ginawa nito. At pagpasensyahan nyo na yung drawing ko mga kaibigan. Medyo one hand tayo dito eh. Pero, papansinin natin, Twisted Minds, the 4-1 box season, after ng gino ni Ryzen, napansin nyo na siya yung target. So, sobrang lumalim siya dun sa may bandang likuran. Kaya naman, nung nakita natin yung team fight, yung mga members ng Omega na si Perks at si James ay sobrang lalim na. And then Lanzo and Tracy, yun na lang kanilang gawin. Nosha with that flicker, alam niya rin na paggamit ang kanyang ultimate that eventually gave them the advantage. Makikita rin natin dito na etong Twisted Minds, nasanay sila sa ginagawa ni Ryzen eh. Eventually, nung tinatry na ni Ryzen mag-split push, hinanap na siya nitong si MP The King. Kaya naman eventually, si MP The King yung naging MVP sa laban na to dahil nahanap nila yung best sa dulo. Etong parang malaipis sa kondo na galawan ni Ryzen ay nakontra na ni MP The King.
You know, it starts to make a lot more sense. Kasi si Ryzen kanina, during game number 1, sobrang daming anggulo ng pinanggagalingan niya. Hindi mo alam, makaka-pick off na siya. Pero napapanatili pa rin ng Twisted Minds yung box nila. And it felt like they were able to keep control doon sa kanilang major objective, which is the Lord. Kung kaya naman pagkatapos sila makuha yon, they immediately turned to the heroes and bursted them down, thus finishing game number 1. And I feel like it is now time for us to have another mind here in the ground. Kasi hindi lang to basta utak, men. May napatunayan na rin to, man. Please make your way here. And I think it's time for us to introduce. Please go ahead and introduce yourself, pare.
Ako nga pala si TY, player ng Guangzhou, China.
And ang hindi niya nasabi ay magiging parte na rin siya ng MSC 2026. Palakpakan naman natin si CY, everybody. Again, congratulations, pare. This was, again, a huge task for you. Anong pakiramdam that you're going to Paris to represent Guangzhou?
Masaya, excited.
Mukha naman. Mukha namang excited talaga siya. Ayan, isa na siya sa mga nakalinya dito na eventually makikita natin sa MSC. Ito, Hansa, meron tayong inside information. Alam mo ba na hindi nakarating agad dito si CY? Medyo na-late siya ng konti. Pero ang tindi ng dahilan.
Ang dahilan?
Meron daw bagong motor na nabili agad. Ito, bossing natin. Totoo ba ang balita, boss?
Totoo.
So, again, nagka-motor ka kaagad, naipundar mo kaagad yung winnings mo after all of this. Nag-champion ka sa ibang bansa. You're seeing some of your former teammates na nandito din sa MPL. Ano masasabi mo dun sa journey na nagawa nyo all throughout? Anong masasabi mo na ngayon halos marami na kayong mga na-achieve, yung mga former teammates mo dati na nasa MDL pa kayo?
Masaya. Kasi natutupad na namin yung mga pangarap namin.
And you know what?
Magkakaiwalay na kami.
And in fact, you know, kita dito sa MSCU yung stats mo nung nandun ka sa China Masters and even yung international tournament. Right, Wolf?
Tama. So we can see some of the stat lines na makita natin. Talaga magiging proud ka if you are a Filipino at sinusuporta dito si Sai. Real quick, CY, bigyan mo naman kami ng konting snapshot sa naging experience mo doon. Nahirapan ka ba doon sa region na yon? What were the challenges at ano yung parang proudest moments mo nung nandun ka?
Hindi naman ako nahihirapan sa region na yun. Ayun. Proud lang ako kasi champion ako dun eh.
I mean, you really have to be proud when you are a champion na tila hindi nga siya nahirapan. In fact, CY, maraming salamat. We wish you the best of luck as you head over to MSC 2026. Pero sa ngayon, ay ibabalik muna natin sa ating mga casters para ipagpatuloy ang Twisted Minds against Smart Omega.
Thank you, Hans. Thank you, Wolf. And hello, CY. It's great to see you. We were casting their games over there in MCT East Asia, part of Guangzhou Gaming, and he's going to be heading over to MSC with the other 3 teams going to the wild card. Now, before that, sip purified water. It's filtered through volcanic rocks for a crisp, clean taste that quenches like no other. Quench that thirst, take that sip. We definitely need this today because it's been a long day, and we could potentially have 4 more games ahead of us. So I'm gonna take a sip. I know we got some amazing Max 5D chairs on stage.
Yes, we do. You guys see what our players are sitting in? That's clever engineering, keeping these teams locked in. Ladies and gentlemen, no distractions, just pure performance. Brought to you by TT Racing Philippines. We have your back.
There you go. That's how you get. That's how you let them know. Max 5D. Is that what we're sitting in? I always wondered. What are these? I've been wondering. Are these the same as regular season?
No,
or?
this is different.
Because
the name's right there.
Can you read it?
It's a Swift X Pro.
So it's not the Max 5D.
Not the Max 5D.
The players, well, I mean, we do say when we read that spiel, it's the players sitting on the Max 5D.
That's why sometimes I wish we were sitting on the Max 5D.
So we can be as locked in.
But you know what? We've shared our thoughts on how Smart Omega can even out the series here. Before we jumped over to our on-ground panelists, they've shared their sentiments. Now for this, I think part of the big picture, like we talked about, is not putting too much of the weight, too much of the eggs in the basket. For Netsky, you're gonna have a different approach as Sean's feeling it. Sean's just feeling it, man.
Who is he look? I think he's looking at.
I don't know who
his family. He's making faces at. It's either his little brother or nephew. That's cute. Oh no, never mind. That's a grown man.
That's here's another grown man. Bonchan with a plan. Playoff history. 14th time participating in the playoffs, and that's his whole journey throughout here. Season 2? What was it? I don't recognize this.
That is SXC Imbalance.
Yeah, from the older team.
He was the playing coach for the team.
Yeah, and then eventually would transition over to more into the coaching back-end style.
A whole lot of blacklists, of course.
Yeah, we know that run. Season 7, Season 8, Season 10 champs. Missed out on the playoffs in Season 13. Excuse me, not Season 13. Season, not 11. 9, there we go. Ooh.
Yeah. And now,
there should be a little Season 11 runner-up there also.
Season 11 runner-up?
Yeah, because that was between them and Echo.
Oh, Echo, yeah.
The Season 12 runner-up was AP Brand.
That's true.
That was in the SMX.
Convention Center.
Yeah.
Man, it's been a while since we were there, huh?
I'm good with this.
Yeah, I hope we San Juan.
Yeah, it's cool that it's like 2 years, like we get 2 seasons in a row, we get arenas now.
I saw a couple posts online of, super fans out there asking like, hey, I'm going to go watch in San Juan Arena. Is there any places nearby that I can hang out or that I can, spend some time before heading to the match? Yeah, there's plenty of places nearby, walking distance. We like to go to one of them.
You know what's nearby?
What's nearby?
Super Fan City.
Super Fan City, which opens on day 3, I believe.
Yeah. Day 3 to 5.
So on day 3, we can start throwing that out there. Super Fan City.
Yeah, day 1 and 2. Super Fan City is there, but right now it's more of just the Super Fan merch booths.
I was going to say the booths are there.
And meet and greet sign-up places.
Yes, but there's actually going to be activities and a ton of fun things to do starting on day 3 onward.
Are you going to be there?
I'm going to be there.
That's why you said tons of fun things to do.
Yes. But
if they're still getting away from that, I'm sorry. Yeah.
If it's gleaming hot, Renmar, I'm going to give you all my thunder.
That sounds terrifying. Ominous, almost.
Yes, it is a little ominous.
He never asked.
But he doesn't need to.
Oh, yeah,
he just knows.
I am blinking twice and I'm signaling I need help.
Hey. I'm ready to jump into draft 2 here.
Where
are we going again? Flying Clouds. I think that was a choice.
Yeah, it's Twisted Minds.
Flying Clouds. By the way, this AR effect is probably the biggest on the camera, I think.
Yeah.
you guys are just joining us today, you'll know what I mean. Look at this.
I forgot seeing what clouds.
Oh! What do we? My clan. I looked behind me.
You thought it was an actual smoke.
Well, that is something.
Not the only thing flying around.
That's not the only thing flying around here.
Here we go. Twisted Minds opening salvo bands. Fanny, Phobius, and Claude. While Smart Omega take out the Freya, the Marcel, and the Harley. They open up with the Zushin.
I like that the Harley's actually banned. This is good bans here for Game 2 draft. Twisted answers by taking the Zushin.
Oh, they got the Harrod for Netsky, and they got the Suyo. With Harley gone, I think just you give MP the King a chance to play his favorite Leomord pick. Crazy. One of the best heroes. You get Leomord juice in up into a Suyo.
Yeah.
Your roamer has to be really good, like a high loss or... Yeah, no, you have to get a revitalized healing style roamer to really hold the front and keep your team alive.
His Leomord is almost as good as his Bane.
Yeah. I think this is a Leomord and a gold lane. They can go Leomord. They themselves banned out the Claude. With Freya gone, you don't have to worry about that. Ooh, that might have been a really good ban there by Twisted. By the way, Claude is undefeated this season. Not this.
I was right. Whoa.
This day. He's 5-0 today. Oh, they get the Arlod. Interesting.
That's a good Lansu pick right there.
Yeah.
That's like his pick, or I would say one of his best picks in the season so far, right? The Arlo.
Not the Phobius.
The Arlo.
Not the Uranus, it's the Arlo.
All right. You get crowd control city basically at this point with the Arlot plus the Jushin.
I hope Cap Mingwin gets a better hero. I'm not saying the Valentine is bad, it's just it didn't play very well in the game.
Well, he's going to get the Eve. Is this? I think the Eve is definitely a solid choice here.
I think it's good.
Yep.
I'm with it. I like the Eve. Solid box control. Very honest as to where fights happen. I think that's just one of the problems Omega has to deal with.
Yeah.
And now they start attacking Tracy's hero pool.
There's so much dive on the side of Twisted that Omega might not care about it. Taking away pickoffs, taking away the Khalid. Interesting. There's no clear burst pairing with it, but they're just creating space for the Harith. But the glue is still open. Are they trying to force Tracy into one of his more, not as, I'll just say it, one of his weaker picks? No, they want to pick it up for themselves. Okay.
Glue. A weaker pick for Tracy.
Hilda or Baxia.
The Marcel is good. Static.
Or Marcel. Marcel's banned out though, so.
Yeah, I think you still pick up. I think you still consider stealing the high loss because this glue could go XP and then a high loss for Ziva to round out the draft for the E-Tyrith.
Oh, Guinevere.
Whoa, wait. Rome Gwyn?
Is this a Rome Gwyn?
Wow, Twisted Minds have really cooked a lot for the playoffs. That's wild.
And the Rizzler comes through.
So this confirms the Rome glue. And Big Game James gets the big hammer.
Okay. Trying to find the angle here. This Guinevere can be very here and there because there's a problem with it in the Rome. You miss your jump and it's so punishing for your team considering there's no other form of entry other than Lansu throwing himself in front of Twisted, but you're up against a glue. Still, it did work out really well. I'm not hating on the Guinevere pick. It's just my current like coin toss in the air pick. I don't know how it's actually going to perform.
So does this still answer the question, like one of the weaker points for Tracy just because we haven't seen too much of him on the Rome Guinevere?
Or just Rome Guinevere in general.
Yeah. It's like it multiplied the fact that we don't see him a lot in Rome Guinevere. We don't see a lot of Rome Guinevere.
Yeah.
And his best picks are the Khalid, Hilda, and Marcel.
What is this series? We see Baxia's not banned. We see Guinevere's not banned, and then them showing up in Rome.
This is like, I feel like this is what we expected for this series though, no? Like
these teams.
Like these two teams, every single time we saw them play throughout the regular season, this is the feel we got. And it just so happens to be the case here for this match, our second match of the day. Looking at the emblems even, you know, I'm wondering how this plays apart with a Guinevere Jushin combo. Sean's running the flicker on this one. We're not going to see the sprint for his Jushin. But I don't even know if they need it, really. They have a ton of crowd control they can mess around with.
Double boots here for this glue. Oh, still gonna go to the side of Omega for that litho. Of course, Brave Smite, glue roam. Take note of it. It helps you extend out little skirmishes and trades
until you get the mount.
Yeah, because without it, you're pretty much dead in the mid. It's an important trading tool. Gonna get that EXP. That.
Whoa! Stun there.
Ryzen charge, surge.
There, yeah.
Forces Tracy back.
Yeah, held on to the flicker.
Difficult thing about Roam Gwyn early on, if you're forced to use your second skill to get away instead of initiating, there's really no initiator. But you should be okay once he hits level 4. He's also packing the concussive blast, so him and Sean can clear out minion waves despite Omega being able to push more of their minions in. They have a pretty okay wave clear. 20 seconds until the turtle spawns, but MP the King, he's thinking twice about where he's going to rotate. He'll get his lizard first.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's going to show up in the gold crab or he'll just give that up and go straight to the turtle.
What is the build path here for Tracy on this Roam Guinevere then in this case? Since we typically have seen her more so in the jungle.
He's either going to go for more cooldown reduction and brush an Oracle, or just play it close to hand and brush a Radiant Armor so that when Mingwin and Neski spike up, he can still survive their damage.
Whoa! Ryzen with surge, and the RWM comes up. Down goes Lansu. Crimson Beacon, what are they looking for? The choke down and the slam on the Parksiva. 1-for-1 trade. Take a nap, Patrick.
Yeah,
and now the Zaman Force coming in.
Good zone.
Oh, and that's enough for Omega to stay work. Instead, gonna go for the turtle. The barangay secures.
Yeah.
Imagine how crazy it would be if that little ball of magic ended up getting the last hit from Breaking Guinevere. Super magic, thank you. Good thing he didn't. Omega was able to secure it. And that's the difficult thing. Even if you take down the glue, there's a Terizla. If you take down Terizla, there's a glue. And Mingwin just found the perfect angle for that real-world manipulation. Well executed by the captain of Omega.
Yeah, I like how he's playing with the Purify too, just in case him and Netsuki both. So they've got that to deal with when it comes to the team fights. Fighting around that real-world manipulation is going to be key too, but also depending on where James, you saw how good of use of that penalty zone was previously. So that is all great lockdown that they can play around, and it's going to be difficult to play against that and trying to catch Netsuki. And this is what we were talking about. You know, in the past game, where in game 1, we were like, well, you don't want to be putting too much of that responsibility on Netsuki's shoulders. Well, this composition, this draft, allows to take some of that and then spread it across the team. And, you know, you have that with Ryzen on the Suryo. James to an extent.
Oh, flicker, final slash, no one home. James didn't even have to flicker for that. Now with the mirror, Nosha flickers out of the way. RWM, he's still in trouble. Crimson Beacon, where's the punish? Smack in. Patrick Star down. And there's the SOD. Is Nosha gonna press it? Close call, Ryzen. Offensive use of that surge will allow Netsuki to shave off some of these shields.
Meanwhile, the happiest member there is Netsuki, who got a lot of gold. Should be a considerable lead between him and the Moskov. Yeah, around a 500 gold lead for the Harith.
Yeah, it was kind of like, you guys do your thing. I'm going to hit this turret.
Thanks, fellas.
And get this gold.
He got his Ayuda.
Yeah. And, you know, part of the case is like we were talking about with Smart Omegas on the macro level. Even when they seemed to be down in game 1, they were able to keep things under control from slipping too out of hand. Now they've built themselves, what, 1,000-ish, 1,000-plus gold lead up to this point. Leads them into this next turtle take here. And they will fight for control. Some big items being picked up. First items being locked in. Ryzen will get his Sky Piercer. Starlium Scythe now for Netsuki. We'll see. Lansu is, if he's going to take those picks, he's going to land those final slashes. He doesn't have a flicker this time. Yeah. Maybe it's going to be Tracy to be the one to get things going.
Omega knows that Gwyn doesn't have a jump. I'm surprised that they're not initiating.
Oh, RWM, Requiem, the answer coming through. Tracy gets taken down. Mingwin scores. Parksiva gets the mount before he dies. And they take down Sean. Final slash to repair the situation. It's only Parksiva that they find. Massive gun down on MP the King as the Sever gets it. Ryzen gets a stack, and now they go for his orange.
Yeah, perfect timing there for Omega. At first I thought they were hesitating. Turns out they were just waiting for the initiation as James's cover with the penalty zone flicker was on point. RWM getting dropped down on point as well. That was just Omega executing really well.
Yep, they're team fighting here. Smart Omega coming in clutch throughout these team fights already. This point in the game, Parksiva will now lock in his Chastised Pauldron. He's got that to help deal with Nashio. When Nashio actually joins fights, I mean, we haven't seen too many like SODs thrown out just yet. He's been focused on farming up, and I feel like at the same time, he's trying to close that gap between him and Netsky. He's still about 600 gold behind, though, and he's really trying to get to that second item. He just finished before switching into that bottom side, that corrosive scythe. So this is one of the things that you need on the Moskov, that time to go ahead and build up.
Oh, looking at Nosha here.
Oh,
okay.
Perkziva flushes him out of there.
Yeah, that's going to be Netsky able to push another tower. So Omega have done well to take control of the river. Twisted Minds haven't been able to win a big fight in the center of the map, providing a lot of space for the Harith of Netsky. Next fights here for Twisted Minds are going to boil down to Tracy being able to get that knock up with the Violet Requiem in. But James, if he holds on to his penalty zone, that's going to be your main counter.
Whoa, final flash.
There it is.
In comes the rest of them. Perkziva does get the mount, pushes him out of the way, and Lansu bites it. Salmon Force by Netsky. RWM, there's the Crimson Beacon. Omega are happy with the outcome.
Yeah, even with that answer of a final slash, a penalty zone's going to work. Nasha will go and take down some of the health on that turret. He's not going to finish it through just because of that rotate from Netsky. So Twisted isn't able to convert anything just yet. That's the problem. They're sitting on 0 across the board in terms of objectives.
Well, Tracy Rush first building the anti-Cuirass is not going to help that much. He needs to think about the magic damage more. There's 3 on the side of Omega. That's what's melting you, not the Suyo damage.
Yeah.
If he just went for Dreadnought into Radiant, that would have been better. He lacks a cooldown reduction. Yeah, this is why the Roam Gwyn is such an awkward spot right now. Either you hit or you don't.
So far, it hasn't been a hit. Oracle is picked up here, though. Poor Lancer to work with. Oh, James, okay.
He tried.
Yeah, he tried. Turret's going to be worked on still. No turrets down for Twisted, and that's why they feel so trapped on this side of the map. That's the problem, is when you're not able to go ahead and set things up in the early game, utilizing this kind of composition, and you've seen it. They've thrown out some final slashes, trying to get things set up. You're trying to fight with the beacon, but just nothing's converting.
It's awkward, too, because even if we get to the point where Lanzu and Tracy would get their combo together, if James is fine, penalty zone ends that. Omega will be able to turn the fight around. They'll take a lot of damage, yeah, but they'll be able to survive. And then, with the members of Twisted Minds unable to get away with a lot of their initiation tools being dashes, and their main escape tool are those same initiation tools, then it's going to be tough for them. And James, so far, in the 2 big penalty zones we've seen, it has been more reactive, which usually we say EXP laner has to be proactive with the set. But no, it's the counter penalty zone that's been working out very well for James and Omega.
That's how far ahead Omega is right now. Just to talk about the gold lead, approaching 7K, they popped the Holy Shield up top at 8 minutes.
Yeah.
That's 4 minutes of protection that Twisted Minds could have had.
Looks like we're going to be on the way to Omega winning this. Still, Nosha, going to be a while. Doesn't even have his 3rd component of the DHS yet. Meanwhile, Netsky already has 2 items. That is an online Harith at this point. It was a first helmet and a chastised pauldron for perks, which could be what's also giving MB the King some difficulty here in the fights.
Yeah, there's a world here where, you know, in some way you're looking now, it seems like it's going to be in the hands of Nasha. You know, we flipped the tables from game 1 to game 2, where instead of Netsky, now it's Nasha to come online further on this Moskov to help turn the tide of these team fights that have been breaking out. And unfortunately, it's just taken a long time to get to this point. This Lord is going to be up here.
You know what, Joseph, I think you're right. If ever, it's a worse situation.
Yeah.
Because Omega game 1, they kind of had 1/2 of a core as well. Here it's all Nosha.
Yeah.
MP like he can't carry alone.
Yeah, he can't. This is an easy Lord take now for Smart Omega. They have had complete control for the past 3-4 minutes up to this point. Nasha will leave these minions in to knock down this turret, but still, nonetheless, they've got to get prepped up for a base push from Omega, who has all the tools in the world to push themselves into the base, force themselves into the base if they want to.
It's also an easier lineup to execute. Twisted Minds is so conditional. It's like, if this lands, then this goes, then we go. Well, for Omega, it's like, cool, we'll just go.
Yeah.
Or we'll just go and you guys go, and we're going to make it look easier than you.
Damage go pew-pew.
Yeah, core items already locked in for this Harith of Netsky too. Well, it's up to Omega not to drop the ball.
Oh,
RWM underneath tier 1. Requiem, but it's not going to be enough. Netsuke takes down Lansu. Tracer trades out for James. They do get the tier 3 up top. Lord still standing, quite healthy. And Omega are happy with their quarry.
That just feels like they're just like, you know what? Don't even wait, James. You're tired of being reactive. Go be proactive.
One of those moments where it's like, I have the money to spend, but I shouldn't, but I think I will.
But I just swiped my card.
Yeah.
Like, next thing I know, James is flying across the map.
Trust.
I got the trade. It works out. They got the tower. That would have been not worth it if they completely missed out on the tower.
Yeah.
But they got the tower, so it was all good.
It's like one of those things, though. Like, I don't know if you needed to do that. But, hey, you want to Leroy Jenkins into the base? Go for it, James.
Yeah, it's one of those moments you say, at least I got chicken.
Thumbs up, guys. Let's do this. All right, so they get the base turret. TWIS is still in the game. 8,000 gold deficit is what they have to work against here. It's still the same picture, though. Even when the next Lord comes up, they're not in fighting form. They might have to just Hail Mary and flash.
Penalty zone on a Tracy. He dashes on out of there. Spatial migration. A minute until the Lord.
Man, you know what? Well, okay, cool. Huh.
Little SOD. Let me hit those minions.
He didn't die.
Wait, why?
The minions.
He's just.
I think he ran through a couple.
Yeah, I think it's just for the minions, man. You know, if you can't farm out of your base, you might as well just use that spear.
You know, if James can have that one moment of like, do I really need this?
Yeah.
Okay, we can afford that for Twisted Minds also, I guess.
Yeah, Nashia has not been able to really do anything. You know, sitting on 0-0-0. He's had all the time in the world to farm up, though.
Yeah. Because again, their lineup doesn't have like an actual front. They have two centers who, once they've used their abilities, want to back off.
And
so when
burst.
Nausea joins in, he's wondering where the hell is everyone?
And zero burst.
It's zero burst.
How are you going to get stacks on
Oh!
Shin? Requiem coming through. In comes James and Netsuke. Down goes Nausea. Mingo catches him. RWM spent well.
We just need a montage of James flying across the map for game 2.
This is what you want. That's what you want, right?
Oh, man. If James is the MVP, you can make a strong case for Mingwin, but I really hope it's James. This Rizla has been big. A lot of the counter sets were from him. And man, we were just talking about it. I feel so bad for Nausea. It was his team going, hey, let's go ahead and set this up. This looks good. And he's the one who got taken down.
Oh, man.
That shouldn't happen. A Moskov should be the last thing a penalty zone hits.
He's like, yeah, I'm just going back to throwing my SODs down the lane, dude. You know, I mean, at this point, you're wondering, and this is why we're saying there's no burst. There's so many conditions. It's conditional.
Yeah.
That in order for a team fight to happen, it's like coding. There's so many things. If this, then that, or if then statements is exactly what Twisted Minds lineup is. Now, maybe the answer is it'll work best in their base. That might be the one because the Lord is pushing up top.
Joseph, not even.
Hey.
Especially inside their base, it's tougher because there's nowhere to hide. There's no surprises for the crowd control that comes out.
Biggest surprise is going to be James.
And they don't have any flickers. 3 are down.
Yeah. Good thing James doesn't have a flicker. They got to deal with this Lord, though.
You know what? I think James has done a lot even without a flicker.
Yo.
Down goes that mid lane inhibitor. In comes the Requiem. Down goes Perxiva.
Oh my God.
Sean taking out Summon Force. Netsuke just flashing on throw, and there's the penalty zone. He's wailing away. Gets taken down by the turret, and the base gets targeted at Omega. Even the score, now 1-1.
The experiment, the ideas just did not pan out. Twisted Minds will fall while Omega tie it up with just a very solid draft based off of ideas that we know to work out very well this season.
Go James, man.
Go James.
Let's see who MVP is going to be. Is it Brungai Tana #1? Okay.
He witnessed James.
He witnessed James, yep. And this was the thing, like in the early game, you saw like this Guinevere in the Roam wasn't going to work out too well for this one. Like, even trying to fight around the first couple turtles just wasn't going to go in their favor. And then you get a big turnaround already with Ryzen. That's just not the team fight or the composition you want to bring to that.
From the Barangay with Love.
And penalty zone. So good. And even Mingwin. Again, it's either Mingwin or James for me here. My personal bias is James, but Mingwin deserves it if he gets it. Oh, he does get it.
Mingwin gets it.
Yeah, I mean, it's those real-world manipulations. Every time he dropped one, it's like he was never worried about anything.
Yeah.
And Arlott and Gwyn, that's wild.
He was the one that ended. He hit the base, right?
Yeah, it was it. Netsky fell.
He died, yeah.
Yeah, and then Mingwin just had to like basic attack.
Mingwin was 100% KP here as well. Just the real-world manipulation were on point. You take a look at the highlights here throughout this game. You know, even from the get-go, he was setting things up. And he was pretty much unbothered. That was the other thing. Like, Mingwin didn't have to deal with too much pressure. I don't know how many times he used Purify.
Might have been once total.
Yeah.
He got what you call the mid lane experience.
He got the which rarely happens.
It's like the very, very old school mid lane experience. Remember when mid laners were so busted back then?
Yeah.
When you use your ultimate, there's a high chance you're not gonna die because you burst someone down that the opposing team just backs off.
Yeah.
It was like that.
Well, he manipulated their world, man.
Really?
Yeah. There's James flying through. This was a great answer, like you mentioned, though, Redmar, too, to the final slash, you know, from the R-Lot.
Yeah.
Having that drizzle there with the penalty zone. That's where, you know, that's where Nasha got caught, unfortunately.
It's so bad for him, dude.
Yeah. His entire team has a way to get away.
So it's 2 drafts now where blue side, there was one questionable pick for the first phase. First it was Hilda for Omega earlier.
Yeah.
And then now it's the R-Lot for Twisted Minds. It's crazy that with the glue to Rizla open, they really prioritize the R-Lot for Lansu.
And it seems to be a accumulating effect wherein you make one weird choice in the first half, and that affects the way your draft goes the whole way.
Yeah.
Because big picture, again, no burst. It's a 10-pole lineup. You need Dosha to pop off. And if he falls, the rest of the lineup crumbles. Very conditional engagements.
Yeah.
I could say the same for Omega in game 1.
Yeah, actually, yeah, true also. A lot of the conditions was, did we burst anyone?
Yeah.
All right,
Let's get live.
Let's get live. All right, we go.
That's why we see teams doing that now with the way the current meta is they're either choosing to play for the gold laners or not, at least alleviate some of the pressure on the gold laner.
Yeah.
To focus on somewhere else. And that's where also it's so important for the junglers, because you're looking at that too, where it's like, in this case, Ryzen had a better time in the jungle on the Suyo in comparison to MP, who you didn't really feel the Leo Mord at all through this game. You know, but that was also just partly due to the fact that you don't have the roam potential to set things up as well and make it easier for MP, even the R-Lot to an extent. You're not landing the final slashes you want to, you're not being able to follow through with them. So essentially, it all falls apart early on, and then later on when you're supposed to be able to play into your gold lane, you can't do anything. That's why Nasha was like 0-0-0 for 3/4 of the game. He was looking for action across the map, man,
And
at
then
one
gets
point.
jumped by James.
He gets jumped by James.
Yeah, the most that he got damaged onto was towers.
Towers, yeah.
It was just like, all right, I'm doing something, guys. This is why for a lot of players now, when Terizla got changed up just a little bit, he ended up becoming a pick in the eyes of many players as, what are we going to do against it? He's just there for good and bad. That's why we call him NPC. You really don't mess with him, but it's also very rare that he'll get that big impact, except for this time, James, he made sure that it was big impact penalty zone over and over again because it was the stopper. So there's a reward in also using it reactively instead of being proactive with it, which is against a very conditional lineup for Twisted. If your engagements get countered by one big thing interrupting it, then you're ruined because you have no out.
Yeah, this is a tough one. Again, in a way, still scrappy, you know, across the board for game 2, but just really in favor this time around for Smart Omega, for Twisted, for both of them. You know, because that's the way they like to play. This season, by the way, we continue a proud tradition of honoring excellence with the MPL Philippines Alamat Awards.
The votes are officially locked in. Make sure to tune in this Friday.
Yep, for the grand awarding ceremony. That's May 29th. To see whose semester legacy in the Alamat history books. We'll see you there.
We'll see you there. Alamat Awards.
That's a little cool different attack there. I like that.
I like that. Calling all super fans, stay updated on all things MPLPH and connect with the most passionate community in esports. Join the MPL Philippines official Facebook group, the Superfan channel, and the MLBB official Discord.
Me, right?
Yes.
All right. Get your All Access Pass exclusive content, the latest news and community discussions, lead the conversation, and have a chance to be featured as our Superfan of the Month.
Yep. Just be part of the MPLPH family. QR codes are on your screen. Scan that. We'll see you there.
It's like a mini game.
It's a little challenge.
It's like we're playing a mini game.
We're having too much fun. Things might seem like it's breezy.
Yeah.
There has to be a little challenge inserted.
There's got to be a challenge, you know?
A little game.
By the end of the day, we're 10 games deep. What kind of mini game are we going to be looking for?
Likely.
Yeah. At the rate this is going, we're probably going to 10 games today. But right now, we got Smart Power Pose. Bring your game face on for the Smart Power Pose. That's the MVP from the last game for Smart Omega. Mingwin.
Harness the power, harness the power.
There, he has 2 fingers. We gotta change the hand.
Harness the power, harness the power.
That power right there. That's pretty close. Oh, glasses off. He's even got his hype man behind him, the hype men.
They have very similar cheeks.
Oh,
wow.
There you go. Congratulations. That's a smart power pose right there. He even took the glasses off. That's about as close as it gets right now. Super fans, I gotta ask you guys a question right now. Did you guys know that men are 5 times more prone to dandruff? Don't let flakes ruin your focus.
Power of Clear Man, its triple cooling power gives you 100% dandruff-free hair for the ultimate fresh feeling.
There you go. Look at this. Show us the bottle. Did the bottles get bigger for the playoffs?
No, they're about the same size.
Yeah, that's what we got. I lost mine. I lost the freebies we got in week 1.
I still have, in week 1? I still have them.
I ran out.
You know what they need? We need customized MLBB bottles for Clear, though.
I think those are. I think they do have MLBB designs on them.
Do they?
Yeah.
I didn't see what hero it was.
Did I gaslight myself into believing
You might be thinking of something.
They don't, Renmar.
Yeah, they don't. I think it's just the regular Clear bottle.
Oh.
That's why I'm saying, if we want to bring it up a notch, we can put heroes on there. Or the men, the clear men legends, the clear legends. You could put the clear legends up there. Maybe that'll work. But right now, let's take a look at this: the 4th versus 5th seed in MPLPH playoffs. This is the history that we've gone through. We took a look at this earlier with the 3rd and 6th seed. How about the 4th and 5th seed? Remember?
Well, only one team won the MPLPH championship at 4th seed, and that's Season 2 champion Signal Ultra. While 3 out of the 9 times that the 5th seed got to win against the 4th seed in the MPLPH playoffs. So it looks good for Omega historically.
But for Twisted Minds, the furthest that they can hope for, if we're only looking at patterns in recent history, is TNC. They were 5th seed, and they got as far as 3rd place. That was last year in the Coneta Astrodome.
Yeah, and that was, I guess for a lot of people, a big surprise to see them perform the way they did in the playoffs.
They made history.
They did.
Yeah, this is the reason why they're here, and prior to them doing that, no one has done that.
And I think this Twisted Minds lineup is capable of making a pretty good run through the playoffs. I think either way, whoever ends up getting through this series, whether it's Smart Omega, whether it's Twisted Minds, you know, it's another test for them tomorrow. You know, so if this ends up in a 5-game series, that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine then you have, maybe you have momentum on your favor to go against Team Liquid.
But I think for both, I just would like to see sharper, more cohesive synergies than an idea of a combo or two and trying to bank on that. Because like, if you look at the 5 as just, we've discussed this a lot throughout the season as well, the evolution of looking more at the big picture of it all, where instead of just looking at, oh, we're going to pick this because it counters that, it's good about this specific thing, if you forget to look about how it looks like as a unit and how it synergizes with the rest of the lineup, then here in Season 17, it's been punished even more. So I think I'm going to look a little bit more for Twisted Minds and hope that they don't overcook again in this next one. And we just see them stabilize their own picks. If there's like a surprising pick to go for, then it goes into the EXP, maybe. But today, it's been rewarded. Whatever's been consistently good, whatever synergizes as a whole perfectly, that's better to go for.
Yeah, here's our draft recap. This is where we have to see if things change or not. You know, if teams are cooking a little bit too much or not throughout a series like this. And now that we've equalized it up to this point, you know, Game 3 is going to be rather important to see who gets closer to that match point. to move on forward. And I think, you know, if we're looking at across the board here, where things going to change the most, so far, it's been TWIS and Mind changing the roam game.
Yeah.
You know, out of all the teams and all the games we've seen today, that's the biggest change-up.
It worked out in game 1, and I cannot say it's just Omega's fault. I think the Baksha was the right kind of hero to complement what Twisted Minds are good at.
Yeah.
The Guinevere, though, again, on top of everything that they did,
yeah,
that's where the experiment kind of failed.
Yeah. Because the Baksha, yes, if you miss your shield unity, you're sort of dead in the water, but you have Revitalize. Guinevere has an escape, but then you don't have that for a long time. You also have the glue to cover your EXP. And then we see the combo. It's not just lashed on that. The Baksha and Selena together, whoever gets hit by the shield unity, an arrow comes in, or vice versa, you're still good. Because of course, there's also stun coming in from your jungler with a high amount of burst. It's just, it was so cohesive. It synergized as well, that combo piece that they had. In Twisted Minds, you take out the combo, there's barely any synergy there.
Yeah, that's why I'm thinking, you know, spread out more so than just the direct counters like you mentioned too, Renmar, but just spread out kind of the game plan. Have a little more cohesiveness to it to make it work. And, you know, I can see, I'm looking at the wrong monitor over here. I'm seeing Barangay Tano #1 doing his moves back there. But here's the question for you guys. Which team will come closer to breaking through to the play-ins? Let us know what you think. At this point, it's almost the same as ONIC and what we had earlier with ONIC and Aurora. Like, I don't know, man. Based off 2 games, it's kind of 50-50.
Okay, to be fair, Renmar and I kind of saw the Super Fam coming through.
Yeah.
We predicted that.
See, this is why I don't do predictions, because then I would be the decider in us. And I don't want to be.
So now you're just left there, but there is no need for a decider. We both saw Omega coming through, and it's clear in game 1 they had issues. Here they fixed it. Game 3, it's just a matter of not messing it up.
Yeah. It feels like Twisted Minds are banking on their unique ideas, their very specific combos. But how do they fare when you just go towards stability, if you go towards really sharp synergy?
Yeah.
We haven't really seen that yet. Again, the wins Twisted Minds got at the end of the season were off of a wild card in that teams weren't really familiar with how Tracy played.
Yeah.
So he got away with a lot of aggression with the Khalid, the Hilda, and the Marcel. We haven't seen him play any of his 3 go-to heroes, which puts us into the understanding of, oh, that's their mindset.
Yeah.
They want to show that they're more than just those 3 heroes for Tracy, which now it hurt them in game number 2. And if they still bank on that in game number 3, and it doesn't work out, I'm not sure about how they're going to fare in game number 4.
Well, part of that is also taking a look at the mid lane right now. Sean actually being #1 in terms of total kills. Sean was very impressive, especially last season. I think he was one of the first ones to get a Savage back in season 16. If I remember right, that was the Kimmy. And then, of course, you know, he's one of the few players that brings out the Selena, like we saw Mingwin as well. Last game MVP. The rookie from MDL leading the charge for Smart Omega. You know, he is the shot caller. He is the captain for this squad here. And like we've echoed, this is one of the best versions of Smart Omega that we've seen in a while. And yeah, I think a big part of this is maybe in this case, man, if you're talking about Tracy specifically, get him a Khalid in game 3. Get him one of those heroes that I feel like made a statement on when he first was introduced in the league back in week 7 or so. We're going to Broken Wall, so this is an opportunity for them to handle the draft in a certain way where they give Tracy a better time in terms of hero pick and what he can do. And yeah, the Baksha was great because it worked really well. It complemented what they had initially, but the Guinevere then just was the opposite of that. It was completely contrasted towards that Baksha game, and we're seeing more and more how important these roamers are in the current meta. I mean, the last series alone, the trades that happened between Light and Brusco, for example, and even their own hero pool is something to be, you know, taking a look at, because even the Cho could come into play here. I don't know. We saw the Cho twice last series, and it actually ended up working out really well, respectively, for both teams. But maybe for Tracy, you know, you just try to draft in a way where you at least secure your best hero pick in game 3.
To be fair to Tracy, in the previous game, Omega did ban out the Khalid in the second phase, and they even took away the Kaja think they were also banking on a surprise pick there for the roam in terms of either aggression or just a pick off. Sure, no one banked on the Guinevere, but yeah, I mean, at this point, it's a dead horse. No longer need to be that. It just really didn't work out. There's nothing wrong with prioritizing a Khalid earlier.
Yeah.
Though I think we may have set a bit of a precedence where the Hilda is more of a difficult pick to work out now unless someone finds like a really good sequence for it to show up. Maybe as a potential flex pick when you see that the Fulvius from the other side. There have been some Fulviuses that struggle against the Hilda in lane. Still could be a piloting thing. But yeah, just get the Tracy pick at the first phase. If it's a comfort, if it works well, just go ahead. There's nothing wrong with first phase picking a high loss and a Khalid. They're meta and they're stable for a reason. If there's one more surprise pick I would like to consider from Tracy, it's something like either an Atlas or a Badang. Atlas if Valentina's not there. Badang if there's just some dashes you want to force out of the opposing team.
I would not mind seeing the Atlas, man. I know our on-ground panelists mentioned it. Maybe we could see it, maybe we don't throughout the series. I'm sure it'll pop up throughout the playoffs, but left in the open here for the first pick right away. It's going to go to a Claude. This is what you were mentioning earlier as well. You know, some teams, they might even just go for the priority Claude pick.
This is such a week one move to first pick the Claude in blue.
Feels like last season move. Wait, what? Was it last season, season 16?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But more evident in season 17.
Yeah.
Like that's when like even, you know, #1 seed defending champion, final boss Liquid. That's what they would do. So here they answer Twisted Minds. They pick up the Suyo and the Harith. Omega still have the Leomord. But they have a Kalia first. What's the combo?
Oh, that's going to be Gord.
Oh.
Is that the combo?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a combo. Works really well.
Too. Oh, man.
Yep.
Picking a high loss here is awkward. I think they can get away with the Cho, but maybe a little bit later in the draft. Cho would be okay, but then Lancio needs to pick up something really tanky and with great ground control. Either you go Glue or Alice if it's available for you. You also need something to just get on the board right away. Without a Valentina, Sora could be open and in consideration. Let's see. Ooh, Sean's prioritizing the Selena. Interesting.
That's crazy. It hasn't been picked up much at all throughout the season. Sean and maybe one other player will pick up the Selena.
Sanji picked it up.
Yeah. Sanji and is there one more?
Linguin and Friends.
Oh yeah, Friends.
So 4 of them.
Yeah.
4 players to play the Selena. So Sean's gonna go with it. These next couple bands, they'll focus down since both teams aren't. Yeah, the XP laners up for grabs there. There has been quite a bit of focus on that. Of course, the jungle pick right now for Smart Omega 2 against the Suyo. Oh, there's the Baksha ban.
Good read. Would have been another combo.
Yeah. What else can they pair with it? Again, it's risky. They can go pick for pick. A lot of dive. Because it's a pick-off combo for Omega as well, and then their EXP laner is going to be the front. So we're just looking at trades of heroes such as like Alice, Yura, Glue, unless one of them's crazy enough to also go for an offensive tool in the EXP lane.
Like a Lapu-Lapu.
Yeah, like a Lapu-Lapu.
Sora.
Sora, I think out of all the offensive options would be like the best. Because you can either or him. He's great set. He's also really tanky. And even when he attempts, even if he wants to be tanky, is also dealing a fair amount of damage you need to be respecting.
Has some level of cleanse.
Yeah.
Or a CC immunity, so you're not as vulnerable in case you get caught out.
Yeah. Arm for Twisted on the second phase. Maybe they go ahead and pick up their roam now, or do they wait for the last pick to potentially surprise us?
They could be fighting for EXP steals also.
Yeah, XP.
I think you can't go wrong with an Alice now. The Baksha's gone.
Would it be too much magic damage though? I mean, I know Alice is primarily for the setup, but
Oh, that's true. They also need to think of they also need to think of their physical profile. Oh, that's such a tough spot for them.
Yeah, maybe a...
I know, but they can be okay with the Suyos already there.
Okay, so they hold on. They pick up a Hylos instead to see what these next two picks from Smart Omega are going to be.
Still kind of a combo here.
Yeah.
Law and Order into the arrow.
Oh, they take Dallas though, and then the Leo Mord.
They're stuck with their Uranus. They have to pick a Uranus here. Any other EXP laner might be underwhelming. Sora, if you're looking at the Leo Mord and Glue, but again, in terms of the big picture, could be awkward.
Not Rizzler though, right?
Terizla, kind of lacking for me. He's just a wall. You already have a wall. You need something that can hold front, but also has good damage.
What's better than one wall?
Uranus.
Uranus, yeah.
Uranus, yeah. Not two walls.
He's all the walls.
But also.
Yeah, and he has damage.
Yeah. And he can kind of do his own thing if he needs to, at least
Yeah.
through the, you know, the laning phase, cut the waves pretty confidently. So I like this. I like both sides. I'm gonna lean towards the Gord Kalea combo because that just it's so deadly. It's so deadly in the early game.
Whoa.
And it allows the Claude to do what you need to do for Netsky. Farm up.
Okay. Am I just old-fashioned, or is Netsky not on a Purify a dangerous thing? He was on a flicker.
He was on a flicker. I would say maybe it's one of those things where you're just playing for reaction time.
He'll just be better. Oh.
Yeah, just play better. Be more athletic. Because, I mean, even if he had the Purify, the main thing is that he's got to watch out for is
the arrow.
The arrows, I guess. It's just
Yeah.
one of those things where it's like, you already got BMI, you might as well just go ahead and use a flicker too.
Yes, only because now the main condition for Netsky is to see if Tracy uses stun.
Okay, I'm just scared because this is how his Clint died.
Yeah.
He just said, I'll be better. And then he got caught out once too many.
I mean, the thing about that was, with the Clint, yes, he has that dash, but you really don't think of him as mobility. Claude, once he has those AOT stacks and it's the late game, he can move also. Still, it is risky. But we've seen well-rewarded flickers usages instead of a Purify. Plus, later on, he's going to pack a Winter Crown anyway.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things too where you're just like, that's the nature of the play style of Netsky. And sometimes, you know, you're kind of left there sitting in awe on how he's able to go ahead and do some of these things that he does. But nonetheless, I think Flicker still will play its part in this composition. Again, he should have a pretty easy time in terms of like dealing with the early game, setting things up around your Kalea Gord combination for now, and then maybe as well for Ryzen on this Leomord. It'll be different because the last Leomord game we saw from MP, you know, he wasn't able to do really anything.
Yeah. Well, the main thing for this Twisted lineup is if Sean hits arrow after arrow, then that's as good as any crowd control.
Whoa! Here comes the barangay. They dogpile onto Lansu, forcing to use that Purify.
Wow.
And Perks even a little too deep. Gets punished hard, draws first blood.
I don't think they were ready for that initiation. I mean, they threw that out there, but again, you don't even have the level 4 on Mingwin.
Yeah, James is also still in lane managing out the minion waves.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, that was just straight up Omega misplaying that.
Yeah, messy initiation. I mean, yes, you get the stuns off, but if you're not loaded, at least with Mingwen's ult, you really can't do much there. And, you know, Revitalize is going to pretty much negate a ton of damage, and that's what Tracy was able to do with the Silos.
If it was maybe James who was there and initiated, I think before Omega would want to do things like that, look at their EXP laner first. The Alice carries a lot of weight with early team skirmishes. Now she's doing a fantastic job in the gold lane, being able to clear minion waves faster, getting a hit or two on the turret as well with the shields.
Omega got punished so hard across the map. They are down on everything. Gold, EXP. This is rare, especially in the series.
Yeah. Now that they're gonna hit their level 4s though, Turtle number 2 should go Omega's way unless MP the King is left unchecked. Because even though Selena, as great as a pick she is, if the Abyssal Arrow doesn't land and you've seen her transform, you just go ahead and dive on them. A good stop there. Perxiva couldn't get close and Omega couldn't get that gold crab.
And these arrows.
As long as these keep on hitting, Omega's gonna have a tough time. It's all on Sean as the main bridge for early to mid. Or for Omega to once again not respect some certain conditions in team fights.
Yeah. Part of the information given from the traps, the arrows, Sean will greatly help them. You know, they haven't had to do too much, and they bought themselves a 1,000 gold lead up to this point. Turtle's gonna be up here in a bit. Ryzen will go ahead and grab his purple buff. We'll see if they're able to set something up beforehand, but most likely just fighting for around the objective. And this is one of the things at this point, because you have a Kalea, you want to play into that Tsunami Slam, you want to pick that target, but it might be one of those things where you just go, try to get an automatic -1 against them and have the numbers advantage. John will get his first item, Glowing 1, locked in on the Selena.
Ouch.
Oh, Lansu, look at this. Jumping on through, scouting everybody out. Pops Consecrate already.
Okay, James catches an arrow to the face, still says no. Does not want to take it lying down.
Smart.
And, yep, they back off.
Yeah.
I think Twisted Minds will take this turtle once again. Unless James, thinking about it, throws out the Throne of Ruin into Ryzen's blade and his Ducati as they jump through. Finding Tracy, hitting him with that Tsunami Slam. Glorious Pathway trying to save himself. And last, taking down first. Brrr, they're coming in. And there's the blading the way by Natsuke, taking out MP. 2 for 1 the trade, but Twisted Minds still get the big one.
Well, Omega needed to get bodies there. First, the approach of Twisted Minds at that fight was they are putting a lot of weight on the Throne of Ruin of James, that when they see the Alice, that's their main target first. Bring it down low, send it back, and if you know it's too risky for James to commit the Throne of Ruin, then you should be able to get the objectives that you're fighting for. Second, they're using the Uranus as their main tool for poke and vision, that Tracy and Sean, especially that Selena, it's easy for them to just hit their target with something. Tracy walks up to it, Sean tosses out the arrow to wherever Lansu is, because naturally that just means members of Omega will collapse on the Uranus, and then Sean can just stop with an Abyssal Arrow. So the layering, the timing of the team fights for Twisted Minds have just been a little better, but still Omega are definitely in this. It's still a very close game. You're still up against a Claude and the Gord together that can have big ultimates that completely turn team fights around, despite some great execution and timing from Twisted Minds early in a team fight.
Yeah, that's one way you play it, especially with you approaching, you know, when the Lord does come into play here. Of course, they still have another turtle to work through, but there is that synergy. Whoa, mid lane, Tracy pops a Glorious Pathway, should be fine. Perxiva quite low too. These arrows, man, they're a problem. Whoa!
Whoa! And that Mingwin caught out. Could have sworn he was going to be fine. And now up top, Netsuke forced the BMI through. Now Tracy and Nausha going to hunting. BMI will not expire. Blazing to wet use defensively. Arrow coming through.
Whoa!
Oh my God, Ryzen runs over Nausha.
It's James.
Smart Mega's not done. Flames and fade away. Throne of Ruin catches no one. And now the turtle spawns.
Oh, and it's heading up to the turtle. But still, Tracy is low. Could be awkward for Twisted Minds to try and contest this, as Ryzen is here already. No Phantom Cetus. We saw him just use it.
Here comes the big guy. MP the King looking for an entry. Ryzen calls in. Barbiel. Oh, it's off of cooldown. That's the Glorious Pathway. No one home. Omega scores the last one.
Yep, good take on the turtle there. Whoa, Tsunami Slam.
And they find Sean. Perxiva serves it up.
Great play on this Kalea by Perxiva. Though they haven't always been able to convert. They've converted majority of it. Perxiva has 3 assists.
All right. Damage control here. Twisted does lose some of that lead that they were building up. Great responses from Omega to deal with this. And again, playing around Tsunami Slam is going to be key for Omega to keep pace leading into the Lord take. But you know, that's all part of the plan with this kind of composition with the Kalea, as Mingwin continues to build up too here. They are tanky enough for Twisted to deal with a lot of these shots, and eventually, you know, you either try to get a Glorious Pathway out, try to get the Revitalize down. Netsky is farming up like crazy, though. We've seen this with the Claude time and time again, and he's working nearly there to his golden staff. Big lead against Nausha.
They're down overall, but he's up on Nausha. Netsky's saving up money like he's buying Ram.
Hey man, Ram's expensive.
Oh, Tsunami Slam answered here by a Glorious Pathway. A little too late because Tracy goes down.
Again, there it is. That's what we're talking about, man. Tsunami Slam in this combo with the Mystic Gush is going to be key for Smart Omega. Surprisingly, even with these picks, Twisted still somehow holding on to some economy lead. They're going to try to get this tier 1 down.
Oh, Lansu here knocked up, still holding on to that.
Oh.
And there's a blazing the way to the back line, finding Sean. Netsuke is bloodthirsty, and they spot Nosha. Nosha does drop the Zaman Force, dashing through, taking down Netsuke, serving up to Lansu.
MP!
And then comes MP from the sides, taking down Perks. Now Ryzen looking to repair the situation. Does find Nosha, just a few more swipes, and there's a charge. He finds him, but the rest of his teammates are nowhere to be found. Ryzen, you can't take this, not 3v1.
Twisted Minds, okay, find the clap back. Omega got a little bit too greedy. Nosha got taken out, but at the end of the day, MP the King, hell-bent, holds the Lord for now, but with James and Ryzen close by, Tracy providing the information, you have to slow things down a little bit.
Uh-oh. He wants to stack.
James does gleam throughout, and then they leave the Lord. It resets hard.
Okay, yeah, surprisingly, they made a quick go for the Lord, but they realized they couldn't secure it safely. They'll try to push up on that top side, but now that everyone's back for this, they'll get in position as MP wants to go and grab his buffs first.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the items here.
Okay, big lead here for MP the King Suyo compared to the Leomord, but it's the lead of the Claude that's keeping them close. Mid laners also still very close in gold, and not one has like a clear advantage over the other, meaning this is anyone's game. Good way to tell. Look at the economy of the mid laners. Problem is, for Omega, they don't have a lot of map to work with.
Whoop. Deep into the pit. He calls it in. Ryzen secures the last minute knock up. The Zaman Force. Lansu very low. There's a Tsunami Slam. James falls. Everything scores. Netsuke looking to take down MP. And now Nosha gets popped by Ryzen. Dean runs him over. And now MP running for his life. Mingwin, Ryzen and Perk.
Oh!
Projectile thrown out. Fade away, but MP the King will survive.
MP the King had to run away from that. Didn't want to threaten Mingwin, just taking him down real quick. Ryzen cleaning up house perfectly in the mid.
Oh, Sean flickers on out of there. Netsuke burning, he should be fine. And then the push by Cap in mid.
Wow, what a extended fight from a fight into a fight, basically. This Lord was secured. They went for it. The great secure, by the way, by Ryzen, and then they go for this team fight. Tsunami Slam to follow through to take Tracy out. Even though MP ends up getting a kill, Netsuke with a great blazing duet. Ryzen there to help clean things up. And this is the thing about Ryzen, you know, sometimes when he gets in this flow state in these games, he has a performance like this on the Leomord, 7-1-2.
Yeah, very ultimate-based is the composition of Twisted Minds, skill-based. While, yes, Leomord wants to fight with the Phantom Steed, but the Phantom Steed turns him into a basic attack, continuous damage style hero with some really good bursts out of his abilities. Damage profile for Omega, just a better, and the little bit of crowd control advantage for Omega in AoE is a difference maker. This is why I was looking at Twisted Minds to get the Alice instead first.
Yeah, ended up being traded out instead.
Yeah, the Uranus was their last best pick, but they're lacking a lot of sure crowd control. Yes, under the Zaman Force there are slows, under the Glorious Pathway as well. You get a big long stun through the Selena, but Selena Abyssal Arrow is one who's your next target, and how are you gonna stop them? Not much.
Yeah. Look at this move.
Stun from
Perxiva. Here's a Tsunami Slam, forcing a Purify on a Lansu.
Okay, Purify down, that's one. They do still have to find another, and that's one way to go ahead and approach it. Nosha goes and picks up his next item. He's still holding on to his Purify. That's going to be fine. There's the winner crown for Netsuke. This is what we were mentioning at the beginning of the game. And so far, I feel like the flickers played off well for Netsuke in the way that he's been pretty aggressive on this Claude.
Yeah, he's using it as a finishing tool with a lot of mobility through your main targets in the Harith, Suyo, and even the Selena. That extra bit of flicker and gap closing helps him clean up house.
Okay, now this bit of a calm before the storm breaks out. They look to go ahead and just take some resources from Twisted as the purple buff is secured. Lord is now coming up here at this point. Tracy picks up Chastised Pauldrons. You had one also for Lansu as his last item pickup. Are they tanky and strong enough to deal with this? James will get his own as well. Locks in his core items on the Salas.
Yeah.
He is leading that front side.
Oh, wow. Omega are blitzing it. Sean is way too far off. Tsunami Slam 101. Calling in Barbiel as well. Gosh! Massive retribution secure in the back line. Lansu gets taken down. Empathy King running for his life. Netsuke and Ryzen. They shut down MP. And James bullying Tracy out of the fight. 2 free kills plus the Lord go over to Smart Omega.
Very clean, the superior lineup. Twisted Minds were getting some early wins. MP the King was getting some early kills, but as the longer this game goes on, we're getting closer and closer to a 6-0 Claude Day 1 playoffs.
Lord crashes through. Tracy slowing it down. Ryzen calls his Ducati. Nasha calls it in early. The Zaman Force top lane inhibitor falls. And another blazing duet. Coming into the back line. Nasha is going to go down. And now the base up next. Nasha's already taken out. Smart Omega are at match point.
Better draft wins. Omega are getting closer to breaking their play-ins curse that's lasted longer than Twisted Minds. Match point, and they do so in convincing fashion.
Oh man, that was such a dominant game from Smart Omega, the Brung guy here, showcasing this Leomore that was just doing wonders. And I mean, as a team, this we called this deadly combo when it came through, the Gord Kalea combo. Perxiva so aggressive on the Tsunami Slam. He knew that the idea was, even if he just got a battle spell down, even if he just got rid of one of the Purifies, that was a win for them, a small win. And even this, you know, setting things up, Ryzen on par, on key with the retributions throughout this game. And as you mentioned, yes, MP got some good kills in the early game, but you can't do it alone on the Suyo. And it was unfortunate because Nasha just couldn't convert on the Harith, even though he had some great Zaman Force placements to fight against Smart Omega. They just fell apart in the team fight. And the MVP, of course, is going to be Ryzen here with the hair check.
Why isn't he a clear legend?
That's a good question.
Look at those locks.
Maybe they saw his old picture that we showed earlier before the matchup.
Yeah.
Shorter hair.
Shorter hair.
Short hair guy.
8-1-4 on the Leomord. And again, this guy, statistic-wise, is in last place for all the junglers.
Yeah.
But look what he does.
He's more of a carry than he is a jungler.
Yeah.
I've been telling y'all for 5 years now. Dean is it.
Is he Sneaky Dean or is he something else right now?
He's everything. He's all that. He's all that and a bowl of cereals.
And a bowl of cereal, man.
Yeah, if you squint really hard, he kind of looks like Leomord.
He kind of looks like Leomord.
Look at that profile on Leomord.
Yeah.
Look at the red.
Yeah,
right?
I'm squinting.
He's just like an inch short.
Yeah.
So,
almost there. Is it just me, or did Twisted Minds ended up going for another conditional lineup? And the condition being, Sean keeps hitting abyssal arrows and disrupts the big picture of what Omega wanted to do.
But it was crazy because, again, as we saw here through this game, even if Sean is landing the arrows, getting the information, once that was done and they didn't have any follow-up, he's left to just run away, and Netsuke was hunting him down like crazy, man. Netsuke was everywhere, utilizing the flicker just to go ahead and secure those kills.
It's just so much better. I wonder why they decided to give the Alice instead of just picking it up for themselves.
I guess that's what's frustrating, is the way Twisted Minds drafted allowed for Omega to not even rely on any Lasson.
Yeah.
No cheese, no nothing. It's just potency. It's just a clean combo in mid. And then again, mobility in the side lanes. It makes for just a great picture.
Like, were they just thinking that, oh, all right, I think for James here, there's still a lot of things that he could go for. Let's pick up the high loss so we can react. But there's one very clear trade in the Alice and Uranus.
Yeah. Because really the Uranus wasn't able to do anything throughout this game.
Yeah, well, there was that one little bit of clip where he was just standing in front of Omega, does a lot of damage. That's pretty much it, what you expect from the Uranus being able to deliver early game, but still conditional.
Yeah.
Well, for Omega, James, the threat of James forced a lot from Twisted. Oh, James still has his Throne of Ruin. He can still gleam. Let's force it out of him first.
Yeah, the Gleam, the Tsunami Slam, like we mentioned, with the Mystic Gush. That's what we were talking about. There's so many different ways you can handle those team fights. So many different ways they can initiate or peel if they needed to. Which then, again, you have to talk about Netsky, man. Netsky, he dealt with pressure in his lane in the early game.
Yeah.
The Mans was ahead of the farm of Nasha, though. For the majority, like, I think throughout the entire of the game, even though they were pressuring Netsky.
Really used the Blazing Duet really well. During that one highlight where he was like flanked.
And then he went back right up
Yeah, he
top.
got sandwiched.
And then he went back.
Yeah. He risked that potential of him getting blasted. He was able to flicker quick enough because he knows the Harith needs to dash first and then basic. It's not just a simple basic attack. To maximize it, you need to dash. He was fast enough to flicker out. And then Ryzen came in.
Yeah.
And then that started the turnaround in favor of Omega.
And he did all that cool under pressure. Look, across the board, even taking his opponents into consideration, he has averaged the lowest BPM, like
71.
He's pretty chill.
Yeah, man.
75, 71, 113 at peak.
At peak. That's just probably when he was Blazing Duetting.
Lansu was maybe the truly lowest, but you play a Uranus, man. Come on.
Yeah, you're playing a Uranus. Does that really count if your heart rate's low?
No.
Uranus players?
Well, as someone who does play a lot of Uranus, you are expected to go low.
There it is. We all go low. Let's throw it over on low to the on-ground panel. Hans and Wolf.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. With this, Smart Omega is now at match point. Isang panalo na lamang ang kinakailangan nila to advance to the next round of the playoffs. In fact, we were talking about this off broadcast. Nagulat ako na gumamit si Ryzen ng Leomord considering that there were a lot of critics before na parang hindi naman pang split type yung Leomord and that's where he thrives. Pero gumana itong lineup na to ng Omega.
You know mo, Hans, isa ako sa mga critics na yan. Hindi ko gusto talaga kapag nahawakan nila yung Leomord. In fact, meron akong statline sa mga podcast na ginagawa namin nila Midnight. Sinabi-mention ko yan na low win rate talaga sila. Hindi talaga bagay yung Leomord. In fact, nagsimula ang laban na to na hindi ganun kaganda. But Smart Omega found a way. I think it's Perks yung kanyang decision na gumawa ng panggulat na pag-flicker sa may buwan with Kalea eventually. At nakita din natin yung kagandahan na ginagawa ng kanilang mga teammates. Eventually, this boiled down to pindutan gaming for both teams na nakita naman natin na naging effective para sa Smart Omega because of how impactful Perks was. Makikita natin dito yung pag-control nila ng River. This is the heat map, ang mga pinagagalawa ni Perksiva noong pagdating ng mid-game na around 10 minutes up until the end of this particular game. At mapapansin ninyo, puro nasa gitna. Puro hawak niya yung mga bushes dito sa may gitna, RPM at LPM that eventually allowed them na makakuha ng mga pick-offs. Nung time na nahanap nila yung pagpitas kay Sean, dun sa may gitna, dun actually nagsimula yung momentum para dito sa side ng Smart Omega.
Yeah, because most of the team fights ay nagsisimula dun sa mga major objective takes. Not even the turtles anymore kasi lagpas 10 minuto na itong mga laban na to. So this is just great management ng Smart Omega sa pagpili kung sino ba yung magandang target. Is it the objectives or is it something else na talagang na-execute nila ng paulit-ulit over those major objectives?
And madali ko rin sabihin dito na pwede kasing ma-flip yung switch. In fact, this game, kung sakali ang mas maganda yung execution was Twisted Minds. Masabi natin na sila yung pinupuri natin ngayon. Ganun ka-tight itong laban na to, but the snowball was just in favor of the barangay.
Right, there were some kits na pwedeng gamitin yung Twisted Minds. There was even a Kalea mula kay Perks, a Selena mula dito kay Sean. So there were some ways to pick off some opponents, but it didn't happen for Twisted, and it happened so much para sa Smart Omega. Kaya ngayon ay lamang sila ng 2-1. Just one more to make it to the next round of the playoffs. But before we toss it over to game number 4, I assume we have some special guests together with our host.
Your right hands, meron nga tayong makasama here in the Champions Arena na isa na ring kampiyon sa kanilang rehiyon. Please welcome Coach Justin of King of Gamers Club. Welcome sa Champions Arena, Coach Justin. Hello, hello. Recently, nanalo nga kayo sa MSL Thailand. And after how many years and and how many tournaments of coaching, you are finally a champion in your region, MSL Thailand. Ano bang pakiramdam na nanalo ka this time around along with the Filipino imports of your team?
Masaya po kasi syempre first championship. So sobrang grateful na nanalo kami ng championship.
At masaya rin kami para sa inyo, Coach Justin. Alam mo, nakaka-proud talaga. Nagka-thrive kayo kahit sa ibang bansa, di ba? Iba talaga ang talentong Pilipino. And you know what, Coach Justin? Gusto pa namin malaman more about you. Paano ka ba napunta sa King of Gamers Club?
Nakita ko lang na naghahanap sila ng coach. So nag-try out lang ako sa team nila. Tapos ako yung napili nila sa lahat ng nag-try out. Kaya ako napunta doon.
You stood out. Talaga namang with the experience that you have and the talent that you have, napunta ka doon. And gaano ba kalaking adjustment ang ginawa mo coming into MSL Thailand?
Siguro hindi sobrang laking adjustment kasi yung mga local na player ko, nag-i-English sila. So, hindi masyadong naging malaki yung adjustment sa communication kasi nag-i-English sila.
Language barrier was not a problem for you and maganda talaga yung kinalabasan ng inyong chemistry. That's why you won that championship. And nandito ka rin na naman sa Champions Arena. Ano bang kansya mo sa level of competition that we have here?
Siyempre, Pinas pa rin malakas. Kahit na yung Thailand, siyempre medyo kailangan pa nilang mag-keep up sa macro. Pero tingin ko, confident naman ako sa team namin kasi based sa mga scrim, nakakatalo din kami ng MPL. Pero siyempre, Pinas pa rin.
Alam mo, aabangan din namin yan, Coach Justin, dahil you have secured a wildcard spot para sa ating EWC. How do you feel about that?
Sobrang saya kasi yung dating Paris, Paris
Na ngayon. Sana all yan ang tugon namin sa'yo. Maraming salamat, Coach Justin, for being with us here in the Champions Arena. And now, match point na nga naman ang Smart Omega. Pero hindi pa dyan natatapos ang laban ng Twisted Minds along with Lansu. Kaya naman, panoorin muna natin to.
Siguro si Lanzo, hindi din siya siguro talaga team captain inside the game, kahit outside the game. Kasi may mga times talaga na sobrang down ako, sobrang gulong-gulo na ako kasi puros talo kami, bad trip ako. Pero siya makikita mo palagi na lumalaban, nag-cheer up sa amin, binuboost yung mentality. Isa siguro sa isang factor na napaka-solid na team captain ni Lanzo kasi pag wala kang makausap, pag gulong-gulo ka na, pwede kang lumapit sa kanya, makikinig siya, bibigyan ka mga advice.
Ako po si Lance Aaron Misa, ang GN ko po Lanzo, and ang team ko Twisted Minds.
Ano ba yung naging driving factor? Bakit ka pumalag ngayong season?
All in lang talaga, yun lang talaga yung nasa mindset ko ngayon na manalo ng manalo. Hanggang sa makarating kami ng MSC. Yun talaga goal namin ngayon eh. Hindi talaga ako nagpapa-down ngayon, basta gusto ko lang talaga manalo. Yun lang yung nasa utak ko. Ito kasi talaga laging manalo eh. Ayaw akong nang natatalo. Sakit sa pakiramdam eh.
Parang inisip niya siya yung reason kung ba't natalo kami. Ayun, mostly i-blame niya yung sarili niya. Lagi ko lang chin-chin up ko lang lagi kasi lagi siya nakagong pag natatalo eh. Kaya yun, parang binibigyan ko lang siya ng motivation kung bakit, kung para sa atin naman to, para sa pangarap natin to. Kaya yun, nagbabounce back ko. Pero pag naman, most of the time, pag alam niya naman as a team yung pagkatalo namin, siya talaga yung nag-motivate sa amin para mag-reset and mag-bounce back sa next game.
Nangyari kasi ang pinaka-goal niya talaga is, siyempre lahat naman mag-champion, di ba? Pero siya kasi isa siyang breadwinner. So, parang ang dream niya talaga is manalo, so binibigay niya lahat. Which is nagiging shared dream na siya sa amin. Parang gustong-gusto manalo nila. So, gugustuhin na din talaga namin lahat kasi gusto niya talaga makatulong sa pamilya niya.
Dami kasing may pangarap sa posisyon ka eh. And ayaw ko naman palitan nila ako kasi gusto ko pa lumaban. Talaga all in lang. Talagang iniisip ko talaga pamilya ko. Gusto kong magandahin yung buhay nila. Yun lang talaga nasa mind. Okay na yun yung pangarap ko. Na hindi na magtrabaho si mama. Ganun. Yun. Talagang todo kayo talaga ako ngayon eh. Palag na to.
Some great insights there, of course, from Lansu, the team, Twisted. Just about his aspirations to be, continue to fight on, hopefully win a championship, support his family. For those that don't know, breadwinner, you know, over here in the Philippines means he's the one supporting his family. He's the one doing all this so that he can hopefully one day retire his mom so she doesn't have to work anymore and he can continue to support them. And that drive is what drives them as a team to keep moving forward, and they're motivated by him.
If they want Mama Lansu and Lansu to be happy, Twisted Minds, I only have one request of you.
What's that?
3 heroes as your options for Lansu. Very simple. The Phobius, the Alice, the Clue. Try to revolve your drafts around Lansu being an initiator, setter, and an annoying presence for Omega to deal with. And that's a good start. I'm not gonna say that's gonna ultimately lead to win, but that's a good start.
Okay, I like the start. I think there's been some conditions here across the board, like it was, you know, for example, for Tracy on what he needed to do, for Netsky, Nasha in that gold lane, for teams not to just entirely put their responsibility on their shoulders. But there's a lot of things up to this point, but it's match point now.
Now that we're talking about Tracy and the barangay, if you recall when Tracy started to play for Twisted Minds and we got a little bit of a sneak peek of how impactful he was, remember how he would say, oh, I know where they are. I know what they're going to do. Trust me. Makes you wonder. You think he can say the same thing about Omega? Because for the history of the franchise, even more now, you can ask analysts, critics, pundits all around the internet, when you think you figured out Omega, they do the complete opposite.
Yep, it's kind of how it feels, man.
Yeah. We've been saying about them this season. They're just frustratingly unpredictable. Sometimes I feel like
biggest strength.
Yeah, which I feel like sometimes even Omega doesn't know what they want to do. I feel like that's where their mindset is like, oh, yo, we can do this. You want to do this? Let's do this. And then they do it, and then it works out.
Yeah.
And that's why it looks like Omega's putting Twisted Minds in their place. You know, that place being kind of lost in the first half of the season.
Kind of lost. You know what it reminds me of? I don't know if you guys have seen the recent movie out there, but Ryzen and his stats as a jungler and, like, for example, what Smart Omega has been doing through that season reminds me of Johnny Cage.
Johnny Cage.
Johnny Cage, yep. I don't know if you've seen the recent movie.
Carl Urban, yes.
You know,
Mortal Kombat 2.
Mortal Kombat 2. But it's kind of how it feels, you know?
How so?
Because, like, Johnny Cage doesn't know, like, because he's an actor, right? So he's only good in the movies. But like, he stumbles his way and he's like winning fights and stuff.
Apparently,
he's good.
Oh, right. No, yeah, there's a term for that, but I don't want people to think I'm bashing Omega. Let me just say what the term is. It's idiot savant. I'm not saying that's what Omega's like.
Yeah.
They're not idiot savant.
I take no offense.
Yeah.
I am the Ryzen guy.
Don't clip just those 2 seconds.
Yeah. Don't clip just me saying the idiot part, and then you guys are claiming I'm calling Omega idiots. No, that's not the case.
That's not the case. All right,
erase the comments, guys. It's good. He's saying good things about Ryzen.
Good things.
I go to sleep at night wearing that Tano jacket.
Oh man, you know what?
It's the best.
Let's go ahead and throw it over to Hans and Wolf to tell us what they think about this draft.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. In fact, we are looking at the first 3 picks of both of the teams. You're also hearing Coach Justin and nagmula sa King of Gamers Club, one of the representatives ng Thailand. Coach, you're already looking at the lineup right here. First 3 picks ng Smart Omega. Why did you think dinagdag nila yung Khalid to fortify their lineup?
I think maganda kasing partner yung Khalid sa Sushi. Meron na agad silang strong. Tapos, yeah, ayun. So, I think, ayun, maganda yung Khalid in addition for Zushin kasi may strong mid na sila. So, yun yung tingin kong reason.
So that's it. Like strong mid trio. Wolf, do you think it's the same thing para naman sa Twisted Minds? Do you think they have a strong mid lane trio in the lineup?
Sa ngayon, hindi pa natin nakikita with just the Gord. They have to find a way to solve this kasi sabi nga ni Coach, malakas yung kanilang mid. I think baka mag-defensive na lang sila like Gatot Kacha, mga ganun.
Well, I mean, Gatot Catch out. Do you share the same idea or are you thinking of different options here, Coach Justin?
I think pwede rin po yung Gatot sa composition ng TWIS. But I think for, ayun, Universe sila tsaka Blue, which is good dun sa kanila.
So again, elaborate on that, Wolf. Bakit maganda or hindi maganda to, basing it on your
Actually,
assumption?
maganda siya kasi offense, violence ang pinili ng Twisted Minds doon sa kanilang 2 picks.
Okay, so that is offense that we're talking about. Is Gatot Kacha still an option para sa other side? But I don't think it is anymore. Glue will be the wrap-up. Talk to us about this final pick and the full composition ng Twisted Minds ngayon. Yung full composition ng Twisted Minds, what do you think about it? All 5 are finally there.
Yung kung ano yung magiging last pick nila. I think maganda dito for Glue. Hindi sila pwede mag sila pwede or Alice para sa Glue.
Okay.
Ay, nakaban. Or yun, Sora.
Okay, so Sora, Wolf, just some final thoughts about it. Ano sa tingin mo yung benefit of having that Sora in the lineup?
Having the Sora means na meron kang pang turtle dito para sa side ng ng Omega.
Now, final thoughts about the lineup of both of the teams, Coach Justin. Kita mo na yung para sa Omega and TWIS. What do they have to do exactly para makuha ito?
I think yung winning condition ng Omega is meron silang strong mid. Pero tingin ko balance din yung lineup ng sa Twisted Mind. So
Okay.
tingin ko kung sino manalo sa first turtle, yun yung magdidikta ng laban eh.
First turtle is off the note. I think it's time to toss it to our casters to find out who's going to be winning this matchup.
Thank you so much, Hans, Wolf, and Coach Justin, again for the insights here, leading on in, and congratulations for the championship over there in MSL Thailand, by the way.
Kapkun Krab for sharing your insights. Let's get into game number 4. Match point for the Barangay. We saw it from a mile away. That Sora was left open. No threat of a Valentina from the other side. Renmar, it's like we're back in mid-season where a gourd combo gets ruined by a Sora.
Yeah, they revisited the Guinevere again. I got my wish in last two getting the glue, but Sora, guys, why?
It was Twisted Minds who was the first victim too.
Oh, and speaking of, man, an early flicker already used, and Sora's not even in there.
Yeah, it's the Khalid and the Juice in together. That's what Coach Justin meant. He was talking a lot about strong mid.
Yeah.
Twisted Minds, they opted to go for balance. And Turtle 1 is going to be very important for them. If they don't get to diminish the farm and speed of Omega's scale, it's not going to be good. And so far, it's Omega dictating the tempo. With their Khalid, with their Juicin, and their Suyo, they've taken away Green Camp, and they forced out flickers from Tracy and Sean very early on.
Yeah, that's what I was surprised by. Tracy even burning his own flicker too. You know, if he's caught in this first exchange, and that's why Coach Justin mentioned the first turtle's so crucial, it's going to be a little devastating for Twisted to deal with.
You're right, Owami, or rather,
it's okay.
Nice too. This being dangerous grass is one good thing for the Guinevere, but the bad thing is, Perks even stole the Khalid. That's Tracy's signature hero. Plus, oh my God, look at this, the response. They forced back Omega, but they spent a good amount of resources doing that. What I was trying to say is...
Yes, Burrito.
What I'm trying to say is, Tracy's not proven on the Guinevere. It's just not as good. If anything, the one good thing I can say about Twisted Mind's lineup is the side lanes. You still have the 100%. Is it still 100%?
The what?
Claude. The Claude?
Today, yes.
There you go. That's one thing that I'm going. At least.
Yeah.
At least they got that to bank on. And okay, the thing with Twisted Minds is, with a lot of the strength of the Omega lineup, Twisted Minds has a lot of forcers, like this. They can force things out very easily.
Oh, but the response is lethal. Look at this, James. In lightning form, looks to take out Tracy! And he draws first blood. Now it's Lanzer's turn, gets knocked up. Mingwin Crimson beats him just to be safe. And James gets on out of there, skedaddles.
Man, James gets a kill and gets his life secured. Can they secure the turtle? That's the question.
Oh,
Lancer?
Another slam on Patrick Star. Oh, that is Retribution. Rage and Ryzen with a clean take. That's clean Dean.
Yeah, and no retry press there for MP the King. I think he missed out on it. Crazy how we've seen that more today.
Yeah.
A lot of non-retry presses.
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa, Perks, okay. He was just in a little bit too deep. Had to use a Raging Sandstorm to get out.
He just wanted to be sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Safe.
Might as well. A whole lot of action happening. Netsky also converting a lot of that gold in his hands early on with all that action happening around the first turtle. Gets him about 500 gold ahead currently against Nasha. And as we've seen throughout the series anyway, it's really been in a case where, you know, Netsky, for example, he's been winning the lane. Like, regardless of what's happened across the map, he's been winning it.
1,000 up. Smart Omega can definitely use this as a ramp up, and then they can just continue to pressure Nosha. Defensive use of the Blazing Duet. Netsky does oblige with the Zaman Force of his own, and then Tracy maybe just a second too late. If Tracy was the first to pull the trigger, then Netsky and Perxiva would have gotten turned on.
Okay. Trying to see if Twisted Minds are better off on the counter or on the go. I think they're better off on the counter, because Omega, with knowing that they have the more aggressive, strong lineup, they can afford to be aggressive, and I think Twisted Minds can just play off of that. Of course, we saw a glimpse of it earlier with the aggression of James. Lansu was someone who decided to dive on the back. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds couldn't make the most out of it with how quickly Tracy went down. But then there was still a threat potentially of MP the King and Lansu securing the turtle together. Didn't happen. But it's those situations where you could see a potential comeback for Twisted Minds from the reactive side, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. We've seen it earlier today with James on that Terizla. He played reactive and it worked out really well. I think it's the hero kits are different. The Omega lineup just has so much power with them that a turnaround by Twisted Minds is so also dependent on Nosha getting farm and being able to Blazing Duet.
Which hasn't that been a problem throughout the series that we've been talking about?
Oh, a gush out of Sean. I'm pretty sure he was just trying to clean out that brush. And Tracy gets knocked up. There's the
James.
Blazing Duet out of nowhere. Nosha, he can't save Tracy. Down goes MP. And so does Lansu. And Ryzen secures the Sky Piercer on the exit. Turtle number 2 goes over to the barangay.
And that's turtle number 2. As echoing what Coach Justin in the panel said, look at what happened after Turtle 1. It's ballooned further now after the second one.
And Omega are going to be able to break the tower down bottom, getting Netsky out of lane. We are on the way to Omega advancing forward. The comeback here for Twisted is too difficult. James on this Sora that got through. How many times did we say this season? When there's a Leomord with you, when there's a Gord with you, you don't want the Sora around.
Okay, a reason why I think Omega just went and dogpiled on the front line of Twisted Minds was because they knew that there was no gush.
Yeah.
Joseph, as a former top global Gord,
number 1,
how often does that happen?
As soon as they know that it's gone, what are you left to do? Just stun. That's all you can do. Mystic Projectile, slow them down. That's it.
Why would he gush out of nowhere?
I mean, to be fair, premature gushing affects 4 out of 10 men. So
4 out of 10 Gord mains.
Yeah.
Yeah, 4 out of 10 Gord mains. I wasn't one of them.
Well, at number 1, of course you weren't. This puts Omega up 4,000 gold now in 6 minutes. That's a grand and change a minute that they're beating down on Twisted Minds. There's nothing the Minds have put on the map yet.
Heartbreaking for Twisted Minds that they are very slowly yet equally quickly seeing their season end right before their eyes. While it is vindication for the barangay, how long has it been? Since Season 9. That was the last time we saw them get past the play-ins. Every playoff attempt by Omega after that has ended in heartbreak, first round exits, and in the Filipino way of saying it, they would apologize to their fans. Sorry for letting you down.
Hands down, though, this is definitely one of Omega's better performances. Clean as it gets. A quick look into what their dugout looks like. Coach Wura has his feet up, has his hands up. He's like, yep, according to plan.
According to plan, as the draft was predicted here, Smart Omega, this is a massive lead at this point. You know, there wasn't too many times this in today's matches that we see a 5,000 up in the 7-minute mark. James jumping forward once again. It looks like they just want to continue to put pressure on Twisted. They do that perfectly fine. They'll get themselves the 3rd turtle.
Tracy is incapable of getting one of the major advantages that a Guinevere has in Dangerous Grass right now. It's a surprise factor. He's the one getting surprised when Omega checks in on him in bushes.
Yeah, it's hard to do that when you're going up against a roamer and a mid that can easily clear the river, clear the bushes, and take away the surprise factor. This is why Coach Justin, as we mentioned earlier, again, he put a lot of focus into Turtle 1 because he also acknowledges, I would like to believe, that the Twisted Minds lineup after Turtle 1 will slowly and then very quickly start losing to the Omega lineup. It's so much easier. Again, the Sora, the fact that they still decided to go Guinevere against the Jushin and Khalid, perplexing.
Wow.
The one-man solution.
Yeah, and also Tier 2 down bottom, already falling.
Massive.
All right, here we go. Twisted Minds starting it up, but they get punished instead. Tracy picked off. Shifting skies by Big Game James. They're hunting down Lansu. And the choke down, Patrick Star forced to take a dirt nap. Double kill for Clean Dean.
And that's already Ryzen getting what he needs on this Suyo. Yeah, there's a push happening up top with Nasha, but man, Omega is pretty much just taking whatever they want across the map.
Penguin almost got there in time to stop the recall of Nasha. 6-0. I mean, look at Omega this season. They got put through the ringer of doubt. People as early as week 3 saying they're not going to make it to the playoffs. It doesn't look like it. Then the turnaround. The team that they beat to start their 4-series win streak said goodbye earlier today, but took 3rd seed ONIC PH to the limit. That was Aurora. Omega would then be able to secure a high-profile win against the only other team, or the only team rather,
in Season 17.
Yes. Season 17 to put a stain on TLPH's lineup.
One of 2 Titans.
The Falcons. That's who Omega is. That's who is about to advance to the 2nd round of the playoffs. To everyone who's been saying fraud Omega, keep watching. You're about to see them move forward.
Yeah, this is their game all along for this game 4. This Lord is theirs too. Twisted can't do anything against this except get ready to buckle in inside the base. Now, one thing is, yes, they should be able to clear things out, maintain themselves into this game, but at a 7,500 gold lead, 10 minutes in, a massive deficit that they have to work against. And Holy Crystal, Starlium Scythe, and Feather Heaven, the Trinity locked in for Netsky. They can choose to force a fight if they want to, and most likely come out still alive against Twisted. But with the way that Smart Omega has been playing, they'll take most likely the discipline route. Just go through the check boxes here to potentially get themselves that win that is so far highly in their favor to end this series 3-1.
It's gonna take Omega making a mistake for them to lose. Look at that, Netsky almost single-handedly forcing Tracy to overextend. Takes the flicker out of the young roamer, the new recruit for Twisted Minds. Omega are just cleaning house, man. They are pushing barangay perimeters all the way until Twisted Minds base.
Yep, good wave management happening here too. You got Lansu waiting in on that brush. James will spot him out, pushing him back. They already got the shields to deal with. Waves are pushing in. Smart Omega looking to take down some base turrets with Lord pushing and charging into this bottom turret. Twisted doesn't want anything to do with this, man. They're hesitant themselves to go forward.
Yeah, because they can. Tracy's not a traditional roamer. James displaces Lansu. They squish Patrick Star in the second half. And in comes Tracy. Blazing Duet coming in. Tracy gets taken down by Ryzen. 2 men down, 3 defenders left. Mid lane next. Gush coming through for Sean. Pulls it back.
Nothing you can do there. The missing Gush is gone. Are they looking to end?
Perxiva coming through. MP the King calls in Barbiel, mingling with the Crimson Beacon. Omega, most of them at half health. It looks like they will force the issue. Netsky drops his Diamond Force. No minions. Twisted Minds clear it out.
They live to keep fighting, but how long can they keep living? Omega have yet to lose a member, even with Twisted Minds initiations, their potential counters. They still don't have the firepower. Omega are just bursting through every member of Twisted Minds way too quickly, delaying the inevitable. A very faint glimmer of hope. Again, still very conditional, while Omega can just press buttons and get away with it.
Man.
If Omega drop a member, if Omega start getting dropped, start counting, because Twisted might just make a comeback, but that's gonna be a big what if.
Fikri kept his brain on. He's still there. No, hope is not gone.
Oh, conceal. Gonna be used.
Whoop, they're hunting down Nosha. Forcing him to be in my back. No one dying from Twisted in the next sequence is good, but they have to be ready for another defense. There's no way they're touching this Lord.
They're gonna get in range, man. I think they're willing to take a Hail Mary here. They use the conceal to get in range, but this is not where you want to be. They just went to go check things out. Smart Omega will start this Lord up, and they give the signal to just get ready for a defense. You know, at some point, you got to think, clearing these waves out, clearing this Lord push in, you're capable of doing it. You essentially need another 5 to 6 minutes at this point if you're Twisted to turn things around, because even if you catch someone over here, the rest of the team is just so stacked up from Smart Omega.
If Ranmar was midnight, he better be ready to say that's it. Because this Lord coming in about 10 seconds from now might actually be it.
Yeah.
It's just a second Lord. We're at 13.5 minutes, but it feels like it's evolved.
Because look at that lead, man. Again, tonight we've been through, this is our 9th game this evening, and we haven't seen a lead just like this. And it happens to be Smart Omega. This Malefic gun, I don't know if it's going to be enough for Nasha, but him and Sean can clear things out. They got to deal with this Lord. There's the conceal play. They're pushing this one in further.
In comes Trace, but he gets bursted down quickly. Nasha looking for the Hail Mary play. Down goes Sean, and Rising gets picked off. But MP the King falls as well. And now Lansu holding on for dear life. The Hail Mary bounce. It's not going to be enough. And in comes the Barangay as they make their way out of the play-in, felling Twisted Minds.
Improvement is a consequence of practice. But what do you call a consequence of years, of seasons of heartbreaks and disappointments? I call that vindication. I call that redemption for the Barangay.
The Barangay surprised everyone qualifying for the playoffs when they did. And I think they surprised us even further on just how clean but chaotic this execution, it turns out tonight, as they move on forward. And I don't know, man, after this performance, I'm really excited to see them play against Team Liquid tomorrow.
I am too.
You know what the internet's saying, man.
What are they saying?
If anyone can beat Liquid besides Falcons,
it's Smart Omega.
It's Smart Omega.
The only team that beat Liquid this season already lost to Omega. The math is mathing.
Hey, the enemy of my enemy is my
math.
friend.
Oh.
It's gonna be a while till Omega meets Falcons again, so.
That's true.
The friend of my enemy
is also my enemy.
Potential X. Oh, that I lost it somewhere. It's okay.
Too real.
Too real.
Too real. Look at the dugout here. Pewter. All of the hard work paying off. Boss Roy, Boss Pat, Lambot. Sounds like I'm personal friends with them.
That's how I was just saying. It sounds like those are your friends, man.
8 seasons.
8 seasons.
Since we've last seen them get past the play-ins round.
4 years.
4 years, not even 3. 4 years.
4 years is insane, but first we have to go ahead and say GGWP to Twisted Minds. Let's head over to the stage.
ML super fans, that was a tough match showing heart and grit, but unfortunately the road will end here for Twisted Minds, guys. Grabe yung pinakitang puso at tapang, Coach Bon. It was grabe, Coach.
Coach Bon, that was something else.
Grabe yung naging trials nyo, naging roller coaster yung season 17.
Coach Bon, your season 17 was a roller coaster. But you showed your fight.
Sa team mo nga.
How proud of you or of your team?
Sobrang proud ko din sa mga batang to dahil lahat ng pinagdaanan namin, lahat ng hirap na pinagdaanan nila,
I'm so confident and I'm so proud of these boys. They fought through everything.
hanggang sa huli.
No one is giving up until the end.
Talagang nilaban nila lahat. So,
Here in the playoffs, they fought for everything that they got.
sumusuporta sa amin, sa mga fans na nagpunta.
And to all of the fans, all of the minds,
Sumangayon sa atin na pagkakataon.
thank you guys.
Siguro darating yung araw, makikita din natin sila na mag-shine. Maaaring hindi ngayon, pero
Maybe someday we will see them shine.
makikita ko kayo mag-shine.
If not today,
Thank you so much, Coach.
someday.
Everybody
And I will
here
work
believes.
until that day comes.
Lahat, pati yung team Kabarangay, that you guys will surely shine. Lansu, I want to talk to you and ask, sa hinaba-haba ng pinagdaanan nyo, you guys
Lansu.
were able to get in the play-ins. What do you
Given the
wanna
long
say
season
to
you've had,
those who
you
have
still ended up
consistently
in the
supported
play-ins.
you from day one up until here? Nakita talaga nila yung galing at pusong pinakita nyo. What's your message?
They really saw your heart.
Salamat po sa mga sumusuporta.
Thank you to all our supporters.
Hindi po kami magsasawang maglaro ng ML.
We wouldn't be here without the minds.
Next season, mas gagalingan po namin.
We will come back stronger the next season. No matter what happens, we'll be here.
So much. Super fans, you heard it straight from them. babawi at lalaban muli. Palakpakan natin.
They will come back and they will be better.
You may now take your final bow and take your walk. I can't stress this enough. MPL superfans, a round of applause as they take their final walk. Thea, of course, another one bows, another one has to shine. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up to Smart Omega! Thea, may ilog at may tulay. Nalampasan nila ang tulay. I want to talk to a very instrumental guy for this match. Ladies and gentlemen, palakpakan natin Ryzen.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a hand to Ryzen.
Yes, you Ryzen. Ryzen, hello. Unang-una, they would always say na you guys were able
First
to
of all,
break a curse.
you guys were able to break a curse.
Ng play-ins, bukas makakahalap
You guys got past the play-ins. Tomorrow you'll face off against Liquid.
Mapasok sa isip mo.
What were happening in your mind during the last moments of the match?
Ako yung parang hindi pa rin ako masaya eh. Kasi parang hindi pa ako, parang sa laro pa lang ako na-hype. Pagkapanalo namin, hindi talaga ako na-hype eh.
Truth be told, I'm not happy.
Kulang pa eh. Parang tingin ko pag natalo namin Team Liquid, pwede naman yung masaya.
Oh my gosh.
In that last moments of the game, the job's not done. Until we beat Liquid, that's when I can smile.
Natin a bit of a rewind from the regular season. Tabla kayo ng Twisted Mind, if you remember.
You and Twisted Minds had an equal score going through the regular season.
Para kayo yung manaig.
What was the key here for you to beat Twisted Minds finally?
Talaga namin ngayon, parang kakaiba talaga. Kaya parang
Our preparation in the playoffs is totally different.
on fire din talaga kami lahat ngayon.
And we're all really on fire.
Sobrang lakas ng loob namin ngayon, so parang tapang.
We're all really confident, we're all really brave.
Maganda yung laban.
We're fearless, and that's why our gameplay is so
You guys
good.
agree? Iba ang confidence at chemistry ngayon.
And our chemistry,
ng Smart
too.
Omega. Thea, I think it's time to interview someone na iba yung confidence.
I think, Thea, it's time for you to talk to someone who has one hell of a vibe. Really good confidence.
Parang may bagong ritual ba?
Right. Netsky, why do you have green hair? Is this part of your manifestations?
Unang-una ko napansin.
Because that's the first thing I noticed. Why is your hair green?
Na nakalampas na kayo sa unang stage ng play.
It's like you could really sigh a sigh of relief.
Kamusta yung feeling ngayon, Netsky?
What's the question?
Panalo. And you will continue on
How do you feel
to the next
about
game.
winning and moving forward in the rounds?
Yung nakalaban namin Twisted, parang nasa mindset namin, kailangan namin ng momentum para bukas eh. Kasi iba yung mga kalaban namin bukas, yung mga dragon yun. Sabay kami mga sisiw lang para mahirap pa na yun. And siyempre bibigay namin yung best namin para bukas, para makasabay sa kanila. Kasi pag tinalo kami doon, sobrang laki ng confidence namin.
And balik tayo.
Honestly intelligible.
Paano ba kahirap or madali mag-prepare knowing that you are against Twisted Minds na pwede nating masabing may unpredictable or maraming baon na sa drafting?
What made you say that your preparation this time makes you more unpredictable?
And lastly,
We really prepared from player to player.
top seed ng ating
Tomorrow you'll be facing off against top seed in MPL PH. What is your message for Liquid PH?
That is one great message. Everybody, palakpakan natin, Smart Omega! You may now take your walk of victory. Kaya, I heard it right? Sana raw maging eng-eng si Carl Tizzy.
That is a tall order, a tall ask. And they did that match wonderfully. At kabang-abang ang magiging match bukas. Pero balikan muna natin kung ano ang nangyari sa previous match. Casters, palag na to.
Thank you, Thea, and thank you, Denise. Again, GG, well played over there to Twisted. Unfortunately, your season ends here for Season 17, and congratulations to Smart Omega for the first time since Season 9. They're moving out of the play-ins and going to the next stage of the playoffs.
I would like to apologize. I personally could not translate what Netsky was trying to say.
Yes.
I heard very little of the whole, I hope Carl Tizzy was eng-eng.
Yeah.
Even then, on the fly, it would be difficult for me to translate, so apologies.
Hey, you know who didn't need to apologize? This performance, MVP of Perksiva. 0-0 in 12, 100% KP. on the Khalid. I almost expected for this last game for the Khalid to go over to Tracy.
Yep.
I did not think that he would be playing the Guinevere again, and it was Perxiva that ended up getting the Khalid pick, and man, did he make it work so well. It started off by just burning out 2 flickers before like the first 2 minutes of the game even.
Yeah. Y'all want to know why Guinevere jungle works so well? Number 1, there's usually a roamer for you to get vision, to make the most out of your spatial migration so you get that knock-up. 2, you're also empowered by buffs so you hurt more. And then tie those up 2 together, it's so much easier for jungle Gwins to actually get good setups because they have someone else providing vision for them.
Buffs and items.
Buffs and items.
Because as a roam, your economy is literally last in priority.
Yeah.
So Tracy just dies quickly like that.
Yeah, he had like a whole Chop Suey build going too, and it was just unfortunate because couldn't really scale. And this is what we saw in the first Guinevere game too for him. You know, it was a kind of the same problem. But even more so than that was just James on the Sora. And I think why you guys reacted the way you did, and you know, during that draft, and I know it was being handled by Coach Justin and the boys over there on the on-ground panel, Hans and Wolf, but we all kind of reacted the same over here on the desk from English to Filipino.
Yeah, it was a clear outdraft. Omega got priority everywhere. Center of the map, side lanes, jungle. No amazing team is gonna have an easy time trying to flip that for them. Again, it's very conditional. You will win if Omega X, if you X, Y, plus it's the algebra doesn't add up even anymore.
Yeah.
If you're trying to do long division and math as you play against Omega, you're losing more than half the battle.
Yeah.
Because you're trying to figure out what they're doing anyways.
Yeah, while you're doing arithmetics and algebra, Omega's doing social studies and history.
And push-ups.
And push-ups.
And pull-ups for Ryzen's case.
I was gonna say they're also in physical education because I've seen that video of Ryzen doing pull-ups, man.
Yep. Yeah, sleeper build.
Yeah.
Don't let that sweater fool you.
Yeah, there's a reason. By the way, can we get those? Are those available in the Superfans today?
The what?
The Smart Omega pullovers.
Did you not get it? You get one?
The vest?
No, the sweaters.
Oh,
that one.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. The sweaters. I think they should be, yeah.
I know really like one of those.
Yeah, it is actually very
It's a great pump cover.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the pump cover people out there, you know? You don't need to show your gains off. Just like Smart Omega.
Or your lack thereof.
Or your lack thereof, whichever you want, you know? That's why it's called a pump cover. Anyway, this leaves me to wonder, man, I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but like I'm gonna wish I was here. Maybe I will come here to watch those 2 matches. We got great matches tomorrow too.
Yeah, Falcons ONIC,
Falcons
Omega.
Falcons ONIC is our. There's so many rivals. That's our epic rivalry. Am I right?
No, Falcons ONIC is the breakthrough.
Oh, it's a breakthrough. Okay.
Got a new title.
Got a new title for it?
Yep.
All right, man. We need more titles out there, you know? Let's go ahead and throw it over to Hans and Wolf to talk us through this series.
Maraming salamat sa ating casters. It is now official. Smart Omega, matapos ang 7 season, is finally gonna be moving to the next stage of the playoffs. Kasama natin, walang iba kundi ang rookie captain Mingwin. Men, congratulations. This is again your first time in the MPL at sobrang tindi ng development na pinapakita ng inyong team. What was the approach that you guys were looking for na makakaharap nyo yung Twisted Minds that is full of at least veterans na nakapaglaro na dito? So paano nyo in-approach yung seryeng ito?
Actually, yung approach lang na ginawa namin, talagang hindi kami masyado nag-focus dun sa strength. Focus kami dun sa strength namin. Hindi kami masyado nag-react kung ano yung mga plays na gagawin nila. Parang nasa mindset namin, as long as sila yung nag-react sa amin, kami yung mananalo.
Yep, this is what we saw. In fact, yung mga reaction nila, yun yung ilan sa mga mapapanood natin with this video. Right, Wolf?
Oh, excited ako makita si Camp Penguin sa ginawa nila dito kasi may papakita ko clip. This is the second turtle of the last game. Hindi ka kasama dito sa clip na to, pero na-check nyo kasi. So kung papansinin si Sean, wala na siyang ulti ng mga moments na to. Ano nga ba yung naging mindset ninyo approaching sa second turtle?
Yung mindset talaga namin dyan is hanapin muna namin si Tracy. Kasi alam namin na sa kanya manggagaling yung play. Tapos nung na-check namin sila sa LBM,
tinry nilang gumawa ng play sa amin nun, which is nag-commit sila ng ulti nila, tsaka dalawang ulti. Nag-fail yun. Kaya nung after na nakita namin yung kinapitalize namin, na force na talaga namin yung team fight kasi alam namin na dalawang ultimate yung nawala.
Ganung mga window of opportunity, sino typically yung nagsistep up? Sino yung nagsha-shotgun yan? Ikaw ba yun? Or is it team communication?
Team communication siya. Siguro that time kasi kami ni Perks yun nandun eh. So kami nakakita kung ano yung kinumate. Nung nakita namin ang kinumate yun, ayun talagang sinabi namin sa kakampi namin. Tapos si Dean, may initiative na talaga siya na start na to, parang ganun sa akin.
You know, Mingwin, this is the first time that we got to talk to you like this. Hindi namin natanong during the entirety of the regular season kasi ang dami mo kasama ng mga magagaslaw, makukulit, malilikot, at tigil talagang manalo. And in fact, ikaw, rookie ka, but you are also the captain. So, paano mo sila nalalagay in control and how do you manage to at least control the situation whenever it matters?
Actually, yung ginagawa ko lang since nga, ganun nga yung kakampi ko, medyo mabilis talaga ma-hype. Talaga pinapakita ko sa kanila na ako yung pinakakalmado sa amin. Na pinapakita ko na laro lang to. Hindi natin kailangan ma-hype, ma-excite. Kailangan natin laruin yung laro. Kumbaga, yun lang, parang ako yung pinaka-gitna talaga sa team namin.
Yup, being the mediator is what Mingwin is best at. Kaya naman nakuha nila ng 3-1 ang pagkapanalo kontra sa Twisted Minds. In fact, we're gonna be seeing some of your clips at kung paano ba na-hype ang iyong mga teammates with this Infinix Liquid Cooling Beast Mode mic check. Here goes.
Tapos. Kaya James, sakatin na siya. Tapos. Yeah, boy. Piga. Di mo isaksahin, pre. Yeah. Angat ko glow. Nice. Sabog. Tara. Kalma, wala mahay pa.
Namahay, pangapogi.
Tapos natin malinis ah.
MCM, abot kamay na, huwag na pasungkit.
Ay, tinga pa. Tara, tinga. Okay. Piga.
Glug.
Walang picker guard. Gamit ka. Nasa ano lang. Tracy, walang picker. Tracy. Ano lang, doon ako. Bitay. Respect niya ha. Bota ka.
Hindi.
Kalma. Wala ka to. Tiga. Tapos pure kayo, no?
Meron.
Tapos to pre, promise. Kalma kayo. Pipigay lang ako. Okay.
Fury.
Limod.
Ay, naku, ito. Angat ko to.
Bye-bye!
There you go. That's our Infinix Liquid Cooling Beast Mode mic check. I think I got all that. Hey,
100%.
There you go. That's great to hear how the comms went on a very strong finish for Smart Omega. You know, very clean, and you could even hear it. They were ahead massively, and they still say respect and calma. Calma is, you know, don't get too excited and keep things disciplined. But yes, you guys think you have what it takes, by the way, to be like that and run the show with eProject Esports for Everyone. We're giving you the power to bring the MPL energy to your own local community.
That's right. Participants get exclusive access to tournament modes, in-game items, diamonds, all of that. Just head on over to ph-mpl.com/e-project to start your application.
Time to turn that passion into action. Please visit our website for more information.
So that's where it is. I've been hunting for that today. So
favorite.
Yeah, that's his favorite line. You know, but hey, we've got a little glimpse of where things are going for the playoffs. If you guys happen to miss all the action that we had earlier on in our first match, well, here you go. It was a full series to open up the playoffs for Season 17 here for the MPL Philippines. We went 3-2. ONIC got the dub there. They move forward. They're going to be facing off against Team Falcons tomorrow. And then you just saw witness this series. Smart Omega moves forward to go against Team Liquid Philippines. And who knows? Again, double. It's 2 lives here for these brackets.
Yep, of course. Still have a lower bracket now. Just looking at that Omega matchup, I'm just looking. Actually, no. Looking at the whole second round brackets.
Yeah.
Like, hi, I'm Smart Omega. You're probably wondering how I got here.
Yo, yeah.
That vibe.
If y'all thought day one was stacked, what about tomorrow?
Oh man, they should have. And if let's just say they win against CLPH. there really needs to be that video.
Yes, sir.
That's going to happen here. Of course, we've also got our Infinix Fansiklaban going on. This is our playoffs bracket right now. We have resulted with today the Auroras winning over the Phoenix Army. And it's all best of ones. And then, of course, we've got the Kabarangay also. Whoa! Is this foreshadowing?
Ooh.
Potentially for tomorrow?
Wait, what do you mean?
The Kabarangay won against the Cavalry.
Oh.
Whoa. You know? Hey.
Whoa.
Who knows what can happen to tomorrow? By the way, big shout outs. It's our Talent Academy members, right?
Yes, today it was Tito Whoop, the pride of Palawan, taking care of hosting business, and then it was Onil and Sokbi who were casting.
They're going to be taking part in the Fansiklaban all throughout. Now, also, the Fansiklaban, the stakes, they've never been higher. Because right now, here are the rewards. This is for the champions out there. Teams are fighting not just for glory, but for absolute a haul of epic awards.
You're that right. Our grand champions will walk away with not only trophies and medals, but also 5 Infinix GT Watch 5 Pros, and those are the smart watches, by the way, and 25,000 worth of MOBB diamonds. Meanwhile, the runner-ups will take home 15K and 10K diamonds, respectively.
So the playoffs of the Infinix Fansiklaban is today until 31. It's just the same schedule as our playoffs. Very easy to remember.
They run consecutively.
Yeah. They happen in Superfan City.
I was going to say, where is it happening? Superfan
City.
Palag Na To. Palag Na To. Good luck to all the teams competing in the Fansiklaban. Also, good luck to all the Talent Academy. I was going to say academies.
Academy students.
Academy students. Man, it's been a long day. 9 games, you know? We hope you guys enjoyed our opening day of the playoffs here. It's us, the Wee Bear Bros, me, Nisu, Leo, Redmar. We're going to be throwing over to our host to close out the show. We'll see you tomorrow.
What a spectacular way to kick off the MPL Philippines Season 17 playoffs. Sobrang taas ng energy ng ating mga super fans ang sumalubong sa atin here in the Champions Arena. Indeed, a great day 1 for Season 17 playoff.
Grabe, nung bumirit yata si Janine Verding ng Palag Na To kanina, lahat ng teams nagising dahil grabing pagpalag ang nakita natin tonight.
Action! Pero super fans, nagsisimula pa lang tayo because tomorrow, 2 high-stakes matches waits here at the Champions Arena. Excited tayong lahat dyan, pero bukod dyan, naghihintay rin sa atin ang Super Fan City na inihanda ng MPL Philippines para sa inyo. Marami pang live performances, on-ground experiences ang pwede nyo ma-experience here in MPL Philippines.
Muli, maraming salamat sa pagsama sa amin ngayong gabi. This is your host, Thea.
Magpapatuloy ang playoffs actions tomorrow. This has been today's. And this is your very own Odin. And this is MPL Philippines Season 17 Playoffs. Palag Na To!
The 17th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the official gaming phone partner, the power behind every madlang gamer. Smart, the simply reliable connectivity partner of the MPL. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. And our strategic partners, TT Racing, Theory, and SIP. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Catch the MPLPH Season 17 playoffs live at the San Juan Arena. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website, Palag Na To. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusement Board.
Palag ka ba? Palag! Laban sandata sa aking